Uchiha, will divide Konoha. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author, we're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 201 Separation. With a deafening roar, towering trees snapped, sending the forest resounding with a thunderous crash, shaking snow from countless dry branches. Uchiha Yoru, panting heavily, gazed gravely at the 6 paths of pain in all directions. He knew their abilities, but could only feign ignorance and test them. Even so, pain had held back this time, revealing only the Deva path and Prata path. Especially the Deva path, the strongest of the 6 paths. Pain had concealed his wood release and main Gekkai Sharingan, yet even this exchange left both sides astonished by the other's strength. With such power, what is your purpose in infiltrating the land of fire? Uchiha Yoru feigned seriousness. While Pain remained indifferent, Nagato, hidden in the shadows, was genuinely shocked by their power. Such formidable strength. Similar to the Raikage of Kumagakure's ninjutsu, with incredible defense and speed, and terrifying swordsmanship, if Nagato hadn't been unaware of Pain's abilities, he would have revealed his true strength. As for ninjutsu, it all relied on the Prata path for support, and the opponent also possessed this ability, so ninjutsu was only used at crucial moments. You're strong, Pain said coldly, staring at the man before him. No wonder he was the ninja who could write such a book, he certainly had the potential. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Powerful ninjutsu and taijutsu, and that snake-style ninjutsu just now, plus your name, you must be a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha? Facing Pain's praise, Uchiha Yoru cautiously nodded slightly. Judging from your clothes, you seem to be from an organization, but, as he said this, a triumphant smile slowly appeared on Uchiha Yoru's lips. Enough time. I hope you dangerous wandering ninjas don't cause trouble within the land of fire. Just as he finished speaking, under Uchiha Yoru's smile, his body instantly turned into smoke with a bang. The 6 paths of pain appeared simultaneously at the spot where their opponent had vanished, their 6 Rinnegan eyes coldly surveying the surroundings. The Deva path of pain remarked calmly, shadow clone technique, huh? As expected of a renowned ninja, managing to escape right under our noses, when had the opponent formed the hand seals for the shadow clone technique? The Rinnegan hadn't seen it, not because the opponent was too fast to be seen, but because the opponent used this ninjutsu under some kind of concealment. For example, the smoke bomb, explosive tags, and ninjutsu explosions all provided opportunities to conceal their vision and use this ninjutsu. Escaped? Or perhaps they never planned a fight to the death from the beginning, the Deva path of pain muttered to himself, a rare occurrence as he recalled something, and a slow, uncharacteristic smile appeared on the cold corpse. To cover your comrades, Mr. Knight. Your magnanimity is worthy of my respect. But unfortunately, while Konoha didn't restrict your thoughts, it did restrict your actions. Unable to sense the opponent's chakra, Nagato, hidden in the darkness, revealed his Rinnegan, which seemed to see through everything in the ninja world. Konan, long legs and deep blue stockings swept past, white high heels clicking on thick branches as they darted through the forest. Under deliberate disguise, Konan feigned the speed of an ordinary chunin. Just then, a soft call rang out. Although Konan already knew who it was, she still feigned surprise and turned around. A figure flashed past, a look of astonishment appearing on Konan's cool face. The newcomer swept her up in his arms and quickly traversed the forest. At such close range, she could even smell the other person's warm breath. The opponent is very strong. Is it a ninja targeting you? At this moment, Uchiha Yoruchi's 3 Tomo Sharingan scanned the surroundings as he swiftly moved through the forest, voicing his question. Although Konan was shocked by the Sharingan, she calmly shook her head. No, Nagato and I are rogue ninja, but we haven't taken on any missions recently, nor do we have any enemies. We've never met those 6 people before. Lying seems to be innate for women. Even though she was being held in a stranger's arms and her body was stiff, she lied without hesitation. Then things are probably getting worse. Uchiha Yoru stared intently at his surroundings as he hurried along. Although he hadn't spotted any pursuers, he said in a low voice, "It's not safe here anymore. You should leave immediately." Something had happened here. Konan was well aware of this. After all, Nagato had just destroyed the fire temple, a devastating blow to the land of fire. Naturally, the area would be under martial law, and rogue ninja like them would be prime targets. Hearing this, Konan nodded slightly, but feigned hesitation. Are your eyes Sharingan? It was as if he had already confirmed the other's identity, but for ninjas from powerful nations, especially those from noble bloodline clans, there was a natural difference in status compared to rogue ninjas, like the difference between commoners and nobles. Uchiha Yoru, who was constantly on the move, didn't hesitate. Although he was rushing, he nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, "My name is Uchiha Yoru. I was supposed to be on a mission, but it's clear something big has happened here. You'll find out soon enough, but don't worry, although my mission failed, I'll issue you a pass to leave this place." The two chatted casually. Uchiha Yoru, still displaying his powerful ninja skills, needed to speed up their journey, and Konan wasn't fast enough, so he carried her quickly through the forest in a princess carry. In the arms of a stranger, Konan was no longer the innocent girl she once was. Naturally, she didn't feel any romantic feelings. She was simply trying her best to play her current role well. The other person's hands were honest, but the warmth of their hands on her thighs and around her waist forced Konan to wrap her arms around their neck. This adjustment of weight served two purposes, conserving their energy and avoiding awkwardness. After all, she had just escaped, and the subtle observations among ninjas meant that the slightest lapse could expose her. Moving quickly in the cold wind, her short, bluish-purple hair fluttered, and beneath Konan's cool expression, a slight sense of relief washed over her. They had only met a few times, and although there had been pleasant conversations, the fact that this person had rescued her in a crisis proved their character. They weren't just cold-blooded, bloodthirsty ninjas. Especially their act of protecting her as they left, which made her sigh inwardly. For so many years, she had felt such care from a stranger ninja again. Tanabata Street. When they reached the bustling streets again, Uchiha Yoru feigned a sigh of relief. His shadowy figure leaped across the rooftops until they reached the inn, where he finally set down the light-footed Konan. "They won't dare cause trouble in town," Yoru said to Konan, looking relieved again as he saw Nagato on the bed through the window. For 2 whole hours, she had been carried in his arms, especially by his tense and serious demeanor, yet she knew there was no danger. Her mature mind prevented her from being easily swayed, but that didn't stop her from appreciating this rare quality. The moment Konan was released from his warm embrace, she immediately opened the window and called out to Nagato on the bed, "Nagato, Konan, what's going on?" A gust of cold wind blew into the room. Nagato feigned confusion and looked at the two, as if he had just witnessed Yoru setting Konan down from the window. Mr. Yoru, seeing Nagato's puzzled look, Yoru slowly withdrew his Sharingan from its socket, his face turning grave, giving the other no chance to ask. "Hurry up and pack your things, you all need to leave here quickly." What happened? Seeing Yoru's serious expression, Nagato seemed oblivious, having stayed in the inn the whole time, while Konan, looking tense, began packing her things in the room, saying, "Nagato, it's not safe here." There were 3 people in the room, and all 3 were putting on an act. Each believed their acting was the best, but the biggest difference between the 3 was the information gap. Nagato and Konan were defeated by the information gap from the very beginning. Yoru knew all about them from the start. Martial law will soon be imposed here. At this moment, Uchiha helped tidy up, explaining to Nagato, "I won't hide it from you anymore. I'm a Konoha ninja. Something happened at the fire temple, and martial law will be imposed here. Although you're safe, you're still wandering ninjas, and you'll definitely be questioned." At the same time, Uchiha went to his desk, pulled out a piece of paper, and quickly began writing a travel permit. Finally, he took out a seal from his robes and stamped it on. "Take this travel permit and leave from the north. That direction is under the jurisdiction of the Uchiha clan. This permit has our clan's emblem and code. We won't make things difficult for you." Uchiha appeared to be acting in their best interest, and he was also vouching for them, since no one would believe that a cripple would be involved in the Fire Temple massacre. Uchiha, looking at the travel permit, Nagato gazed at the other person with a wistful expression. "I never imagined that Mr. Yoru would be from the strongest clan in the Land of Fire." In response to Nagato's words, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and sighed. Powerful clans have their own pressures, and wandering ninjas have their own advantages of freedom. The ninjas were efficient. Konan had already packed the luggage while they were talking, and then even lifted Nagato's wheelchair onto the carriage. Less than half an hour after their hasty return, they reappeared outside the town of Tanzaku. Inside the carriage, Nagato looked deeply moved. "I don't know when we will meet again after this parting, sir." Carefully holding the red-covered book in his hand, Nagato revealed a hint of reluctance, and with a deep sigh tinged with curiosity, asked, "May I ask what your ambitions are, sir?" As the boss of the most terrifying mercenary ninja army in the ninja world, Nagato usually spoke with great arrogance, but he was unusually refined in front of the author of this book. Seeing Nagato's doubts, Uchiha Yoru looked up at the sunlight and smiled confidently. "Just like this book, I will strive in this direction, but the road must be taken one step at a time. My first goal is to become Hokage, to change my village and country first." "Hokage," Nagato murmured to himself, watching Uchiha Yoru's confident smile, while Konan, driving the carriage, coldly observed the two. Perhaps they wouldn't be friends in the future. After all, one's goal was Hokage, the other's was the entire ninja world. "Sensei, I've bought everything you asked for." Just then, Uchiha Itachi appeared. He had just returned to Tanabata Street and received a shopping list from his master's summoning beast, so he rushed over without stopping. At that moment, a bundle was thrown over. Konan stared blankly at the bundle in her hand, while Uchiha Yoru smiled. "This is provisions for the journey, and this is for you too." Pointing at Konan, Uchiha Yoru smiled and shook his head, saying, "Sometimes being too beautiful is a sin. I've prepared men's clothes for you inside, along with some disguise cosmetics. You should know how to use them. Make your face look ugly first, otherwise it'll be dangerous outside," Uchiha Yoru rarely joked. Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi looked up at Konan's face and nodded firmly, saying, "What the teacher said is right. Beautiful women, especially ninjas, are the most dangerous in the ninja world, especially rogue ninjas." "Thank you." Konan, who always had a cool and aloof demeanor, said thank you, put the bundle aside, nodded slightly to the two of them, and then drove the carriage northward. Watching the two figures leave, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes. In any case, one had been fooled, and the other had gained some insight, which might be useful in the future. "Teacher, the mission failed. Should we go back?" Uchiha Itachi was about to ask when suddenly a swift eagle landed on Uchiha Yoru's shoulder. After opening the letter, Uchiha Yoru shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "It seems we can't go back for now. But thankfully, this mission shouldn't be long. However, Itachi, you'll have to stay in Tanabata for a while longer." "Yes, Yoru-sensei." At this moment, Uchiha Itachi displayed all the qualities of a mature ninja, a calm mind and a tendency to think more than talk. He never asked questions he shouldn't, especially about a mission. Only the team leader or captain was qualified to explain the mission details to them. They should just listen. Looking at the sensible and obedient Itachi, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but sigh. No wonder everyone likes geniuses. They're not only easy to train with, but also easy to manage in everyday life. If he had a hot-blooded idiot, he could already imagine the outcome. Clearly, he didn't like hot-blooded idiots who caused trouble, unless they possessed a certain potential that made him willing to accept their shortcomings. Please support. Chapter 202: The Arrangement Before Returning to the Village. In the Land of Fire, at the daimyo's residence, inside a luxurious inn, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, exuded an air of elegance and nobility more akin to a daimyo than a ninja herself, expressionlessly examining the wine cup in her hand. After a long while, a look of impatient disgust finally appeared on Tsunade's brow as she slowly said, "Shizune, you mean the fire temple was destroyed?" Shizune, though adept at reading people, assumed Tsunade was simply angry about the incident due to lack of information. "Lady Tsunade," Shizune said gravely, her eyes revealing shock and anger. "According to intelligence, first the elder monks of the fire temple who were preparing to pay their respects at the daimyo's residence were attacked, and then the entire fire temple was wiped out." Shizune's expression was grave, her eyes reflecting shock and anger. The fire temple was a significant symbol of power in the Land of Fire. The daimyo is furious upon learning of this and has ordered the Third Hokage of Konoha to dispatch the Engu en route to thoroughly investigate the matter. He has also ordered Chiriku, one of the 12 guardian ninja of the Land of Fire, to rebuild the fire temple and has recalled all the wandering fire temple monks. Since the fire temple is a place for training ninja monks, the monks trained there naturally serve the daimyo, participating in escort missions and various secret tasks. Combined with their various roles, wandering, intelligence gathering, etc., it's impossible for them all to be wiped out. However, all the ninja monks within the fire temple at the time were killed, along with several high-ranking monks who had been responsible for training the daimyo's ninja monks for many years. The Fire Temple suffered a severe blow. As one of his important armed forces, the Fire Daimyo, in his rage, certainly wouldn't sit idly by and watch his power truly crumble. After all, his foundation still exists, he just needs to support him so that it can become an important force again. Listening to Shizun's report, Tsunade sneered disdainfully, her eyes filled with disgust. Dirty political intrigue. Shizun, who would later become the fifth Hokage's right-hand woman, was no naive fool. Upon hearing her mistress Tsunade's words, her face paled instantly. Shizun was alarmed and began to ponder silently. It seemed that, judging from Tsunade's words, this involved their own people. Shizun, pour some wine. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Frustrated, Tsunade wanted to vent her emotions with alcohol, inwardly cursing the old men in the village. Sure enough, that brat was right. Her secret infiltration of the daimyo's residence had uncovered some information, or rather, it was almost impossible to keep it a secret any longer. The Fire Country daimyo's 12 guardian ninja had split into two factions, and this conflict seemed to have intensified after Saratobi-Asuma's arrival. It would be a miracle if this wasn't orchestrated by a few old men in the village. Now, this incident in the daimyo's residence had caused quite a stir, and the Fire Temple, a vital source of the Fire Country daimyo's armed forces, had been wiped out. All of this, when pieced together, would be a miracle if it weren't for the involvement of a few old men in the village. Tsunade was furious. The ninja world wasn't even completely settled yet, and these old fogies were already causing trouble. Destroying the Fire Temple was a warning to the daimyo, weakening his power at the same time, benefiting only Konoha. It has to be said, from the previous conspiracy theory to this current coincidence, Konoha is now truly in a predicament. Moreover, Konoha actually did have a plan to put pressure on the daimyo's household, but they didn't have the guts to do it. They merely wanted to ambush and kill one of the Fire Temple's radical elder monks as a warning. Such things were commonplace in the ninja world, just a covert struggle between the two sides. But Tsunade just happened to stumble upon it. Could there be such a coincidence? With a little investigation, she found traces of Konoha's involvement, quietly destroying the Fire Temple within the Land of Fire's borders. Tisk, this time Konoha is truly suffering in silence. The daimyo is genuinely enraged. Konoha has gone too far, this is a warning to him. They can fight amongst themselves, but this time they've crossed a line. And when the third Hokage of Konoha found out, his face turned green. Damn it, he can't clear his name even if he jumps into the Yellow River. A bunch of old geezers, they get bolder with age, Tsunade muttered under her breath as she drank her wine. The current situation is clearly Konoha's doing. Even if the Fire Temple wasn't Konoha's doing, their hands aren't clean, they might have hired external forces. It has to be said, the misunderstanding is huge. The 12 guardian shinobi of the Land of Fire were already pushing her limits enough, but then the Fire Temple came along, and wow, these old guys are even more unruly than they were in their youth. This situation, in particular, sent chills down Tsunade's spine. She was now truly certain that the old folks in the village possessed some kind of power, such as would release or the main decay Sharingan. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Konoha, currently the weakest of the three, could still cause so much trouble. In the forest on the border of the Land of Fire, amidst the howling wind and snow, a light flickered in a hidden tree hollow. Inside, a figure stood, her hair tied in a high bun, dark green with wisps of brown hair peeking out from either side of her headband. Beneath her delicate features, this stunningly beautiful female ninja, wearing a Sans Village headband, was surprisingly dressed in a thin, revealing backless dress. The fire crackled inside the hollow, while Yakira subtly glanced at the snowstorm outside. If you've seen enough, you can come out, a clear voice echoed through the snow, as if talking to herself. But the next moment, the sound of footsteps on the snow slowly rose, and a black figure emerged. Upon seeing the undisguised Konoha ninja headband on the newcomer, Yakira immediately smiled, though a smile tinged with coldness. I thought Konoha wasn't coming. I didn't expect you to arrive so close to the border. Uchiha Yoru, weary from his journey, removed his straw hat, revealing a handsome face. He casually brushed the snow off his shoulders and slowly walked to the fire, sitting down. Their relationship resembled the public alliance between the two great ninja villages. However, Yakira remained outwardly wary, his face calm as he said, "It seems Konoha is determined to win this time, even sending a genius from the Uchiha clan. Clearly, Yakira recognized him immediately. After all, Uchiha Yoru was no longer an unknown figure, he was Orochimaru's disciple, a frontline commander, and even possessed talent surpassing Kakashi Hatake. His information was already known throughout the major ninja villages of the ninja world. There are frequent frictions along the border between Sunagakure and Iwagakure, mostly over mineral disputes. It seems Sunagakure has sent you to gain support from Kurigakure, or perhaps to trade goods. Despite the secret alliance between Sunagakure and Iwagakure, the ninja world's pie is only so big, especially in bordering territories. Friction arises not only over minerals but also in various cross-border missions, which is normal in the ninja world. This is why Sunagakure needs external assistance. As for Konoha, given the recent events, Konoha wouldn't easily aid Sunagakure. Therefore, Sunagakure's choice is Kurigakure, which has sea roots and possesses the resources they lack, and vice versa. Looking at the radiant and heroic Sunagakure ninja, Pakura, Uchiha Yoru couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, remarking, "Truly worthy of the title beautiful back." Pakura. Upon hearing this nickname and seeing the other's gaze, Pakura's eyes twitched. While women love beauty, she was also a mature ninja. Once born in the desert of the land of wind, Yakira, though possessing a delicate, refined air, also had a rather forthright personality. Smiling, she handed over one of the fruits roasting by the fire. Uchiha Yoru didn't hesitate, readily accepting it. His eyes narrowed as he scrutinized this character from the original story, a character whose appearance was extreme yet incredibly striking. The other's strength and reputation were enough to warrant his courting. What? Getting impatient, seeing that Uchiha Yoru hadn't eaten the fruit, Yakira shrugged and smiled. It seems Konoha's intelligence network is quite impressive. I've been so secretive, yet you still managed to find out. Yakira, an elite Jonin of Sunagakure, 166.3 centimeters tall, 46.3 kilograms, blood type A, birthday April 9th, and now a hero of the village, her influence rivaling that of the current 4th Hokage. Uchiha Yoru calmly stated her information, but Yakira shook her head and said, "It seems Konoha has come to sabotage the alliance between Sunagakure and Kurigakure. The ninja world has never lacked those who assassinate envoys from other countries mid-journey, thereby disrupting peace talks and alliances between two nations." This time, however, Uchiha Yoru nodded calmly. "Indeed, information came from Sunagakure, so we want to disrupt your alliance. But this time is a little different. These are warm clothes. Your beautiful back is lovely, but you still need to keep warm. I also have a gift and a message." Looking at Yakira, Uchiha Yoru didn't hide anything, narrowing his eyes and saying, "Your reputation is too high. In Sunagakure, you're already showing signs of overshadowing the current 4th Hokage. Don't you think that's dangerous?" "Dangerous?" Yakira gave a self-deprecating laugh, as if mocking his clumsy attempt to sow discord. Uchiha Yoru didn't explain further. "Some things you'll never believe until they happen, and some people won't turn back until they hide a wall. Information reveals that the Sunagakure leadership and the current Hokage want to eliminate this threat, so they've sold you to Kurigakure, hoping to use Kurigakure to remove the threat while simultaneously building a friendship." Beneath Uchiha Yoru's calm voice, Yakira's expression remained perfectly indifferent, neither believing him nor showing any anger. As a renowned ninja, how could he be easily provoked? Besides, the other party's words were utterly absurd. Seemingly sensing Yakira's distrust, Uchiha Yoru gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Some things you only understand after experiencing them. Here's a book for you. You might not understand it now, but we'll see how things go this time. If you survive, perhaps you'll understand. If not, you might as well go to the underworld." He pulled out a red-covered book and tossed it to Yakira. Yakira caught it and looked at the words "My struggle history" with suspicion. Is this some kind of nonsense? He came without even fighting, just engaging in this ridiculous attempt to sow discord, and then giving her a book? Judging from your expression, it's such a pity. Yakira's expression made Uchiha Yoru shake his head, as if regretting something. Such a beautiful back, it's such a waste to fill it with kune. This gift might save your life when you're on the verge of death, or it might just send you to your demise faster. A black snake, about the thickness of a finger, slowly crawled out of Uchiha Yoru's sleeve, its tongue flicking, and was then placed in a sturdy glass test tube and tossed to him. Looking at the venomous snake in the test tube, and confirming there were no traps, Yakira stared at him with suspicion. "I don't need to take action. I've already told you, intelligence indicates you'll be lying in ambush in Kurigakure," Uchiha Yoru said jokingly. Pakura, however, shook her head, her eyes filled with distrust. Your purpose? My purpose is quite simple. Facing Pakura's distrust, Uchiha Yoru gave her a pitiful look and sighed. We're probably both in the same boat. Perhaps we'll have to work together in the future. Pakura, a hero feared by the Fourth Hokage, wasn't just a matter of strength, she also possessed her own political system. While he didn't know the details, he understood that Pakura was definitely not a lone wolf. Therefore, rescuing Pakura would at least create a power split upon their return to Tsunagakure, putting Pakura at a disadvantage. His Uchiha clan was also at a disadvantage in Konoha, and more importantly, in the Land of Fire, the Uchiha were isolated and had to seek allies from outside. Tsunagakure bordered the Land of Fire and could potentially become an ally. There was also Madarumi from Kirigakure. As for failure, it wouldn't affect him at all. At worst, Yukang would just die. Yukang wasn't stupid to have come this far. Although she didn't believe the village would betray her, she was more concerned. This Uchiha was ambitious. However, it was a good thing for both her and Tsunagakure. Having figured this out, Yukang smiled, slowly putting away the gift, revealing a politically calculated smile. Alright, I'll wait for our alliance in the future. Originally, his words were more of a joke, or perhaps he was just enjoying the drama, creating trouble for Konoha. Other countries would naturally be happy to oblige. However, seeing Yukang's confident smile, Uchiha Yoru inwardly mocked him. You want to watch the show, but you don't realize you're the one who gets caught in the crossfire. The show will start with you. After a night, their seemingly friendly exchange turned into a wary and apprehensive wariness of each other. The snow stopped at dawn. Let's go. After the two parted ways, Yukang cautiously traveled until reaching the border, changing boats several times before setting off. Only then did he secretly breathe a sigh of relief. What exactly was the other party's purpose? From beginning to end, Yukang never suspected that his village would betray him. It could only be said that his political awareness was too low. Meanwhile, on his way back to Konoha, or rather, on his way back to Tanabata to pick up his students, Uchiha Yoru's confident smile was more solemn than anything else. He had painstakingly arranged so many things, all as a backup plan for himself. After returning this time, he knew that the struggle between the village and the Uchiha would become even more severe. With Shinisuke's death, those old guys, for the sake of their self-righteous village stability, had already begun preparing to deal with the Uchiha. After the snowstorm, it was a new year. Uchiha Itachi was 9 years old, and the night of the massacre occurred when Uchiha Itachi was 13. Everyone seemed to feel that the Tsunade storyline had moved a bit too fast before. Actually, there were about 30,000 words missing in the middle. The reason for that? Cough cough. It's related to the book I wrote yesterday, so you know what I mean. It's off. I was in a rush to go to Shanghai, so I had to cut those 30,000 words, which is why the plot feels a bit abrupt. I won't touch that kind of stuff again. The author always writes positive stories. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203. Oh no, something's happened. Tanabata Street. Yoru-sensei, you're back. Sunlight streamed down after the snow, the glare reflecting off the white snow making it almost blinding. Itachi, the mission is complete. We can return to Konoha now. Uchiha Yoru, returning weary from his journey, didn't elaborate on the mission. His relaxed, confident smile hinted at his impending dominance. Intelligence from the village indicated the Uchiha clan was becoming increasingly isolated, and the village was preparing for action. The current situation was that the village needed to force the Uchiha to rebel, allowing them to legitimately eliminate what the higher-ups considered a cancer. He had no time to lie low. This time, his mission was straightforward. The intelligence report indicated a delay, and the target had already left. He wasn't shirking his duties, he would do anything that benefited him. As for the village, he had already given them enough face. Much like the village's current situation with the Uchiha, they desperately wanted to eliminate them, yet still maintained a facade. Master Yoru, father sent a letter. After escorting the clan's elite to the front lines, he'll be returning soon, which is convenient. A rare hint of relief appeared in Itachi Uchiha's usually calm eyes. Fathers were almost every child's first idol, though it was only during growing up in rebellion that they wanted to escape. The clan head is returning just in time. Yoru Uchiha smiled upon hearing this. It seemed he would have a serious talk with the clan head this time. His confidence for returning to the village stemmed from three sources: the legacy left by Orochimaru, one of the three legendary Sannin, the 7th division of the police department, and finally, the clan itself. Elder Setsuna was already old, and Yoru Uchiha was now the most powerful ninja in the clan. Having surpassed the term genius, he had matured to the point of being a strong man. Upon returning, he would be appointed as the next elder, meaning he would begin to gradually take over Elder Setsuna's power. As a martial arts hawk, this was actually a good thing in Yoru Uchiha's eyes, because hawks represented power. With the backing of these three forces, this was his confidence. He was fully qualified to discuss the future of the clan with the clan head, and even more qualified to step into the limelight. Itachi, I will teach you well when we get back. Looking at the young Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Yoru smiled. He still had Itachi and Shisui, two trump cards in the clan. After returning this time, he would undergo a transformation in his identity. From a ninja, to later wielding some power, but still unable to escape the identity of a ninja, at most he could only be considered a powerful ninja. Now he was about to become a powerful ninja with high position and the ability to influence the situation. This was the transformation in his identity. Thank you, Yoru-sensei. The young and inexperienced Uchiha Itachi naturally understood everything he would face after returning, but he rarely showed a smile, and his hand unconsciously touched his weapon pouch. After returning, Yoru-sensei would almost never leave the village unless there was a major event. At that time, he would not only have plenty of time to teach him, but he could also ask about the ideal world questions in this book. Caw. Just then, a black crow, considered an ominous sign, cawed and landed on Itachi's shoulder, instantly easing Itachi's expression. Yoru-sensei, father and the others have arrived. This was Itachi's summoning beast, a crow. Father and son naturally had their own unique communication channel. Seeing this, Uchiha Yoru smiled confidently. This time, he was absolutely certain he could persuade the clan head, who still clung to illusions. In truth, their goals were aligned. An armed coup was unacceptable, and with Itachi's allegiance. Just as Uchiha Yoru was all smiles, a flock of birds suddenly flew past in panic in the distance. Looking out the window, a sense of foreboding inexplicably rose in Itachi's otherwise relaxed heart, while Uchiha Yoru, seeing this, simply smiled and shook his head. The panicked birds flying past were likely due to a battle between ninjas in the forest, or the appearance of a wild beast. After all, the ninja world had never been peaceful. Hello, guest, this is lunch. Just then, a servant in the inn respectfully knocked on the door. Uchiha Yoru gave a soft hum, and the door opened, revealing a sumptuous lunch. After the servant withdrew, Uchiha Yoru and Itachi maintained their dignified family bearing, sitting down and beginning to eat. The moment Uchiha Yoru put food in his mouth, his relaxed expression suddenly changed, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. Knock knock. A soft knocking sound suddenly came. Uchiha Itachi, who was chewing, suddenly looked up and saw his teacher's fingers lightly tapping on the table, issuing a secret signal. Itachi's excitement vanished instantly. With a cold expression, he slowly spat out the food, his hand already reaching for his weapon pouch. Thump. The door burst open, and the person who had brought the food was kicked in. It was Uchiha Yoru. Shadow clone. When the person delivering the food stared in shock at Uchiha Yoru, who was sitting upright inside, and the person who had dragged him in. It was obvious one of them was a shadow clone. The next moment, with a snap, the scabbard broke the man's jaw, preventing him from biting down on the poison inside his teeth to commit suicide. Although you hid well when you came in, there was a clear flash of surprise in your eyes. You must have been shocked by my sudden return. So your target is Itachi. The shadow clone stepped on the man's chest, while Uchiha Yoru, sitting upright, spoke calmly. And you, a servant delivering food, with an extra person, took another meal from the food cart at the door. Hotels usually don't prepare extras. This needs to be redone. Such clumsy acting is unlike root style. As the jaw was broken, Uchiha Yoru saw the curse mark on the man's mouth and tongue, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. So, you deliberately exposed yourself, or perhaps you're not a root member at all. Uchiha Yoru looked at Itachi beside him and shook his head. It seemed Itachi's information had been leaked. Someone wanted to instigate internal strife within Konoha. Root's failed assassination attempt on the Uchiha clan head's son, and the tactic of framing and framing, had always existed between nations and villages. Yoru-sensei, the astute Uchiha Itachi instantly understood. This person had deliberately come to their death, to sow discord. Itachi's information, although it was a small matter, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, his heart growing heavy. Only the village knew about Uchiha Itachi's information, or perhaps only his father. With such a major incident at the Fire Temple, there were many Konoha ninja within 100 miles of Tanabata Street, only one of their own could do such a thing. How old was Uchiha Itachi? Why would a village risk such a target? Suddenly realizing something, Uchiha Yoru's expression changed instantly. He asked urgently, Itachi, when is your father expected to arrive? Around dusk. From the northwest, go. With the window shattered, two figures quickly headed northwest. Uchiha Yoru's face was extremely grim. The Fire Temple had just been attacked, and the daimyo's suspicions were focused on Konoha. But if the Uchiha clan head and his son were to be attacked now, wouldn't this be a warning from the daimyo under the influence of those with ulterior motives? Provoking conflict between the Uchiha and the daimyo would at least result in them joining forces, completely isolating the Uchiha clan within the Land of Fire. One thing led to another. Itachi informed the clan head that there's an ambush. Although Uchiha Itachi hadn't reacted yet, his intelligence and composure made him obedient. He knew that Yoru wouldn't lie to him, so he immediately summoned his summoning beast, a crow. Fire release, great fireball technique. Just as they stepped out of Tanabata Street, massive fireballs suddenly appeared from all directions within the forest. Seeing this, Itachi Uchiha was about to form hand seals when a powerful force struck him from the shoulder. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar of the fire-release ninjutsu, a fierce eagle's cry echoed through the sky from the smoke and dust of the explosion. Instantly, Yoru Uchiha summoned his summoning beast, carrying Itachi Uchiha into the sky. Damn it, Yoru Uchiha is back. The plan has changed. Fire the signal flare immediately. Flying in the sky, Yoru Uchiha looked down and saw a dark figure darting out from the forest below. Its methods were extremely ruthless, clearly aimed at killing and silencing witnesses. Boom! Explosive tags attached to kunai rapidly shot towards the target in the sky. At this moment, Itachi Uchiha displayed a shuriken talent far beyond his years. The chaotic shuriken, following an unpredictable trajectory, actually knocked down all the incoming kunai, while the explosive tags detonated in midair. Lord Yoru, full speed ahead to the northwest, facing Yoru's solemn voice, the summoning beast Hawk didn't hesitate at all, even ignoring the kunai fired by the ninjas below. Itachi, now tell me all the information in detail. Yoru's expression was extremely grave at this moment, as if everything connected perfectly. It had all been a setup from the beginning. If the Uchiha clan head and his son were to die, one possibility would be the Uchiha clan descending into chaos and leaderlessness, and another possibility was that they would frame him. No wonder the village kept giving him missions to delay his return. He had always thought the village wanted to divide and win over the ninjas who had returned earlier. So they were waiting for him. Even if the framing failed, and the Uchiha clan head and his son died here, the village only needed to spread the news that he happened to be in Tanabata Street at the time. Tisk, the clan head was ambushed, and the genius Uchiha Yoru just sat idly by. Returning to the village was originally meant to take over the aging elder's duties, but the position of clan head was now vacant. Who in the Uchiha clan could stop him now? Thinking it over carefully, Uchiha Yoru's expression grew serious. He had always protected Orochimaru in the clan, and even then, he hadn't reached a level required for recognition. Now, things were different. When news spread within the clan that they were preparing to hand over the elder's position, he stepped forward. He was no longer a ninja hiding under someone else's wing, but a ruler spreading his own wings to protect others. Previously, Orochimaru's power was so limited that one village couldn't spare the resources. Another reason was Yoru's unexpected rapid growth, and yet, Shinosuke was dead. Shinosuke had suddenly disappeared while on the front lines, despite his numerous merits. Yoru-sensei, Uchiha Itachi also showed a tense expression. Even with his calm and intelligent nature, he was still a child, and now his father was in danger. My communication with my father has always relied on the summoning beast Crow. I didn't reveal this in Tanabata town, and before that, it was at the frontline base in the Land of Whirlpools. At that time, as Uchiha Itachi calmly recounted everything that had happened recently, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Fugaku's information had been leaked from him. The hawk's cry echoed across the sky, its eyes scanning the area below as it hurtled forward. Lord Yoru, suddenly, a soft cry from the hawk caused Uchiha Yoru, whose hair was flying wildly in the wind, to narrow his eyes. In the distance, a cloud of dust billowed. A blurry, enormous phantom vanished amidst the swirling smoke. Susanoo, seeing this, Uchiha Yoru immediately knew something was wrong and shouted, "Itachi, protect yourself in the sky!" With a bang, Uchiha Yoru pulled a signal flare from his weapon pouch and detonated it in the sky. At the same time, cursed seals instantly covered his entire body. With a fierce cry, an eagle soared away. Uchiha Yoru was already prepared. In the distance, smoke swirled, and traces of ninjutsu attacks were everywhere. Everyone noticed the signal flare in the distant sky. "Oh no, it's the Uchiha clan's signal flare," the masked black-clad ninjas exclaimed in alarm upon seeing this. The situation had changed, they were just a hair's breadth away. The Uchiha clan elite, trapped and disheveled in the center, roared in fury upon seeing the signal flare. "Reinforcements! It's our reinforcements!" Boom! A barrage of ninjutsu rained down, and the eagle's cry echoed across the sky. When young Uchiha Itachi saw the scene below, his Sharingan spun wildly. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A sea of fire, like a waterfall, poured down from the sky. This time, the range and power of the fire release were terrifying. With his full power unleashed, enhanced by his wood release physique and the comprehensive strengthening of his cursed seal, Uchiha Yoru's ninjutsu surpassed the A-rank ninjutsu. Within its terrifying range, the entire forest instantly transformed into a sea of fire. A single ninjutsu altered the landscape, even screams were silenced amidst the crackling flames. A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, and several disheveled figures emerged from beneath a skeletal silhouette in the sea of fire. "Lord Yoru," one of the disheveled Uchiha Jonin exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomers. Only then did Uchiha Yoru see clearly. The four Uchiha Jonin, though disheveled, still stood guard around him, while Uchiha Fugaku knelt on one knee, protected by the others. However, he was in an exceptionally pitiful state, with black bloodstains on his chest and lips. Panting heavily, the most eerie feature was one empty, bloodied eye socket, and the pattern on his other eye held an even more unsettling quality. The main Decay Sharingan, but now it exudes a strange, dark purple aura. Please support me, I'll be returning to Konoha soon. Chapter 204 Uchiha Fugaku entrusts his son to someone, requesting monthly tickets. Clan Chief, Lord Yoru, we've been betrayed. Uchiha Neda is a traitor, he assassinated the clan chief. The Uchiha clan's elite quickly reported the information. Only then did Yoru notice that Uchiha Fugaku, who only possessed one main Decay Sharingan, had a bluish-purple complexion, the dark purple pigment in his eye socket clearly indicating poison. Blood flowed continuously from a wound in his abdomen, but unlike the others, the blood was a purplish-black. Yoru, upon seeing reinforcements, a rare smile appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's usually stern face, and Yoru rushed forward. "Don't touch me. These are nanobit-level poisonous insects." Just then, Uchiha Fugaku shouted to stop him, but also spat out a mouthful of black blood. At that moment, a figure appeared. In the distance, Uchiha Yoru was filled with rage, and approaching him was a shadow clone. Rubber gloves were quickly put on, and Uchiha Yoru calmly said in a deep voice, "Clan Chief, what you need to do now is suppress the rampant chakra within your body, otherwise the poison will only spread throughout your body along with the chakra flowing through your meridians. Protect the clan chief." Uchiha Yoru in his true form shouted directly at the four people, and finally, he revealed killing intent as he looked at the gradually dissipating sea of fire around them. Some had escaped the fire using earth release, while others had survived using water release. With their coordinated efforts, almost none had died instantly. This was an elite force. "That's fire release." A masked ninja looked in shock at his scalded arm. The ninjas protecting him behind him all had burns, all from the high-temperature water. At the last moment, they used water release, but the rapid and intense evaporation of the water in the sea of fire also turned the water array walls into boiling water. Fire release, great fire annihilation. In an instant, another terrifying level of ninjutsu erupted. At the same time, Uchiha Yoru, his body crackling with lightning, transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished from the spot. Rumble in an instant, screams and the booming sounds of ninjutsu colliding echoed from the remaining sea of fire. Sage Art, Lightning Release, Chidori. Sage Art, Fire Release, Dust Concealment Technique. In the chaos of battle, Uchiha Yoru instantly activated his main Decay Sharingan. With the enhancement of Sage Art, Chidori, his speed increased to another level. Then, the Dust Concealment Technique burned a large area, obstructing vision. This elite force, no less formidable than the Anbu, was instantly filled with screams. It wasn't that they were weak, but that their opponent had displayed overwhelming power. They had already expended a lot of chakra setting up the ambush, and now, facing Uchiha Yoru, who had activated his Cursed Seal and main Decay Sharingan, his combat power was already among the strongest of the cage level. In addition, the surge in chakra after fusing with wood release allowed him to unleash a series of wide-range ninjutsu in a frenzied barrage. The overwhelming ninjutsu were all wide-range attacks, while simultaneously, lightning-style ninjutsu and taijutsu moved like lightning through the sea of fire. No one could withstand it. Rumble. Various ninjutsu rained down relentlessly, and these masked ninjas were incredibly strange. When the captain in charge of this operation saw this, cold sweat trickled down his temples. This was no longer a matter of skill. Retreat. Plan changed, mission failed, the retreat signal was given immediately. This was a well-trained group of fearless suicide soldiers. Some were responsible for taking the others down with them, while the rest, already prepared, scattered and fled without hesitation. A flash of lightning appeared, and the masked captain, looking at his pierced chest, revealed a cold smile. Splat, blood flowed continuously. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru's face was extremely pale, complex sealing patterns appeared on his arm, and his chakra began to be blocked. The capture plan failed, the destruction plan is complete. Faced with certain death, the captain chose to use his own life to buy time, uttering a cold sentence beneath a detached smile. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru sneered. Capture failed? It seems you are from Root. Although I don't know how the information was leaked, what you called capturing was probably Fugaku's main Decay Sharingan. The plan failed, so you have absolute confidence in your poison destroying the main Decay. Amidst flashes of lightning, Uchiha Yoru slowly raised his head, revealing his eerie eyes. This sight clearly startled the enemy. The Uchiha clan actually possessed a pair of main Decay Sharingan. However, the next moment darkness descended. As life faded, the restrictions within his body activated, his body began to hiss, and his flesh and bones visibly corroded into foul-smelling white smoke, leaving only his fluttering clothes, weapons, and other relic. A common tactic used by Konoha's Anbu, Root, and other countries' clandestine forces is to install restrictions on the body, which automatically activate upon death, destroying everything in the body to prevent information loss. Amidst lightning and thunder, powerful ninjutsu roared across the battlefield, arriving and departing swiftly. In a short moment, the forest's perimeter was ablaze with the marks of fire and countless ninjutsu techniques. The empty clothes of over a dozen figures testified to their presence. Clan head, father, as Itachi Uchiha descended from the sky after everyone was safe, his eyes, bloodshot and menacing, revealed a sorrowful and angry emotion for the first time to all. The three tomo in his eyes gleamed with a ferocious intensity. At this moment, almost no one cared about the genius who had awakened the three tomo at only 9 years old. Everyone else gazed at their clan head with grief. Cough, cough, don't come near me. The weakened Fugaku Uchiha coughed up a mouthful of black blood, then raised his head with a forced smile. Looking at the Sharingan in his son's eyes, a proud smile appeared on his face. Itachi, as expected of my son, awakened the three tomo Sharingan at 9 years old, and Yoru-kun, Yoru Uchiha turned to look at Fugaku, a complex and regretful expression on his face. Main Decay Sharingan, the Uchiha clan has awakened 2 pairs of main Decay Sharingan. Ha ha ha, a tear rolled down Fugaku's cheek. He was filled with resentment. With 2 pairs of main Decay Sharingan, the Uchiha clan had enough strength to contend with the Konoha leadership, waiting for the next generation of geniuses to grow up. He had clearly seen the hope of the clan's renewed glory in his hands, but, PFFT, seeing Fugaku cough up blood again, everyone gasped in shock. The shadow clone, Uchiha Yoru, spoke in a low, hoarse voice, "Clan leader, this is nano-sized poisonous insects. It has spread throughout my body along the meridians through which my chakra flowed." Clan leader father, the crowd, all elite ninjas, naturally understood what it meant for the poison to spread throughout the body. At this point, death was practically inevitable. Yoru-kun, you are the most dazzling genius of the Uchiha clan today, and the strongest besides me. Now, I want you to fulfill your duties as a clan elder ahead of schedule. Here, now you are the supreme commander. Uchiha Fugaku's vision was already blurring, but he was already overjoyed to see Itachi before he died. His greatest worry now was his clan. Hearing the clan leader's words, Uchiha Yoru naturally understood their meaning. Beneath his somber mood, a hint of excitement flickered within him. Clan leader, Although your eye is infected with nano-poisonous insects, the power of your Mangekyou Sharingan remains intact. Now I need to remove and seal this Mangekyou Sharingan. Once the poisonous insects are neutralized, it will become a powerful asset to the clan. Despite Uchiha Yoru's ruthless words, no one was angered. Even Uchiha Itachi silently watched his father. With a chilling sound of flesh being torn apart, Uchiha Fugaku's blurred vision gradually faded into darkness as his only eye was removed. Seal. The Mangekyou Sharingan was placed directly into a test tube. Then, Uchiha Yoru solemnly began forming hand seals. Under the sealing technique, the Mangekyou Sharingan, deprived of chakra, slowly degenerated into normal eyeball, and the blackish-purple toxins clearly visible in the white of the eye stopped spreading. Ahem, I, Uchiha Fugaku, have served as the clan head for over a decade, achieving nothing and leading the clan into dire straits, bringing shame upon it. Today, this calamity is my just deserts. Uchiha Fugaku sat cross-legged on the ground, his disheveled state a testament to his weakness as he spoke with regret. The crowd fell silent. Uchiha Yoru, though young, possesses great strength and a broad mind. In the name of the clan head, I recommend Uchiha Yoru as the new clan head. Please inform Elder Setsuna upon your return. With his eyes closed, unable to see anything, Uchiha Fugaku was filled with resentment and bitterness. He wasn't afraid of death. What he resented was the succession of the clan headship to someone else. But after Uchiha Yoru awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan, he knew it was too late. If he had forced a will to make Uchiha Itachi the young clan head, with Elder Setsuna protecting him, he dared not say anything else, but simply the return of Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyou Sharingan would cause turmoil within the clan. The Uchiha clan can't afford any more turmoil. If Itachi were a little older, and if he had managed to preserve his Mangekyou Sharingan, he could have entrusted it to Itachi before his death. With Elder Setsuna's protection, it wouldn't have been impossible to give Yoru a powerful elder position. Unfortunately, Itachi was too young, and his Mangekyou Sharingan had been corrupted by poisonous insects, shattering all his hopes. Furthermore, given the current instability within the clan, Yoru, with his Mangekyou Sharingan, would surely win the entire clan's respect. Moreover, with the disciples of the Sannin and the current power holders, this is the best option for him. Yoru, I entrust Itachi to you, the weakened Fugaku said hoarsely, grasping Yoru's hand, which was covered in a rubber glove. At this moment, Yoru didn't know whether to feel sorrow or joy. Sorrow for the loss of a Mangekyou Sharingan-wielding clan leader, and joy at becoming the Uchiha clan leader himself. Clan head, seemingly understanding what Fugaku wanted to say, Uchiha Yoru, now a shadow clone, naturally wasn't worried about being infected by the poisonous insects, so he lowered his head and leaned in to listen. Suddenly, he felt a touch on his palm, and Uchiha Yoru's expression gradually turned serious. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku spoke weakly and hoarsely in his ear, the clan is entrusted to you. The village's higher-ups have always had a problem with the Uchiha clan. When you return, Elder Setsuna will naturally assist you. Also, Mikado, Itachi, and Sasuke, I entrust them to you. Before his death, Uchiha Fugaku's greatest worry was his clan and family. As he slowly exhaled his last breath, his weak palm gradually lost its strength. Clan head. Father, with a sorrowful voice, Uchiha Yoru silently watched everything. As expected of the clan head, he ultimately gave up everything for the safety of his family and the clan. His family and clan were all properly arranged. And the information from the palm he had just received made him sigh with melancholy. Fugaku Uchiha carried a heavy burden of pressure throughout his life, and this complex life came to an end in this way. Originally, Yoru Uchiha's plan was for one to handle internal affairs and the other external affairs. Fugaku would be in charge of the clan, while Yoru would take over Orochimaru's direct line of power, forming two opposing forces with a portion of the clan's ninja. Everything was disrupted. Seal the clan head's body and bring it back to the village. Although everyone was still grieving, a ninja's calm mind was paramount. They knew that grief was useless at this moment. Father, Itachi Uchiha's eyes were vacant with disbelief as he stared at the lifeless body before him. He wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Images flashed through his mind, the warmth of his family, his stern-faced father, and then his trusted teammates, the ones who had leaked information about his father. His teammates. He had killed his own father. Overwhelmed by self-reproach, Itachi's three Tomo Sharingan spun wildly, the three black Tomo barely beginning to merge. But with the intense circulation of chakra and the release of a surge of hormones, his vision went black, and he fainted. Itachi, a muffled voice cried out as he disappeared into darkness. Those around him gasped in shock, and Yoru Uchiha rushed forward to examine his student's body. Itachi has simply fainted. Gather intelligence in the surrounding area as quickly as possible, and simultaneously collect the clan leader's body. A sealing scroll appeared, and with a sealing technique, it wrapped and sealed Fugaku's body. This was partly to prevent decay, and partly to seal the nano-poisonous insects currently inside Fugaku's body. Quick! Send a message to Elder Setsuna, tell the clan to prepare. We'll return to the village as fast as possible. Such a major incident at this time would undoubtedly cause immense turmoil for the Uchiha clan, especially given the already strained relationship between the village and the clan. Yes, the remaining 4 Uchiha Jonin, capable of guarding the area, were undoubtedly strong. Although heartbroken and angry, they knew something serious had happened. The 4 quickly surveyed the battlefield, searching for any clues they could find. Ahem, we are about to return to Konoha, and the protagonist is about to officially step into the limelight and clash with the Konoha F4. Important XX, today is the last day for double monthly votes. Brothers with votes, cast them now, it'll be a waste if you miss it. Chapter 205, Uchiha Clan Chief. Konoha. Inside the dark, secret chamber of Root, 2 large battalions of elite members had been dispatched, but only 7 returned. This sight enraged Danzo Shimura, turning his face green with rage. Suppressing his urge to roar in fury, Danzo's voice was hoarse and trembling. Such a perfect, detailed plan, and yet, only one eye. And an eye whose eye power is nearly exhausted. 2 elite battalions of Root, along with specialized sensory and medical ninjas, he had sent a total of 37 elites this time, and only a fraction of them had returned? 30 elites, such a loss was crippling for Root. Most of Root's strength was built on intelligence gathering and various experiments. Their combat resources were already stretched thin, and this loss included high-level combatants. Useless, suppressing the urge to kill the 7 men, Danzo's exposed eye was filled with hideous bloodshot veins. Danzo, suddenly, the door was violently pushed open with a loud crash, and the Third Hokage, Hirozen Sarutobi, strode in, his face contorted with rage. Behind him were Hamura Medicado and Kahoru Utatane, who also glared at Danzo with displeasure. Danzo, you've gone too far this time. The Root ninja quickly retreated, and a soundproof barrier was erected around the area. Danzo, who gave you the audacity to ambush the Uchiha clan head? Do you know the consequences of being exposed? First came the grief of losing his son, then the events at the Fire Temple, and now the ambush of the Uchiha clan head. All of this had caused even the usually composed Third Hokage, Hirozen Sarutobi, to roar in fury. The Third Hokage's outburst only fueled Danzo's anger. He was also aggrieved. Who was he doing this for? It was all for the village. I've done so much for the village, suffered so many losses, and no one's complained, but you come in and start spewing insults. This is outrageous, Sarutobi. How much weaker can you be? Because of your indulgence, the Uchiha have all developed Mangekyou Sharingan and you didn't even know. If you continue like this, do you want the village to experience another Nine-Tails night? Having been discovered, Shimura Danzo was enraged. He glared and pulled out the combat item his subordinates had just obtained, confidently retorting, Mangekyou Sharingan. When the hideous Mangekyou Sharingan appeared in the test tube, Kahoru Utatane and Hamura Medicado's expressions changed instantly. Their initial dissatisfaction with Danzo vanished. Upon seeing the Mangekyou Sharingan, suffocating and oppressive images from the past flashed through their minds, and fear crept into their hearts. Even Hirozen Sarutobi stared in shock at the test tube in Danzo's hand, while Danzo, now even more enraged, glared at the 3 of them with a livid face. I told you long ago that the Uchiha clan had no good intentions. If it weren't for this ambush, and those Mangekyou Sharingan were still hidden within the Uchiha clan, who knows when the Nine-Tails night would have occurred again. The operation report is all here. Do I need to explain the terror of the Mangekyou Sharingan? Shimura Danzo, his face grim, tossed a battle report his subordinate had just handed him to Sarutobi. Since the Mangekyou Sharingan had already been exposed, the Root's losses naturally needed to be made known. Danzo, you've gone too far this time. Clearly, the Uchiha clan's hidden Mangekyou Sharingan had stirred up their long-dormant fears, easing their anger towards Danzo. Reckless actions. Looking at the Third Hokage still reprimanding him, Shimura Danzo's face darkened as he coldly said, What I regret now is my carelessness, causing such heavy losses to root the existence of the main decay Sharingan. I think I don't need to remind you, at this moment, the one Uchiha Danzo revealed was filled with sinister intent and apprehension. The Uchiha clan still has one main decay Sharingan, which means the Uchiha have the ability to launch another Nine Tails attack. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kahoru Utatane, and Hamura Mitagado, all having lived through that era, naturally understood the serious consequences of Shimura Danzo's alarmist words. Order that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki be given more guards. If any Uchiha clan members approach the Jinchuriki, execute them first and report later. Clearly, the fear of the main decay Sharingan caused the usually composed Hiruzen Sarutobi to immediately release Danzo from punishment, stepping outside and shouting at the Anbu members outside the barrier. Despite the presence of a barrier, lip reading and the Third Hokage's trembling fingers conveyed a coded signal, and the Anbu members outside solemnly nodded in acknowledgement. The Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan, residing in a remote area, hoisted white sails, their faces reflecting anger and grief. The Uchiha clan head had been ambushed and killed on his return journey, a devastating blow that shook the entire clan. At the Uchiha Patriarch's memorial service, Uchiha members came to pay their respects, along with members from other major clans and Junin within the village. The death of their clan head was a shock to Konoha. As night fell, the air inside the memorial hall was thick with the scent of burning candles, while the courtyard was filled with figures. All were dressed in black clothing bearing the Uchiha clan crest of a fan, their faces cold yet tinged with sorrow and anger. This was the gathering of all the elite members of the Uchiha clan within the village. All eyes were fixed on an elderly man with a full head of white hair, exuding an imposing presence despite his lack of anger, Elder Setsuna. Elder Setsuna walked to the altar, flanked by Uchiha Mikado, dressed in black with a sorrowful expression, and the young Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. Sit. In an instant, all the elite Uchiha members, from inside the house to the courtyard outside, sat cross-legged. It must be said that the Uchiha clan differed from other clans. Due to their control of the police department, they possess almost the discipline of a military unit. Elder Setsuna, his expression imposing yet dignified, suppressed his grief and anger as he hoarsely raised his hand. Leaving aside the recent murder of the clan head, the village is now without two Kage. The Uchiha clan's current predicament necessitates a new head who can command the respect of the entire clan and shoulder the heavy responsibilities of the Uchiha. As the elderly voice echoed, most people turned solemnly to the group at the front. The position of clan head was out of their reach, only the strongest members of the clan were qualified. However, Elder Setsuna Uchiha glanced around at the crowd and said in a deep voice, the former clan head, Fugaku Uchiha, entrusted the clan to Yoru Uchiha before his death, and even recommended him to be the new clan head. As Elder Setsuna's voice resonated, everyone was instantly shocked. Yoru Uchiha. He seemed to be only 18 years old, a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin. Although he was the most outstanding genius of the time and the strongest member of the clan, it didn't necessarily mean he could truly command everyone's respect. Age alone couldn't convince everyone, and besides, there were other options within the clan. While there weren't many, there were a few powerful, elite Jonin who met the age and seniority requirements. Uchiha Yoru, come forward. A voice, though aged, was still strong. Uchiha Yoru, dressed in black, rose expressionlessly and slowly walked to the elder's side under everyone's gaze. Turning around, he sat down, looking directly at everyone. Elder, while Uchiha Yoru is the strongest genius in the clan, isn't his seniority too shallow? The Uchiha clan members were always proud and wouldn't hide anything. They admired the strong and would speak their minds directly. After someone spoke, everyone's attention turned to them, and some even showed signs of dissatisfaction. Uchiha Fugaku was dead, and the clan leader's son, Uchiha Itachi, was only 9 years old, making it impossible for him to inherit the position. Therefore, a new selection was needed for the clan leader. Before his death, the clan had entrusted Lord Yoru with his mission. We recommend Lord Yoru. At that moment, 4 elite Uchiha guards accompanying the clan had raised their hands in agreement. After all, they had witnessed everything and were completely convinced of Lord Yoru's abilities. Lord Yoru is the most talented ninja in the clan, with immense potential. I agree too. One after another, the Uchiha clan ninjas raised their hands, and in a short time, a full third of them agreed. It has to be said that despite his age, Uchiha Yoru's current reputation still enjoys so much support. This also reveals the Uchiha clan's admiration for the strong. Looking at the people in the clan, Uchiha Yoru's expression remained unchanged. This scene was secretly observed by Elder Setsuna, who nodded in approval. A clan head is required not only to have strength, but more importantly, to have the right mindset. Uchiha Yoru's time as Orochimaru's assistant had already proven his administrative abilities, and now he possessed a mindset different from that of a young man. Seniority, Elder Setsuna's lips curled into a mocking smile as he surveyed the crowd. When has the Uchiha clan ever needed to consider seniority? Uchiha Yoru, at the age of 14, became a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. From the age of 14, he handled the administration of a frontline ninja army of over 1,000 men. After returning to the village, he was in charge of the 7th Police Division in Orochimaru's administration, managing everything flawlessly. Then he went to the front lines, serving as the commander of the Uzushiagakure battlefield, becoming the youngest commander in Konoha's history. He led a ninja army of over 1,000 men in several battles against the Mist Ninja without being at a disadvantage, and even decisively defeated the Mist Ninja's Sashigeki. At this point, Elder Setsuna coldly looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Is Sashigeki's seniority sufficient? Once was lucky, but twice, 3 times, he maintained a suppressive position on the front lines for a full year." Although he didn't explicitly say it, everyone understood how many people in the clan could rival Sashigeki in seniority. Even the former clan head probably wouldn't be confident of victory, provided the main Gekkai Sharingan wasn't revealed. "I support Lord Yoru, I agree." With Elder Setsuna's encouragement, some of the hesitant members raised their hands in agreement. At this moment, almost half the clan members were in favor. With the former clan head's dying wish and the undisputed support of Elder Setsuna, it was virtually a foregone conclusion that Uchiha Yoru would become the Uchiha clan head. All eyes turned to this 18-year-old boy. The Uchiha clan's most brilliant genius had suddenly become the clan head. Elder Setsuna respectfully bowed and slowly stepped back from his seat. Uchiha Yoru clearly saw this. The elder was giving him an opportunity to showcase his abilities. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Uchiha Yoru slowly rose and bowed to everyone in gratitude. All the elite Uchiha members nodded in acceptance. Although some remained unconvinced and hesitant, the die was cast, and they could only nod in acceptance. Yoru then turned and bowed to the widow, Uchiha Mikado, whose face was filled with grief and sorrow. Mikado returned the bow. After Fugaku's death, she knew what was about to happen, and now she only wanted to protect her 2 children. With a new clan leader taking the throne, the former clan leader's youngest son was a potential threat, as he was qualified to inherit the position. Therefore, Fugaku's dying wish was partly due to Yoru's status as Itachi's teacher. This was also why Mikado had almost no objections. Within the clan, perhaps only Yoru had a relatively low chance of harming her 2 children, comparatively speaking. No one in power would stand idly by and allow a potential threat to exist. Finally, Uchiha Yoru gave a slight nod to the elder. It wasn't that he was ignorant of etiquette. Now that he was the clan head, a nod to the elder was sufficient. The 2 previous deep bows, one for the support of the clan, the other for the clan head's wife, were both in accordance with proper etiquette. For the final deep bow, Uchiha Yoru turned and bowed 90 degrees to the morning hall behind him. Without hesitation, he sat neatly and efficiently in the main seat, surveying the crowd. "Greetings, clan head." A chorus of shouts rang out as everyone in the Uchiha clan bowed to their new clan head. Even Elder Setsuna, Uchiha Mikado, Sasuke, and Itachi bowed in gratitude. Faced with everyone prostrating themselves at his feet, Uchiha Yoru felt a complex mix of emotions, a sense of lightness mixed with a heavy pressure. This was unlike his previous positions. The captain of the 7th Squadron, the frontline commander, those were merely official titles. Becoming the head of a clan meant wielding absolute power over the life and death of the entire clan. Within the clan, he was the one who made the decisions. Even killing didn't require the Hokage's permission. He was second only to the Hokage. Although there weren't actually tens of thousands, the feeling was the same. As everyone looked up, Uchiha Yoru naturally saw the worry in some eyes. After all, his age was a significant disadvantage, and it was normal for some to worry about the clan's future, given the clan's current precarious situation within the village. A small group was clearly resentful. Although Uchiha Yoru had risen to prominence in recent years, how could the supposedly strongest Uchiha clan lack powerful members? Please support. Chapter 206 Taking Advantage of a Pretext. "Gentlemen," Uchiha Yoru said calmly, facing the gazes of a group of powerful ninjas, displaying the composure of a seasoned general. "The Uchiha clan has suffered this calamity, and you all understand the clan's current situation within the village better than I, someone who has been on the front lines for so long. This statement directly shifted the focus to the clan's safety, emphasizing that his years on the front lines meant his success was earned through battle. The Uchiha clan is in turmoil within the village. Now that I, Uchiha Yoru, have become the clan head, it is my mission to revitalize the clan's glory. Therefore, as he spoke, the three-tomo Sharingan slowly shone in Uchiha Yoru's eyes, his face gradually revealing an unyielding, cold, and domineering aura. Therefore, my rules are the rules of the Uchiha clan, not to be challenged, not to be questioned, not to be violated. Uchiha Yoru's appointment as clan head was not solely due to his qualifications. His greatest advantage lay in the support of Elder Setsuna and the forces under former clan head Fugaku. However, Uchiha Yoru's arrogant and domineering tone upon taking office caused considerable anger and dissatisfaction among the proud Uchiha clan. Ultimately, this stemmed from Yoru's lack of established authority. But the next moment, everyone present, elites of their respective clans, was visibly shocked. The three-tomo Sharingan within Yoru's eyes slowly connected, forming a bizarre pattern. Main Gekkai Sharingan, how is this possible? Clearly, some in the front row knew of the main Gekkai Sharingan. The moment the words were uttered, shock spread through the crowd. While most didn't recognize the main Gekkai Sharingan, those in this position were certainly familiar with their clan's history. After all, it hadn't been that long, and they had heard of the legends of the main Gekkai Sharingan. Some, skeptical, activated their own three-tomo Sharingan, only to be even more astonished by what they saw. Under the suppression of bloodline, the three-tomo Sharingan, compared to the main Gekkai Sharingan, instilled in them an instinctive sense of submission and fear, much like the fear animals have of their king. Any objections now? Uchiha Yoru's indifferent voice echoed, and for a moment, everyone fell silent. Even Elder Setsuna, standing to the side, couldn't hide the trembling in his cloudy eyes when he saw those eyes. They had appeared. Their Uchiha clan had finally produced such legendary eyes again. Greetings, clan head. The excited Elder Setsuna bowed directly to the young Uchiha Yoru. He hadn't expected to see the hope for the clan's rise again at his age. Having witnessed the terror of those eyes before, Elder Setsuna knew their meaning all too well. Greetings, clan head. This time, the suppression from the soul and bloodline completely instilled a terrifying aura of death in everyone, and all doubt and resentment in their eyes vanished. The Uchiha clan is a family that worships strength and power. This is ingrained in their very being. Uchiha Yoru, being a member of the same clan, naturally fueled their fervor. The Sharingan's power is invincible. The legendary main Gekkai Sharingan truly exists. Under the main Gekkai's gaze, everyone chose to submit. Only those with Sharingan could sense the connection between Sharingan users. Those among them who were confident in their own strength, feeling the intense pressure, instantly understood everything. Why the clan leader entrusted his legacy on his deathbed. Why the elders so resolutely chose him. Why did almost the entire former clan leader's forces submit? Leaving aside other factors, absolute power was enough to make Uchiha Yoru the head of this clan that worshipped the Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru knew the future. The village's fear of the Uchiha wouldn't be appeased through mere forbearance. Therefore, he directly revealed his main Gekkai Sharingan, first uniting the entire clan, and then intimidating all those with hostility. Clan chief, Elder Setsuna suppressed his excitement. He secretly agreed with Uchiha Yoru's decision to reveal his main Gekkai Sharingan. The appearance of the main Gekkai Sharingan could instantly unite the entire clan, achieving both morale-boosting and deterrence. The former clan chief's dying words entrusted the clan and family to you. As soon as Elder Setsuna finished speaking, Uchiha Mikado gestured to the two children, and the three of them bowed in unison. Greetings, clan chief. This time, Uchiha Yoru's expression changed slightly, but he said nothing. He faced the pleading in Elder Setsuna's eyes and the complex expressions among the crowd, especially those directed at Uchiha Mikado, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Sasuke. A new king ascends to the throne, and the bloodline of the old king becomes a threat. This is true in any era, in any clan, even among beasts. It is the law of natural survival. However, Uchiha Yoru looked at everyone with disdain, nodded directly, and said in a deep voice, "From this day forward, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke will be my disciples." Enjoying the treatment of the young clan leader, with Uchiha Yoru's disdainful expression towards the former clan leader's bloodline, he immediately aroused goodwill among all the Uchiha clan members. This goodwill wasn't out of kindness, but rather pride. The pride of the Uchiha clan seemed to be fully displayed in Uchiha Yoru, the new clan leader. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi seemed to already know everything. When he looked up at his teacher, his eyes revealed gratitude. He knew that with his teacher's pride, if he said it, it meant it. Uchiha Sasuke, however, was still oblivious to all of this. Among the crowd, Uchiha Mikado and her father, Elder Setsuna, exchanged glances and both nodded slightly. In large clans, women are inherently subordinate. Unless you can reach the cage level and change your status through brute force, it's out of the question. Uchiha Rai, Uchiha Yoru coldly called out the names of 4 people. The 4 bowed their heads and said in deep voices, "Clan Chief, you 4 failed in protecting the former clan chief. Effective immediately, you are dismissed from all positions in the police department and transferred to the Nanga Shrine." The cold voice echoed, and everyone was stunned for a moment, then a warm feeling rose in their hearts. Logically speaking, no matter what the reason, as guards, they were bound to be guilty. However, being punished by being sent to the Nanga Shrine was, in fact, a lenient punishment. "Yes, clan chief," the 4 gratefully kowtowed deeply. From the moment he awakened his main decay Sharingan, Uchiha Yoru's cold and domineering style was indeed very much like their Uchiha clan. They had initially thought that he was going to establish his authority, but instead, he revealed a merciful method. It was precisely this combination of kindness and severity that made everyone gradually forget about the young clan chief's age. Demoted to the Naka Shrine, the 4 lost their official positions but were still instructed to focus on their training, awaiting their reinstatement. Elder Setsuna secretly nodded in approval of Uchiha Yoru's methods, noting their ruthlessness and decisiveness surpassing even Fugaku's. With the clan's situation in Konoha precarious, and the 4 possessing invaluable strength, this arrangement was the best and most appropriate course of action. While their failure to protect the clan was indeed a fault and deserving of punishment, preserving the clan's strength was paramount in the current situation. Uchiha Yoru then addressed everyone again, issuing his new orders. "This intelligence leak has caused heavy losses for the clan." At this point, Uchiha Yoru slowly turned his head and looked at Elder Setsuna, saying in a deep voice, "I trouble you to go to the Hokage's office afterward. The Uchiha clan needs to recall at least 70% of its elite troops from the border front, as well as those who carried out the mission." "Understood." The second order startled Elder Setsuna, but then he showed a relieved expression. His actions were decisive and swift. If Fugaku had been in this situation, he would likely have hesitated and considered many factors. But Uchiha Yoru used this opportunity to launch a direct attack. "My Uchiha clan has suffered heavy losses and must recall our elite troops. Even the Hokage can't do anything about it." If the previous order was about stabilizing the Uchiha clan, then the second order was a tactic against Konoha. To consolidate power. And the excuse was completely reasonable, even the Third Hokage couldn't refute it. "Our clan head is dead, who dares say the losses weren't heavy, and wasn't this targeting the Uchiha clan?" Recalling most of the scattered forces was perfectly reasonable and justifiable. The Uchiha clan has suffered heavy losses. Effective immediately, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th squads of the police department will recruit elite ninjas from the village. Boom. This was a bombshell. Everyone knew the police department was essentially the Uchiha clan's private armed force. It wasn't that the Uchiha didn't want to recruit outsiders, but rather that they dared not. What were they planning to do by recruiting so many people? The police department's 9 squads were directly issuing orders to recruit elite ninjas from the village. In short, they were expanding their ranks. The reason was also straightforward: the Uchiha clan had suffered heavy losses, and even the clan head was dead. Some ambitious, or rather, martial arts hawks, immediately showed excited and fervent eyes upon hearing this order. "Yes, clan head." At this moment, most of the crowd shouted with burning eyes, showing that under pressure from the village, the martial arts hawks within the Uchiha clan were gradually gaining the upper hand. Uchiha Yoru's actions directly exposed his ideological direction. He was entirely aligned with the martial arts hawks. However, under Elder Setsuna's worried gaze, Uchiha Yoru's eyes remained completely unmoved. The Uchiha clan had lost their patriarch, a high-level cage-level fighter with a main decay Sharingan. If they didn't seize this opportunity to kill him, it would be a complete waste. To put it bluntly, they were using the death as an outlet for their anger. "Our patriarch is dead, who dares say the loss isn't heavy?" The police department had suffered heavy losses and needed to recruit more. As for the existing personnel, it was simple: they would be transferred to form mission teams. Knowing the village's opinion of the Uchiha clan, Not expanding their forces while seizing the opportunity would be foolish. Effective immediately, the Uchiha clan declares an alliance with the Hyuga clan. Intermarriage between the two clans is permitted, and they will stand together through thick and thin. When Uchiha Yoru announced his third decree, the entire Uchiha clan was stunned. An alliance? The Uchiha clan had allies now? For so many years, the entire village had ingrained its prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Allies? They had given up hope. And now they had an ally, the Hyuga clan. Everyone knew this so-called Hyuga clan was a branch family, but did they care? The Hyuga Byakugan was known as the second best Jujutsu bloodline, and the Hyuga clan was Konoha's second best clan. Although it was now split, and a branch family wasn't as powerful as before, it was still second only to the Sharingan. In terms of power, the Byakugan was enough for the Uchiha clan to treat them as equals. Clan leader, is this true? Even Elder Setsuna was moved. When Uchiha Yoru's young face showed no emotion, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Such a huge matter couldn't be accomplished in a day or two. From the beginning, Uchiha Yoru and the Hyuga branch family were allies. So there was only one possibility. The Hyuga clan split, the power Orochimaru had taken over as the fisherman, had now become Uchiha Yoru's scapegoat. Not only Elder Setsuna, but many others also thought of this, and instantly everyone's gaze towards Uchiha Yoru changed. Fear, respect, and so on. Even without relying on the Uchiha clan, the other party still held power. Now they were simply merging their own power with that of their clan. The elder, realizing this, instantly revealed an excited expression. Excellent. With the addition of the Hyuga branch family, the Uchiha clan's strength had increased rather than decreased. Especially with an ally, perhaps Uchiha Yoru, the young clan head who had awakened the main Gekkai Sharingan, truly was the one to lead the clan out of its predicament. 3 consecutive decrees, the first used both kindness and force to win hearts and minds, the second revealed its fangs to the outside world, instantly winning the loyalty of all the martial arts hawks, the third added an ally to the clan, further enhancing its prestige, and from this day forward, it had established an unshakable position within the clan. The power of the Hyuga branch family was enough to excite the doves. They weren't completely opposed to the hawks, but they believed that since they were all from the same village, they shouldn't fight to the point of tearing each other apart, otherwise, they would find it difficult to back down. At the same time, the addition of the Hyuga branch family ally made the doves, who had always wanted to prove their direction was correct, feel that it was a resounding success. Winning over more allies so we can all talk about making money peacefully later, isn't that exactly what the doves are thinking? This time, the Dovite ninjas were all excited, secretly encouraging themselves. They were determined to cultivate a strong relationship with the Hyuga branch family and establish a genuine friendship. Uchiha Yoru's 3 decrees as clan leader directly stabilized the clan, eliminating any possibility of instability, while also sending a clear signal to the outside world. I'm not the old-fashioned conservative Fugaku anymore. I have drive. Elder, the third Hokage and the clan leaders have arrived. Just then, an Uchiha ninja returned to report, and everyone in the courtyard and house looked up at their new clan leader. The elder trembled at the sight, secretly shocked. These 3 short decrees had almost won over the hearts of the people and stabilized the clan. This kid was indeed terrifying. No wonder Orochimaru valued him so much. Please support. Chapter 207 The Sealed Fear. Konoha, Uchiha clan territory. When the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the clan had stepped into the courtyard, a solemn look appeared in everyone's eyes, and even some members of smaller clans showed fear. At a glance, from inside the house to both sides of the courtyard, there were Uchiha clan ninjas dressed in neat black robes. Looking at their faces, everyone could clearly see that they were all the elite of their clans. It was normal for them to appear after the death of their clan head, but the determination in their eyes, even the nakedly oppressive gaze, something was wrong. The clan head had just died. Shouldn't the Uchiha clan, if not in turmoil, at least experience some upheaval? For example, a struggle for clan leadership, or a chaotic atmosphere. Why did these Uchiha elites still seem like wolves? Something's not right. Accompanying them were the Konoha F4 high-ranking members. After all, with the Uchiha clan head in trouble, they naturally had to come. However, the moment Denzo sensed something amiss, his one eye narrowed, revealing a sinister glint. He secretly gestured to Hiruzen Sarutobi, while the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, without hesitation or expression, slowly stepped into the house with a sorrowful look on his face. Third Hokage-sama, the moment he entered the house, everyone present changed their expressions. The Konoha F4 leaders, the heads of the Ino-Shikacho clans, and other major clans all showed solemn expressions. Seeing the positions of Uchiha Yoru and Uchiha Setsuna, elders, in the morning hall, and observing the changing expressions of all the Uchiha inside and outside the house, they all understood one thing: the Uchiha had chosen their clan leader. The crowd's expressions changed slightly, while Shimura Danzo's eyes revealed a hint of regret. He should have created some chaos earlier, at least causing some infighting within the Uchiha clan. After entering, everyone paid their respects to the deceased former Uchiha clan leader, then turned to the family and nodded to the new Uchiha clan leader. I feel deeply ashamed about what happened to Fugaku, Hiruzen Sarutobi, as expected of someone who had controlled Konoha's government for so many years, wore a sorrowful expression that showed no sign of weakness. The assassination of the former clan head still requires an explanation from the Third Hokage to our Uchiha clan. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru first nodded to the Third Hokage, showing respect, but his next words were like a thunderbolt. In Konoha, besides himself, who else dared to challenge Sarutobi like this? Instantly, Shimura Danzo revealed his sinister one eye and roared angrily. Insolence! Uchiha Yoru, you are too arrogant. In an instant, dozens of Uchiha elites in the room showed solemn expressions. Under the fearful gazes of the various clans, the room was filled with blood-red three-tomo Sharingan eyes gulp. Some people were already secretly swallowing their saliva in shock at this scene. They already knew the Uchiha clan was arrogant, but this was just too damn arrogant. The pressure from dozens of Sharingan with three-tomo eyes was unprecedented. Faced with such pressure, Shimura Danzo revealed a sinister glint in his eyes, as if to say, just wait and see, the Uchiha clan has finally shown their fangs. I have already sent people to investigate Fugaku's murder, but the information has not yet returned. The Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, showed no change in expression, his face still etched with sorrow, seemingly oblivious to everything around him, speaking heavily to Uchiha Yoru. It was as if he was grieving the sudden loss of such a powerful force to the village. It must be said, Sarutobi Hiruzen truly lived up to his reputation as the most senior Hokage, capable of suppressing countless geniuses and holding Konoha for decades. His composure in the face of imminent collapse spoke volumes. However, Uchiha Yoru seemed prepared, calmly gazing at the short, elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen before him. In this moment of eye contact, both seemed to be trying to see through the other's thoughts. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked sorrowful, but secretly he was sweating bullets. Had Danzo left any leverage over him? Damn it, he hoped Danzo wouldn't mess things up now. If he angered the Uchiha clan, Konoha would be in turmoil. Third Hokage, the root of Chief Fugaku's return was leaked, and there was betrayal involved. It would be difficult for an outsider to do that. As Uchiha Yoru spoke calmly, the other clan leaders were also curious to know what had happened. This root chief, Shimura Danzo, everyone knows your dislike for the Uchiha. You don't need to look at me with that threatening gaze. Suddenly, Uchiha Yoru changed his tone, directly confronting Shimura Danzo, who had a sinister look in his eyes. However, his next words caught everyone off guard. Clan Chief Aburame, please wait a moment. Uchiha Yoru's words were somewhat puzzling, and Aburame Shiki, who was the least noticeable person in the crowd, simply nodded slightly without saying anything. As for her expression, it was impossible to tell from her sunglasses and high collar that covered half her face. Bring them here, Uchiha Yoru suddenly ordered in a low voice, and 3 Konoha ninjas were immediately brought forward in a disheveled manner, a scene that shocked everyone. They are the Jonin leading the team, the son of the Uchiha clan chief, and his 2 Jinam teammates. By the way, this Jonin's surname is Sarutobi. Uchiha Yoru's calm tone left Hiruzen Sarutobi speechless, but Danzo Shimura was enraged. He had always despised this clan, and now they were acting so arrogantly, which he could not tolerate. Uchiha Yoru, you arrested a fellow villager without permission, and even abused torture techniques against him. Who gave you the audacity? Who gave your Uchiha clan the audacity? Shimura Danzo, Midakato Hamura, and Utatane Kahuru, having been high and mighty for so many years, were accustomed to this feeling of being above everyone else. Suddenly, their authority was challenged. After Danzo's outburst, the others frowned. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, while Shimura Danzo seized the opportunity to invoke the rules to pressure them, a seemingly reasonable and justifiable act. The heads of the various clans frowned, revealing their displeasure. All of the Uchiha elites in the room also frowned, their concern stemming from the three men's listless state, appearing as if they were about to faint. Clearly, they had undergone mental torture. Who gave me the audacity? Who gave the Uchiha clan the audacity? Faced with this question, Uchiha Yoru slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally settling on the short-statured Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his eyes blatantly arrogant. By order of the Second Hokage himself, and witnessed by the First Hokage, the Uchiha clan has established a police department, responsible for managing all public order within Konoha, possessing the rights of arrest, investigation, mission execution, interrogation, and weaponry. Uchiha Yoru spoke to the Third Hokage with undisguised, overwhelming arrogance, even though it was Shimura Danzo who had reprimanded him. This blatant disregard made Shimura Danzo's face terribly grim. Which of the Konoha clan heads dared to be so presumptuous? It seemed that their long-standing respect for the Konoha leadership had led them to believe their status was above that of the other clans, readily basking in the power that came with it. Although the police department is one of the 6 divisions of Konoha, in terms of power, only the Root and Enbu can rival it. As for who gave me the courage, Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curled into a mocking smile. His eyes swept over the surrounding clan elites, and his face gradually hardened with a resolute and solemn expression as he shouted, Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans working together to quell the chaos. It is the Uchiha surname that gave me the courage. His voice was powerful and resonant, echoing in everyone's ears, causing their expressions to change. How many years had it been since anyone mentioned this matter? So long that even the Uchiha clan themselves had almost forgotten their status as the masters of this village, so long that they had initially been somewhat afraid of the Hokage's power. The other Konoha clans, however, felt a chill run down their spines. Exchanging bewildered glances, they knew they were in trouble. This time, the Uchiha clan had produced a wolf cub, someone they couldn't easily subdue. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes flashed with a cold light, but his hoarse cough instantly shattered the atmosphere. The tension that Uchiha Yoru had built up vanished in an instant. A single cough drew everyone's attention to the Third Hokage. It must be said that in a battle between masters, every move is potentially fatal. Uchiha Yoru was secretly tense. He dared not relax for even a moment when facing this old fox. Should I dispatch the Enbu to assist in the investigation of these three? Hiruzen Sarutobi, still lost in grief, directly acknowledged that the police department had the authority to do so. All departments of Konoha are willing to fully assist the police department in investigating this incident. Hiruzen Sarutobi's methods were already masterful, but this time, the two sides were not on a level playing field. The information gap had already determined everything. Uchiha Yoru stared intently at the Third Hokage with a solemn expression, slowly taking out a scroll from his robes. The memories of these three individuals have been extracted and copied. Our Uchiha clan has confirmed that the information was leaked from them. Furthermore, when our clan leader was betrayed and assassinated, although they were all suicide soldiers, their bodies still serve as proof. With a signal from Uchiha Yoru, several Uchiha ninjas slowly placed stretchers before the group. When the white sheet was lifted, it revealed mutilated corpses. Some had their heads severed, others had their hearts pierced, and some were even cut in half at the waist, all meticulously preserved. When everyone saw this scene, they all frowned. Uchiha Yoru coldly said, "These people all have seals on them. The seals will be triggered the moment they lose their life force. They all have poison hidden in their teeth, and there are restrictions in their minds." At this point, Uchiha Yoru bowed deeply to the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "We use lightning release ninjutsu to destroy the paralysis of the sealing techniques, thus preserving this evidence. However, our Uchiha clan is not skilled in sealing techniques, so we entrust this to the Hokage. Since the Uchiha clan isn't skilled in sealing techniques, then we'll have to rely on the sealing team." At this moment, Shimura Danzo's face darkened. Fortunately, his face was already unpleasant, and Hiruzen Sarutobi also frowned slightly. "By the way, we found a clue. This ambush of Chief Fugaku's forces seems to be the same group that encountered and attacked Shinizuki-sama, a blatant conspiracy. A naked conspiracy. He was involved in Shinizuki's affair, and he could easily leave the same subtle traces on these corpses." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression changed, and he gave the boy a deep look, seemingly doubting the truth of his words. Danzo Shimura's face was terribly grim, filled with resentment. He admitted to the Uchiha's actions, but Shinizuki wasn't him. Yet, the boy's words seemed to indicate he was investigating something. More importantly, he had indeed plotted against Shinizuki, and had even done some things around him. Damn it. This was the pain of losing a son. No matter how good their relationship was, this would create a rift. I will immediately order the sealing squad, the ANBU, and the police department to investigate this matter, Hiruzen Sarutobi declared firmly and forcefully, appearing righteous and awe-inspiring. My condolences. This was Uchiha Yoru's first direct confrontation with Konoha's higher-ups, and he had gained the upper hands in the first round. This scene secretly relieved Elder Setsuna. The young man's skills were truly beyond his years. Similarly, Hiruzen Sarutobi, even when on the defensive, maintained a flawless defense. The various clans of Konoha witnessed the fall of their former clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, and the charisma of their new leader, a young clan leader as energetic as his age. Everyone silently mourned the families and turned to leave. However, just as Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others were about to step out of the room, the voice of the young new Uchiha clan leader came from behind them again. Third Hokage, the Uchiha clan has suffered heavy casualties, but in order to maintain the safety of the village and the honor of the police department, effective immediately, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th squads of the police department will recruit elite ninja from the village to join in maintaining the village's safety. At the same time, we are recalling some Uchiha elites from the front lines in various locations. Konoha must never repeat the incidents of Shinosuke Sarutobi and Fugaku. Boom. Uchiha Yoru's actions were a blatant attempt to expand and contract his forces under false pretenses. Moreover, he justified it with a righteous excuse. The police department's duty was to ensure the stability of Konoha, and now, with two major incidents occurring within Konoha's territory, it seemed they had failed in their duties. Therefore, strengthening their forces was both reasonable and justifiable. Privately, the Uchiha clan had already shown enough restraint by not losing a clan leader. What more did he want? And his son was also dead, seemingly implicated in both. Shimura Danzo nearly exploded upon hearing this, having given the brat the perfect opportunity. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmly raised a hand, stopping Danzo's anger. But as he turned, a pair of crimson Sharingan appeared in everyone's sight, instantly bringing back the long-buried fears in everyone's minds, eliciting a collective gasp. Please support. Chapter 208 Meijekaiao Sharingan. The Meijekaiao Sharingan. Instantly, the clan heads of all the major clans, as well as the Third Hokage and the Konoha F4 members, all showed expressions of fear. A person's reputation precedes them. The F4 members had the privilege of witnessing the true terror of this level of bloodline limit back then, and the other middle-aged clan heads were also aware of the records. The Uchiha clan, after decades, had once again possessed such eyes. Clan head, seeing the Meijekaiao Sharingan, all the elite Uchiha members inside the room revealed fanaticism, their unified shout prompting the clan members outside to join in. Their fierce aura was overwhelming. The Uchiha clan, far from being shaken by the death of their clan head, was instead more united than ever before because of the Meijekaiao Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru, having activated his Meijekaiao Sharingan, calmly stared at the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seemingly ignoring everyone else. This arrogance perfectly showcased the pride of the Uchiha clan. With the assassination of clan chief Fugaku, the clan is in a state of panic. As a member of the Uchiha clan, under the oppressive darkness of the clan, I awakened the strongest bloodline limit of our Uchiha clan, the Meijekaiao Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru calmly looked at the Third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and spoke softly, as if it were an extremely easy matter. This is to report to the Third Hokage. The last sentence was filled with powerful confidence. At this moment, in the eyes of the Meijekaiao Sharingan, the clan chiefs of the various clans were no longer worthy of his attention. Only the village's Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was worthy to look him in the eye and sit on equal footing. Such an arrogant and proud attitude, coupled with the pride ingrained in the Uchiha clan, caused all his clan members to show excited expressions, while the clan chiefs of the various clans showed expressions of taking it all for granted. Isn't arrogance and pride synonymous with the Uchiha? Such a young person has already reached this point, and being from the Uchiha clan, it's normal, understandable. However, this scene was extremely jarring to Hiruzen Sarutobi. His Hokage authority had been challenged, or rather, the stable authority of Konoha felt threatened. I understand. The Uchiha clan head has awakened the Meijekaiao Sharingan. I will inform the ninja world. Since Uchiha Yoru dared to openly reveal it, his intention was to intimidate, and at the same time, to cover up the shame of the former clan head's assassination. After all, the assassination of a clan head was incredibly disgraceful, But the new clan head awakening the main Decay Sharingan was different. Everyone's attention would be focused on him, thus overshadowing the previous humiliation. Heroes in Sarutobi naturally understood this, and so did everyone else. But this was very Uchiha. For prestigious clans, honor trumped everything. After the third Hokage and the others left, the morning hall returned to silence. Elder Setsuna, his brow furrowed, shook his head and sighed. Clan head, isn't this blatant exposure of the main Decay Sharingan arousing suspicion from those with ulterior motives? Suspicion. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. His eyes swept over all the Uchiha elites inside and outside the room, and his words instantly filled them with arrogance. When has the Uchiha clan never been feared? Just that one sentence completely ignited the pride of the Uchiha clan, even awakening the inherent pride in the doves. Moreover, the Uchiha clan held a blind reverence for the main Decay Sharingan. The doves yearned for peace, but the main Decay Sharingan was, in their hearts, an invincible force. Did the main Decay Sharingan equate to peace? Uchiha Yoru observed all of this. He was weary, but there was nothing he could do. Since the main Decay Sharingan had been exposed, he had to squeeze every last drop of benefit from it, otherwise, merely increasing his power would be a waste. Elder Setsuna, a soft call rang out. Under Elder Setsuna's questioning gaze, Uchiha Yoru calmly replied, the hidden main Decay Sharingan is indeed a deadly move, but the Uchiha clan is currently on the brink of disaster. It's been too long. So long that some have begun to forget the fear they remember. Some clouds think the Uchiha are easy prey. What the Uchiha need now is a deterrent force. As he spoke, Uchiha Yoru glanced lightly at the clansmen around him and said softly, Elder Setsuna, don't you think the Uchiha clan needs stability most right now? Internal strife must precede external threats. Internal strife must precede external threats. The elderly Elder Setsuna murmured this phrase, finding it incredibly true. He had lived for so many years, witnessing the rise and fall of countless clans. Now, upon reflection, it seemed that most clans suffered significant losses due to internal problems, giving enemies an opportunity to exploit them, or their internal conflicts erupted, leading to their downfall. In the original story, the Uchiha clan's demise was ultimately due to internal problems. The Uchiha's main Decay Sharingan's greatest effect internally is uniting people and calming their anxieties. Externally, it serves as a powerful deterrent. Clan head Aburame Shii, after the outsiders left, Uchiha Yoru turned to see the clan head he had left behind. A high collar obscured half his face below his nose, and he wore sunglasses. Despite being known as the strongest insect user in the ninja world, he gave off an almost unremarkable aura. What brings you here, clan head Uchiha? Shii, facing his own isolation, was still wondering what the other man was planning. However, Uchiha Yoru simply nodded, and with a glance, the two headed towards a room in the back hall. Inside the room lay a mummy wrapped in sealed bandages. Upon seeing this, Aburame Shiki's expression tightened slightly, yet he still couldn't fathom the other's intentions. Seal release. However, the next moment, Uchiha Yoru calmly formed a hand seal, instantly causing the seal to collapse and slowly dissipate, revealing the figure within, the remains of Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head. Although Aburame Shiki wore sunglasses, obscuring his expression, a bead of cold sweat at his temple betrayed him. Clan head Aburame, these nano-sized poisonous insects seem to be unique to the Aburame clan. Should we give the Uchiha an explanation? Facing the threat beneath Uchiha Yoru's calm tone, Aburame Shiki slowly stepped forward with a grave expression. Small black insects crawled out of his body, and as they approached Uchiha Fugaku's remains, especially upon touching his purple skin, the insects instantly began to die in swarms. At that moment, Aburame Shiki's pupils contracted behind his sunglasses. He finally understood what the Uchiha clan had meant. Clan head Aburame. Our former Uchiha clan had died somewhat mysteriously this time. Just then, Elder Setsuna slowly walked into the back hall, his hoarse voice echoing with a clear threat. Nanometer-level poisonous insects. Currently, only Aburame Shiki and his son Aburame Torun control them within the Aburame clan. Shiki unfortunately died on the night of the Nine Tails, and Torun has been absorbed into the root. The usually calm Aburame Shiki opened his mouth, his dry throat slowly uttering everything he knew, but clearly, these meaningless words were of no use to Uchiha Yoru. Uchiha Yoru's calm eyes made it impossible to discern his thoughts, yet this only made him more fearsome. Especially the power of the main Decay Sharingan, which made even the Aburame clan head unable to muster the slightest will to resist. Based solely on the nanometer-sized poisonous insects on Fugaku Uchiha's body, the Uchiha clan could easily wage war against the Aburame clan, and do so with a perfectly legitimate reason. Even the Hokage wouldn't have a reason to stop them. Gulp, his dry throat tightened, and Aburame Shiki took a deep breath. He was already seething with hatred for the old root members, but now his clan was facing a life-or-death crisis. May I ask, Clan Head Yoru, what does your Uchiha clan intend to do? Although the Aburame clan was on the brink of disaster, he needed to understand their plans, otherwise, being caught off guard would be too frustrating. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curved into a smile, followed by a sorrowful expression. He sighed softly. Is Konoha still the Konoha it once was? These words sent a chill down Aburame Shiki's spine. However, Uchiha Yoru calmly walked to the window, gazing towards the distant, blurry Hokage rock. Konoha is like the Third Hokage and Danzo, they're all old and decaying. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha clan, so this is the Uchiha's home. You don't need to worry, although there's still some unrest on the borders of the Land of Fire, it's no longer a threat. It's time for Konoha to elect a young and vigorous Hokage. Upon hearing this, Aburame Shiki's expression hardened, and she said in a deep voice, Clan Chief Yoru wants to participate in the Hokage selection. Although it was a question, he seemed to think he had already guessed the purpose. Even Elder Setsuna beside him showed excitement. Hokage. Once the Uchiha clan can produce a Hokage, all the problems will be solved. However, Uchiha Yoru smiled disdainfully and shook his head. How could decaying, power-hungry people willingly give up the power they've gained? If they really had that kind of courage, the fourth Hokage wouldn't have sacrificed himself. Good heavens, Uchiha Yoru was now seizing every opportunity to sow discord. Regardless of whether the other party believed him or not, he continued to talk about his purpose. The events involving White Fang, Orochimaru, and the Hyuga clan, among others, completely prove one thing: the village's leadership will not allow any forces they deem uncontrollable to emerge. The entire Hidden Leaf village is watching the current state of the Uchiha clan, so what the Uchiha clan needs now is self-preservation. Seeing Aburame Shiki's hesitant expression, Uchiha Yoru stated decisively, after the Nine Tails attack, the Aburame clan also redivided their territory, also on the outskirts of Hidden Leaf village, not far from the Uchiha clan's territory. Moreover, I've heard that the Aburame clan has adopted a scattered, settled lifestyle. The Uchiha clan occupies the most lush and fertile forest in Hidden Leaf village. If the Aburame clan is willing to relocate to the Uchiha clan's territory, the Uchiha clan will welcome them with open arms. The true intentions were revealed. Uchiha Yoru's calm tone revealed his true purpose, causing Aburame Shiki to gasp in shock. After a slight pause, Aburame Shiki suppressed his unease. Although he was experienced, he had never seen anything like this before. It was a clear threat. Clan Chief Yoru, this matter is of utmost importance, and the clan's settlement territory was allocated by the village's Hokage leadership. Aburame Shiki was no pushover either. Although they were in the wrong, he used the Third Hokage's lineage as an excuse. If it were the former Fugaku Uchiha, he might have had some reservations. This wasn't a matter of ability, but rather a difference in information. From the beginning, Yoru Uchiha knew of the Konoha leadership's determination to destroy the Uchiha clan, while Fugaku Uchiha harbored wishful thinking, or perhaps no one expected the village to be so ruthless. At most, he thought it would be a warning or a significant weakening. Therefore, the biggest difference between Yoru Uchiha's attitude towards the leadership and Fugaku's was that he knew the leadership's intentions, so he was always domineering and showed no restraint. If you're determined to wipe out the Uchiha, what's the point of considering morality? The methods used will naturally be unscrupulous. Elder Setsuna, send someone to deliver the evidence of the nano-sized poisonous insects found on Chief Fugaku's body to the Hokage's office. Summon all Chunin and above ninja from the clan tonight. Faced with Aburame Shiki's attempt to use the indirect tactic of invoking Konoha's higher-ups, Uchiha Yoru calmly turned to Elder Setsuna and stated his intentions directly. Elder Setsuna, a cunning old fox, instantly understood everything. A glint of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. He summoned an elite Uchiha ninja who carefully put on gloves and extracted a portion of the nano-sized poisonous insect evidence from the former chief's body, sealing it away. Aburame Shiki watched all of this, cold sweat pouring from her forehead. Looking at this young yet composed new Uchiha chief, this man. The Uchiha clan has gone mad, appointing such a young man as chief. Don't they know the dangers of youthful impetuosity? Does he dare to gamble? Uchiha Yoru's words were essentially an ultimatum to the Aburame clan. If they didn't respond tonight, the Uchiha clan would retaliate. Clan head Yoru, this matter is of utmost importance. I must return and discuss it with my clansmen, Aburame Shiki said in a low voice, her head bowed. Uchiha Yoru, however, nodded calmly. A difference in their attitude seemed to have emerged, not out of arrogance, but because power determined everything. Now that his main Decay Sharingan was exposed, he was facing only a few old men in Konoha's upper echelons. As for the other clans in the village, he had no patience for them, it was blatant contempt. The main Decay Sharingan's fear intimidated everyone. Anyone who dared to intervene would have to bear the consequences of the Uchiha clan's wrath. Aburame Shiki hurriedly left the Uchiha clan grounds, heading straight for the clan's territory. Watching the departing Aburame clan chief, Elder Setsuna rarely showed a hint of satisfaction, shaking his head easily and saying, "Clan chief, your intimidation tactic really frightened the Aburame clan quite a bit." Intimidation? Looking at Elder Setsuna, Uchiha Yoru shook his head and sighed with disappointment. As expected, the entire Uchiha clan hadn't realized the Konoha higher-ups' intention to eliminate the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan had always harbored a gambler's mentality, while the higher-ups' attitude, ever since the Nine Tails incident, had been clear. They were wary and cautious of the Uchiha, ready to eliminate any potential threat once an opportunity arose. Thank you to all the brothers who support Jingli, and may good luck always be with all the readers who support Jingli. Chapter 209 Uchiha Armed Forces on Standby. In an area on the outskirts of Konoha, where insects were more concentrated than in other areas, stood a few small houses. This was the home of the Aburame clan. As a clan specializing in insect breeding, they needed a spacious area to raise their insects, so naturally, spreading out in small groups was most effective. After all, they were within Konoha, where safety was relatively guaranteed. However, on this day, almost all the Jonin of the Aburame clan had gathered in the village, though there were only about a dozen of them. This is outrageous. The Uchiha clan is too arrogant, that's right, we don't need to pay them any attention. I don't believe the Uchiha clan would actually dare. Reporting to the Third Hokage, we want to see just how bold the Uchiha clan is. After returning, Aburame Shiki summoned all the Jonin of the clan and recounted everything that had happened that day. Naturally, the Jonin were unconvinced, their eyes wide with disbelief. After all, the Uchiha clan's attitude was too arrogant. It was clearly a threat to force them into an alliance with the Uchiha clan, but who knew that this was a demand for the Aburame clan to submit? Most people were unconvinced and didn't believe the Uchiha clan would dare to do such a thing. However, Aburame Shiki frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "The Third Hokage is already old, while Uchiha Yoru is only 18 and has already awakened the main Decay Sharingan. Even if he doesn't become the 5th Hokage, the Uchiha's age is enough to compete for the next generation." Aburame Shiki naturally didn't believe they would dare to do this either, but he thought further ahead. After awakening the main Decay Sharingan, Yoru was fully qualified to compete for the 5th Hokage position. Even if he didn't, his age would allow him to live to see the next generation. Unless Konoha could find another young Hokage like the 4th Hokage, it was clear that, after careful consideration, only Jiraiya and Tsunade were capable of surpassing everyone else to become Hokage. The problem was, even those two couldn't outlive Uchiha Yoru. The clan head is right. If the Uchiha clan produces a Hokage in the future, we won't have an easy time either. The Aburame clan members discussed amongst themselves, finally reaching a conclusion. They had to give the Uchiha clan an explanation. After all, the face of a major clan had to be respected. Clan head, grit your teeth, let's go all out. We've already shed so much blood, if the Uchiha clan still doesn't let it go, they'll look down on us. That's right, if the Uchiha clan really has the guts, they should settle accounts with Root. Aburame Shiki looked at the consensus reached by the clan and nodded solemnly. Alright, although this will require the clan to pay a huge price, we're in the wrong. Immediately send someone to deliver our Aburame clan's substantial gifts. The attitude must be sincere. Yes, the Aburame clan's final decision was to pay a huge sum to settle the matter, since they were in the wrong. Inside the Hokage's office. Now that the Konoha F4 were all gathered together, Kahoru Utatane and Hamura Medikato looked grim, their minds still replaying the main Decay Sharingan they had just witnessed. HMPH. I've said it before, the Uchiha clan is an evil race, they shouldn't even exist in this world. Danzo Shimura gritted his teeth, but it was clear that his single eye held more fear than anything else. He spoke of annihilating the clan, but his heart was honest. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan instilled fear in him. Especially now that Root had suffered heavy losses, before the Uchiha developed the Mangekyo Sharingan, coupled with the Uchiha clan's lingering illusions, they had become increasingly reckless, believing the Uchiha clan was nothing special. But now, these evil Uchiha, stimulated by a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, had their inner evil and excitement awakened, turning them all into wolf cubs. Faced with such a powerful Uchiha clan, the three of them immediately turned their gaze to Hiruzen Sarutobi. At this moment, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, frowned, took a deep drag on his pipe, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, and warily tossed the scroll in his hand to the crowd. The Uchiha clan has made everything clear, especially Uchiha Yoru. He's young and impetuous, you'd better not provoke him, and right now, the most crucial thing isn't the Uchiha, but Aburame and Danzo, and your Root. Saying this, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave Danzo Shimura a disgraceful glare. Upon seeing the contents of the scroll, Danzo Shimura's face darkened, but he seemed somewhat guilty. After a long pause, he finally said hoarsely, "This old man never expected that this evil brat would awaken a Mangekyo Sharingan under clan pressure." At this point, they were already somewhat nostalgic for the days when Fugaku Uchiha was the clan head. He was a mature middle-aged man with a family, more thoughtful and considerate, unlike this young man, Uchiha Yoru. It was obvious that the Mangekyo Sharingan had been activated and triggered, and they were well aware that the emotional impact of the Mangekyo Sharingan could last for a long time. During this period, even the slightest mishap could ignite this powder keg. "Sarutobi, what should we do now?" Kahoru Utatane and Hamura Midikato were also troubled. If they really angered Yoru Uchiha, a conflict would break out, and none of them wanted to see that happen. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent, slowly took a drag of his cigarette, and looked up at Danzo Shimura, saying in a deep voice, "Hand over the Aburame ninjas of Root to the Uchiha clan, and at the same time, state that this has nothing to do with Root, but that an enemy force is secretly instigating it." Although Danzo Shimura was frustrated by Hiruzen Sarutobi's cautious approach, he also felt somewhat unsure of himself considering the significant losses Root had suffered. After all, if you were to accidentally provoke a civil war in Konoha, the consequences would be dire, and his dream of becoming Hokage would be impossible. In the end, Danzo Shimura nodded reluctantly. "I understand." Seeing that Danzo was sensible this time and didn't hold a grudge, Hiruzen Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry too much about his own people. "Hiruzen, how should we deal with the Aburame clan now? The Uchiha's attitude is so clear." Midikato Hamura asked this question with a slight frown, but Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and said, "The Aburame clan is always cautious, and they won't provoke us this time. I believe they will handle everything. Right now, the most troublesome thing is the unrest in the Land of Fire, and the assassination of Fugaku." At this moment, all three of them turned their eyes to him. Stared at by the three of them, Shimura Danzo's face turned ashen and he said with a frustrated expression, "The Fire Temple's affairs have nothing to do with Root. At most, the 12 guardian ninjas of the daimyo's prefecture have Root's involvement." Upon hearing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi almost cursed, but still didn't give him a good look and coldly snorted, "Danzo, with such a big mess in the Fire Temple this time, I'm afraid that any trace of Root in the daimyo's prefecture will be suspected, and the Fire Temple too." Thinking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples and sighed. The Fire Temple finally aligned itself with Konoha, but now with such a huge upheaval, and with the daimyo's support, the Fire Temple will likely completely side with the daimyo. Midikato Hamura, Utatane Kahoru, and Shimura Danzo all understood the seriousness of their loss of composure, but they were frustrated that things had all happened at the same time. It was such a coincidence. "Hokage-sama." Just then, an Anbu member appeared respectfully, presenting a scroll with both hands, and reported, "Through the interrogation, we obtained specific information from the three Uchiha members. The information about Uchiha clan chief Fugaku was indeed leaked from this team. The Uchiha clan's methods this time were completely different from before. They had completely abandoned all restraints and were doing whatever they pleased. They all believed that the Uchiha were provoked by the assassination attempt on their clan chief." Upon seeing the intelligence, Hiruzen Sarutobi waved for the Anbu to leave. He then opened all the intelligence they had extracted from the interrogation room and gasped in shock, followed by rage. Danzo, under Hiruzen's murderous gaze, Danzo Shimura, knowing he was in the wrong, remained silent, his face contorted with rage, completely revealing his guilt. Midakato Hamura and Kaharu Uchiha rushed forward to investigate what intelligence had enraged the usually composed Hiruzen. After reading it, both were filled with shock and anger, and Hiruzen even threw the scroll at Denzo Shimura's face. "Denzo, look at the mess you've made." Under his disapproving gaze, the furious Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up, pointing at Danzo's nose and shouting, "Danzo, it's one thing that you didn't report to me beforehand when you ambushed Fugaku with Root, but you even used the intelligence department's network without permission. Do you know the consequences?" Root was one thing, since they were all ninjas whose information was untraceable, and many had countless seals around their bodies, so they weren't afraid of leaking information. But the intelligence department was different. The intelligence department, the so-called official organization of Konoha, was one of the 6 departments, headed by Yamanaka Inoichi. Once the intelligence department was involved, the nature of the situation changed. It could be seen as an ambush set up by Konoha's higher-ups against Fugaku Uchiha. "Hokage-sama, something terrible has happened. Something has happened at the Uchiha clan's territory." Just then, the Anbu rushed in again. Hiruzen Sarutobi's enraged, murderous gaze frightened even the Anbu, but he quickly relayed his urgent report. What happened? At this moment, the one most afraid of trouble was actually Shimura Danzo. After all, his involvement in this matter meant he would never become Hokage. The Uchiha clan has gathered all Chunin and above in the village and has begun distributing war supplies. With such a grand display, they've even raised the slogan of avenging their former clan head. As the Anbu reported this, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a wave of dizziness. Holding his forehead, under the worried gazes of Midakato Hamura and Uchiha Kaharu, he almost fainted. "Hiruzen, are you alright?" Looking at the concerned faces of his 2 old friends, Hiruzen Sarutobi forced a smile through his exhaustion and gritted his teeth, saying, "Quick! Go and find out everything. How could the Uchiha clan be like this? What happened?" Yes, after the Anbu left, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt as if all his strength had been drained, and he slumped into a chair. Hamura Midakato anxiously said, "Hiruzen, you must stay calm. Don't get angry." "Yes, Hiruzen, you are the cage of Konoha. The entire village needs you now." Previously, Hiruzen Sarutobi had always been filled with a confident smile under the concern of his 2 old friends, Hamura Midakato and Kaharu Uchiha, but this time, he felt more exhausted and powerless than ever before. Since the night of the 9 Tails, it seemed nothing had gone smoothly for him. Since his return to the village, Konoha had been plagued by misfortune. First, the Orochimaru incident caused turmoil on the border. Then, his son was in trouble, which already pained him greatly, and then the Fire Temple was also in trouble. He was exhausted, both physically and mentally. The turbulent border needed his attention, and the affairs within the Land of Fire also required his attention. This was a 60-year-old man who had just suffered the loss of his son. It was a miracle he hadn't died from overwork. To make matters worse, his own people were sabotaging him. Danzo ambushed the Uchiha clan leader, causing heavy losses to Root, and now they had been caught red-handed. Instead of causing any turmoil, the Uchiha clan, under the pressure of the upheaval, developed a pair of Mangekyou Sharingan. At this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt the world was filled with malice. He glared at Danzo with anger and resentment, his hand trembling as he roared, "Danzo, from this day forward, the entire Root clan will obey my orders. Anyone who acts without my permission will be killed without mercy." Danzo was incredibly frustrated. He had painstakingly planned so much. Root had suffered heavy losses, he had finally eliminated a major threat to the village, and even gained a Mangekyou Sharingan, but before he could even enjoy his triumph, disaster struck. The Uchiha clan, ironically, benefited from a misfortune, giving birth to a new Mangekyou Sharingan user, a young and powerful new clan leader. Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo was speechless with frustration, unsure what to say. Hiruzen Sarutobi was already overwhelmed. The daimyo's residence, the Fire Temple, the 12 guardian shinobi, border unrest, all these matters required his attention. He was just a 60-year-old man, still grieving the loss of his son. Even iron couldn't withstand such pressure. Uchiha clan territory. At this moment, every Uchiha clan member had closed their doors. Ordinary people stared in shock through their windows at what was happening within the clan territory. Today was too surreal for them. The clan leader had died, and suddenly a new clan leader had appeared, a genius, Uchiha Yoru. That wasn't all. What truly stunned everyone was the news of the Mangekyou Sharingan's final evolution, the ultimate evolution. Then came the terrifying power of the main decay Sharingan, instantly uniting the clan like never before. In an instant, the entire clan compound was placed under martial law. All Uchiha ninjas were summoned to the streets and alleys, with Sharingan maintaining order on the streets. Dark figures flickered on the rooftops. A sense of impending storm filled the air, a feeling of impending doom. Everyone, highest alert. Sharingan, all ready to deploy. Prepare for battle within the clan compound. Each Sharingan received 50 explosive tags, Chunin and Jinin, all in combat formation, awaiting the clan leader's orders. In a flash, the Uchiha clan ninjas appeared in organized formation. Compared to the police force's long-standing practices, the Uchiha ninjas were actually more adept at organized combat. At this moment, in the Uchiha Memorial Hall, the envoy from the Aburim clan showed fear. Looking at the fully equipped Uchiha elites, he felt a chill run down his spine. He was truly terrified. Even Elder Setsuna looked grave, while the other younger clan members were largely driven by a blind, fanatical worship of the legendary main decay Sharingan power. Please support. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 The Storm is Brewing. Clan Shifuya, is there some misunderstanding here? The envoy from the Aburim clan was, after all, a Jonin who had seen all kinds of storms and survived the 3 wars, but the Uchiha clan's current move of arming the entire clan filled him with fear, and he had no choice but to force a smile and speak to the Uchiha clan chief. However, at this moment, Uchiha Yoru calmly handed back the apology gifts sent by the Aburim clan. The Aburim envoy, feeling a chill run down his spine, nervously said, "The Aburim clan will send all the apology gifts as quickly as possible. If Clan Chief Yoru is not satisfied, we can discuss it further." "No need to discuss it." Uchiha Yoru rejected the offer without hesitation, then turned to Elder Setsuna and said solemnly, "Elder Setsuna, please issue the order. Uchiha clan territory is on high alert. Once the signal is given, all Sharingan must quickly escort all clan members into the underground tunnels for refuge. All Chunin and above of the clan, and all Chunin, must be ready to participate in battle at any time." Uchiha Yoru's calm tone not only terrified the Aburim clan envoy, but even Elder Setsuna felt a chill run down his spine. However, because there were outsiders present, he couldn't ask questions and could only nod firmly, putting on a show. "Guards, escort the Aburim clan envoy out of the clan territory." The cold gaze was as if looking at a dead man. The Aburim envoy, instead of being angry at being driven away, showed panicked eyes and waved his hands repeatedly. "Clan Chief Yoru, let's talk this out. It's a misunderstanding." "It's all a misunderstanding. No, I'll go myself." "Clan Chief Yoru, please calm down. I'll go back now. The Aburim clan's sincerity will surely be seen by you." "Clan Chief Yoru." This Aburim clan envoy had lost all the air of a Jonin. He was completely a panicked ordinary person. It wasn't that he was incompetent, but that this concerned the life and death of the entire clan. "You say the Uchiha clan is making such a big fuss just to intimidate? Nonsense. Knowing the Uchiha clan's nature, they're probably serious. Otherwise, if the entire clan knew the new clan chief was a cowardly coward, the newly united hearts would instantly collapse. Would the Uchiha clan chief joke about his reputation and test his courage?" After the Aburim clan envoy departed, Elder Setsuna could no longer contain himself. He lowered his voice, his expression revealing anxiety, and asked, "Clan Chief Yoru, I understand you need to establish your authority after your recent ascension, but you must learn to control your emotions and not let the main decay Sharingan affect you." Even Elder Setsuna believed that Yoru had just awakened the main decay Sharingan and was mentally affected by it. After all, clan records clearly showed that even awakening a regular Sharingan, let alone the main decay Sharingan, would have certain after effects. In short, it was a mental shock, and the fact that the Uchiha clan could awaken their Sharingan under such stimulation led to an increasingly extreme individual suddenly gaining immense power, often resulting in impulsive and disastrous consequences. The kaleidoscope's influence. Looking at Elder Setsuna, Uchiha Yoru smiled confidently and slowly shook his head. "Elder Setsuna, you're right about establishing authority, but it's not what you think." Spread the news that Uchiha Neda betrayed and attempted to assassinate the Fugaku clan head. Under Uchiha Yoru's confident smile, the shrewd Elder Setsuna was stunned for a moment, then seemed to realize something and exclaimed, "Yoru, your target isn't the Aburame clan at all, it's the village." Seeing Elder Setsuna's enlightened expression, Uchiha Yoru chuckled and said, "A mere Aburame clan, if we really wanted to deal with them, why would we need to make such a fuss? We could just gather the clan's elite and rush to the Aburame clan's territory. Even if the Third Hokage knew, so what? The Aburame clan was involved in the assassination attempt. The law of the jungle prevails." The Uchiha clan's mobilization this time is for 3 reasons. First, to establish their authority. Second, to completely unite the clan. And third, as he said this, a bloodthirsty glint slowly appeared beneath Uchiha Yoru's smile. Since the Nine Tails attack, the Uchiha have suffered such a great injustice. Everyone wants to kick the Uchiha while they're down. Do they really think the Uchiha have lost their fighting spirit? This time, I want those old fogies in Konoha to know that anyone who tries to take advantage of the Uchiha should be prepared to have their face splattered with blood. Elder Setsuna, after spreading this message, simultaneously order the clan's elite to remove all the rude and ambush spies monitoring the area around the clan's territory. It's time for the Uchiha to prove they still have fangs with blood. Under Uchiha Yoru's calm and confident smile, Elder Setsuna gasped, but upon closer reflection, it seemed to make perfect sense. What exactly happened to Nida? Nida was, after all, a Junin of the Uchiha clan, yet he suddenly attempted to assassinate the clan head. This matter left even him highly suspicious and puzzled. Seeing the elder's doubt, Uchiha Yoru sneered dismissively, what else could it be? The Uchiha clan is no longer a fortified group, people's hearts are unpredictable, whether Fugaku Uchiha was involved in the Nine Tails plot, or whether he was preparing to overthrow Konoha. All of this could be used to seduce these Uchiha clan members who deeply love Konoha and yearn for peace. Living within such a large circle, a clan naturally has its share of dissenting opinions. Some even believe that a turbulent Uchiha clan might bring peace to the village, thus eliminating all danger. Elder Setsuna naturally understood this principle, so he fell silent, finally sighing helplessly. It seems that this time we've killed 2 birds with one stone with the Aburame clan. Since there's evidence regarding Nida's matter, this is indeed an opportunity for the Uchiha to retaliate. Evidence? Did I say there was evidence? Uchiha Yoru revealed a strange smile. Under Elder Setsuna's astonished gaze, he easily waved his hand and said, "Some things don't need evidence. Just a suspicion, and the other side will feel guilty. That's enough. This is just an excuse for the Uchiha to display their power. At the same time, spread it throughout the entire clan, making these clansmen who are still clinging to hope completely face reality. By the way, remember to make them all clearly realize that the clan is being monitored by the Anbuan route. It's time for the Uchiha to abandon unrealistic fantasies. Only after recognizing reality can the Uchiha clan unleash its strongest power." Elder Setsuna stared in astonishment at the young clan leader before him. He really didn't expect that the young man, having just taken office, would be so ruthless and decisive, completely putting the Uchiha's affair with Konoha into the open. Previously, their relationship had been kept largely hidden, with the Uchiha clan playing the role of the evasive one, while the Konoha leadership relentlessly pursued them. But this time, the tables had turned, the veil of secrecy was torn away, and the truth was laid bare. The Aburame clan. Clan chief, something terrible has happened. As the returning Aburame clan envoy frantically recounted what he had seen and heard, the Aburame clan's Jonin, who had initially been so vocal, paled, their eyes now filled with undisguised fear. Their previous confidence stemmed from their belief that this was Konoha, but now these Uchiha were completely insane. Who dared to stop them? The village leadership? The problem was, the Uchiha had seized on a weakness this time. If they truly brought it to the surface, they would have a perfectly legitimate reason to attack them. Clan chief, faced with the clansman's tension, Aburame Shiki took a deep breath, raised his hand to signal them not to panic, and said in a deep voice, "What did the Hokage of the village say?" "Clan chief, the Uchiha clan has gone mad. They've brazenly removed all the Anbuan route spies monitoring the clan's territory, and even posted a public notice claiming they've been infiltrated by spies from an enemy country, the village. All the major clans in the village are watching closely. The Third Hokage is currently sending people to the Uchiha clan to negotiate and investigate the matter." Hearing the clansman's report, Aburame Shiki's body trembled slightly. The usually low-key Aburame clan had suddenly been dragged into a matter of life and death. Taking a deep breath, Aburame Shiki calmly assessed the current situation, and after a moment, he seemed to have made a decision. With the main decay Sharingan awakened and these methods employed, Uchiha Yoru's influence within the Uchiha clan is overwhelming. No one can stop him. This battle is also a chance for him to establish his authority and gain a foothold. He has an excuse, and even the Third Hokage couldn't stop him. Moreover, he is a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, and has taken over all of Orochimaru's forces. Even if the Fifth Hokage is out of the question, no matter which of the other two Sannin rises to power, Orochimaru will eventually return to Konoha. At that time, Uchiha Yoru will be untouchable. In a short while, Aburame Shiki analyzed the absolute advantages and disadvantages. Glancing around at everyone, he said in a deep voice, "Now that our clans are facing a life-or-death situation, I have decided to reveal the matter of the nano-poison insects to all the major clans. At the same time, the entire Aburame clan will relocate to Uchiha territory. Does anyone agree?" Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, but after the explanation, it seemed that Uchiha Yoru's identity issue was completely unresolved. Although there was controversy, the Third Hokage was already quite old, and once the Fifth Hokage took office, his status as Orochimaru's disciple would resolve all disputes. On the contrary, only the Aburame clan was unlucky, and for a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. "Clan leader, do you mean to drag Root into this?" Aburame Shiki rarely showed a hint of anger upon hearing this. "Nano-poison insects? If it wasn't Root, was it us? Even if enemy ninjas captured nano-poison insects to frame and sow discord, who dares to say there's no problem with them infiltrating the land of fire so smoothly?" One sentence left everyone speechless. Aburame Shiki took a deep breath, rubbed her temples, and sighed. The power of the main decay Sharingan, it's not shameful for the Aburame clan to side with him. Now, what we hope for is that the Fifth Hokage will be selected as soon as possible. Everyone believed that once the turmoil in Konoha stabilized, the selection of the Fifth Hokage would be the next step. This is also why the Aburame clan chose to side with the Uchiha. After all, the Third Hokage is a thing of the past. Siding with the Uchiha not only provides powerful protection, but also allows them to forge a close relationship with the Fifth Hokage, given the legendary Sannin's bond of life and death. It's impossible to say no one is envious of the Ino Shikachu clans over the years. These three small secret technique clans have now achieved vastly different statuses and possess countless resources, making them the strongest clan after the Uchiha, Hyuga, and Sarutobi in just a few decades. Inside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi nearly fainted as he looked at the intelligence report in his hand. His face was pale, and he was filled with rage. Even the usually mild-mannered Hamura Medicato couldn't stand it and turned to reprimand Danzo. "Danzo, what am I supposed to say to you? You're always so cautious, how could you leave such a huge weakness?" Danzo Shimura's face darkened. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi so enraged, he felt equally aggrieved. "Sarutobi, let me explain. I know Uchiha Neda is one of your men, but before I asked him to do something, he did it willingly for the sake of the village's peace, and I even placed various restrictions on him." Hearing Danzo's explanation, Kahoru Udatane retorted angrily, "Danzo, have you forgotten that Uchiha Yoru is Orochimaru's disciple? Orochimaru's methods, not to mention he was the former vice-captain of Root. Do you think your restrictions are effective?" Danzo was incredibly frustrated and aggrieved. They made it sound so easy. How could so many restrictions in Root be replaced so quickly? After the Orochimaru incident, he had already begun researching and developing replacement methods, but the problem was that this wasn't a simple replacement issue. It required a massive investment of funds, manpower, and resources. "I didn't expect this brat to suddenly return." The plan was for him to assassinate Pakura, the scorching release user of the Sand Village. But the information went wrong, and this brat missed his target. Danzo was also aggrieved. He had planned this ambush meticulously, removing all the unstable elements he could. Who could have imagined this? Danzo, finally recovering, Hiruzen Sarutobi roared in anger. Danzo was incredibly frustrated. Never before had he suffered so much injustice. "Uchiha Neda is the successor to the will of fire that I have painstakingly cultivated for over a decade, and you've wasted him like this, not only giving you leverage but also giving the intelligence department a handle against him. Are you trying to cripple my right-hand man?" Hiruzen Sarutobi was truly enraged at this moment. He had indulged Danzo countless times, partly due to their relationship and partly because Danzo was genuinely useful. But these past few times, he felt that Root had been doing too many unmanageable things behind his back. "Danzo, you're still not giving up on the Hokage position, are you?" First the intelligence department, then Uchiha Nada. Now tell me, how are you going to explain this to the Uchiha clan? If they really spill the beans this time, the Konoha leadership's fig leaf will be gone. Of course, they have their reasons. The Nine Tails night must not be repeated. But that's not the reason they can participate in the assassination or sow discord within a clan's affairs. This is common knowledge in the ninja world for many years. A ninja village has no right to interfere in a clan's internal affairs. If the assassination of the head of the Uchiha Fugaku clan is found to be their involvement, it violates the rules. How many clans are there in Konoha? Wouldn't they become divided and disloyal? Therefore, regarding the Nine Tails Night, the Konoha leadership can monitor, fear, suspect, and suppress the Uchiha, even if the matter is difficult to clear, but they absolutely cannot interfere in the clan's internal affairs. Unless you truly find evidence, please support. Chapter 211 The Omnipotent Heroes in Sarutobi. As night fell, the Uchiha clan compound remained brightly lit. Well-equipped Uchiha ninjas stood vigilantly on the rooftops, watching their surroundings. A tense atmosphere permeated the air. Most of the Uchiha Jonin were unaware of what was happening, only knowing it was the clan leader's order. However, when the clan members learned that their spies had been exposed, they were filled with anger and satisfaction. The Chunin and Jonin vaguely understood something. It seemed the assassination of the former clan leader was related to the village, otherwise, such a large-scale operation wouldn't have been necessary. Inside the clan compound, Aburaim Shiki arrived with 2 Jonin from her clan. Clan chief, the recent incidents involving Sarutobi Shinosuke and the 2 tragedies at the fire temple have caused widespread panic in the land of fire. The Aburaim clan is but a small clan, and coincidentally, our clan territories are adjacent. Today, the Aburaim clan, being presumptuous, wishes to seek the protection of the Uchiha clan. Although Aburaim Shiki was usually taciturn and inconspicuous, he was still the clan chief, and his communication skills weren't as poor as one might imagine. This is the power of language. He directly mentioned the 2 recent incidents in the land of fire. In fact, there was another incident, the assassination attempt on Uchiha Fugaku, but that couldn't be mentioned in front of the Uchiha. The meaning was simple: the Aburaim clan was inferior to the fire temple, and even more so to the Uchiha. Even the Hokage's eldest son had been harmed. Naturally, their small clan was filled with fear. Since the 2 clans were neighbors, and the Aburaim clan's secret insect-raising technique had left them scattered and unable to protect themselves, they had swallowed their pride and wanted to settle in the Uchiha clan's territory. Tisk, after all that, he didn't lose a single shred of face. As for those who say the Aburaim clan is spineless, the fire temple, known for its toughness, was wiped out, and the Third Hokage's eldest son was killed. Who dares to call them tough now? Security issues within Konoha are the responsibility of the police department. Now that so many things have happened, it's entirely the responsibility of our Uchiha clan. The Aburaim clan is welcome to move in. Uchiha Yoru was equally adept at polite words, and in front of everyone, he spoke with an air of righteous indignation. It just so happens that the police department is being reorganized, and the Aburaim clan ninjas can join the police department. The Uchiha and all Konoha ninjas are one family, so we shouldn't speak like strangers. Uchiha Yoru turned around and solemnly said to an elite member of the clan, Uchiha Teka, you will personally be in charge of arranging the Aburaim clan's settlement. Don't be careless, make sure the Aburaim clan feels the warmth of home here. Yes. Before anyone could react, Uchiha Yoru then meaningfully instructed another person. The police department has discovered clues about unidentified ninjas in the Aburaim clan's territory. You will now lead a police brigade to investigate on your own. Absolutely no mistakes. Yes, good heavens. Aburaim Shiki's lips twitched upon hearing the second half of the sentence. He cursed inwardly that this was shameless. It was a blatant attempt to divide the Aburaim clan's territory under the Uchiha's name. Naturally, the Uchiha clan, with its established foundation, would covet this territory. However, the problem was that the Aburaim clan couldn't compete. They needed to raise insects, and that required this lush area. The Uchiha wanted to completely bind them to their cause. Although prepared, the shameless methods of the other side still secretly alarmed Aburaim Shiki. The young man before him was as cunning as the Third Hokage, a true seasoned politician. At the same time, he felt a secret sense of relief. Orochimaru's higher regard for this disciple and his meticulous training indicated he was grooming him for the next Hokage. Did this mean Orochimaru had already planned the next Hokage? If 2 of the other 3 Sannin rose to power, and Orochimaru returned, with the Sannin's influence, the Uchiha would undoubtedly become the Sannin faction, and the Aburame clan could also benefit. With the Aburame clan's situation settled, Elder Setsuna was momentarily shocked. For so many years, his clan had been suppressed, but suddenly it seemed poised for a comeback. First the Hyuga, then the Aburame clan, the Uchiha now had two allies, no longer the weak and isolated clan it once was. It all happened so fast. Uchiha Yoru, noticing the elder's bewilderment, said quietly, "All schemes are built on power. Without power, even the deepest intrigue is merely a game within the rules of a chessboard. Only by possessing the power to turn the tide will your opponent treat you as an equal." Yoru's profound words caused Elder Setsuna to tremble, a hint of realization appearing in his cloudy old eyes. The Uchiha had never held an equal position with the Hokage's higher-ups. Is this the power of the main Gekkai Sharingan? Seeing Elder Setsuna's muttered expression, Yoru shook his head. This ninja was far inferior in this regard. The kaleidoscope Sharingan is like a nuclear weapon of deterrence. When is a nuclear weapon most threatening and frightening? The answer is when it's clearly announced to everyone that the weapon is loaded onto the launcher and aimed at specific individuals. It's most intimidating before launch. Hiding it lacks deterrent power, while revealing it is like leaving a gathering dust in a warehouse. Its deterrent effect greatly reduced, and the enemy might even test her limits. Conversely, directly loading the kaleidoscope Sharingan clearly demonstrates that you've been wronged and are determined to retaliate, instantly intimidating the enemy because they haven't even considered a full-blown fight yet. Inside the Hokage's office building. As night fell, the Konoha F4, after receiving news from the Aburame clan, all looked grim. This time, it wasn't that they lost in terms of tactics, it was simply that everything had gone together. Border unrest, daimyo's unrest, and so on, had all tied them down. Now that Konoha was in turmoil, they couldn't imagine whether other ninja villages would seize the opportunity to take a bite out of them. If it were them, they certainly would have their own thoughts. Sarutobi, Konoha can't afford any more turmoil. Yes, Danzo has already taken care of it. Since they've enjoyed the benefits, they should naturally shoulder the responsibilities they're supposed to. Mikado Hamura and Uchiha Kahoru comforted the Third Hokage, one after the other. They didn't want to see their old friend fall at this time. So many things weighed on the 60-year-old man, and he had just experienced the pain of losing a son. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his temples wearily, smoking his pipe with a haggard expression. The Ino Shikacho clans have enjoyed the benefits, so it's only right that they lend a hand when trouble arises. What I'm worried about now isn't the opinions of the Ino Shikacho clans, but the problems of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, his eyes filled with exhaustion. He had too many things to deal with. As for the opinions of the Ino Shikacho clans, nobody's a fool. When problems arise, they'll share the burden. Do you think you can just want the benefits and then hide when it's time to help? Dream on. Danzo shouldn't have been so hasty in attacking Fugaku. At this moment, Kahoru Uchiha remembered how good Fugaku was when he was alive, and a look of regret appeared on her face. The Uchiha clan had been so much better before. They would occasionally give them a hard time, and the Uchiha clan wouldn't dare utter a sound, forced to endure it in silence. But now, with Fugaku's assassination attempt, it was like someone had slapped the Uchiha in the face. They were instantly enraged, their eyes red as they glared at everyone, determined to find the one who had slapped them. To put it bluntly, when Fugaku was around, they were like frogs slowly being boiled in water. The sudden assassination was like someone pouring boiling water on them, naturally scalding the frogs and making them jump up. At this point, it's not about punishing Danzo. Besides, Fugaku's main Gekkai Sharingan was hidden far too deeply. It's understandable that Danzo had suspicions and took action. Hamura Mikado, however, disagreed. He believed Danzo's actions were correct, only that the timing was wrong this time. If Konoha had been peaceful, what would have happened? They would have eliminated a major threat. Looking at the two, Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a thick puff of smoke and said hoarsely, Fugaku's main Gekkai Sharingan is indeed troublesome. Fortunately, Danzo made his move, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable at the crucial moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi understood that this crucial moment was when the conflict between the village and the Uchiha was at its most intense. Once Fugaku revealed his main Gekkai Sharingan, it would be a momentous event. A hidden main Gekkai Sharingan was a destabilizing factor for them, while a revealed one, while intimidating, also prepared them psychologically. It's like this, if you don't have a main Gekkai Sharingan, knife, I dare to go to your doorstep and throw excrement and curse. But if you suddenly tell everyone you have a main decay Sharingan weapon, naturally, people will at most just go to your doorstep and curse. They won't dare to throw excrement, in case of a fight. This is the difference between revealing a weapon as a deterrent and hiding it. There are advantages and disadvantages. The downside is that once they actually make a move, even if they're not entirely confident, they'll definitely be prepared for the main decay Sharingan, no longer just a trump card for turning the tide. Sarutobi, first and foremost, appease the Uchiha clan. The village can't afford any major unrest. Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't even look up, speaking weakly and hoarsely. Withdraw the Uchiha spies for now. The most important thing right now is to stabilize the border unrest and deal with the daimyo's affairs. Mentioning the daimyo's affairs, Orochimaru frowned and shook his head, saying, the fire temple incident, and the disagreements among the 12 shinobi, have made the daimyo's affairs extremely unsatisfactory. And these unrests have caused the daimyo's extreme discontent. The daimyo even used this as an excuse to divert 20% of the funds to rebuild the fire temple, which has led to all the fire temple's monks turning to the daimyo's side. They were also having a headache. The fire temple was an extremely important and powerful force. They had finally managed to win over a group of people, and now the fire temple had been destroyed. The daimyo was initially furious upon seeing the news, but then a hint of joy appeared on his face. The fire temple was destroyed, but its power remained. After all, the ninja monks still had to carry out missions and even guard temples in various places under the orders of the daimyo. In short, it was still a force, only its stronghold was destroyed. But now, the fire temple's power faced a problem: how to revive the fire temple. Where would the money come from? Where would the prestige come from? In short, the fire temple was so easily destroyed that the daimyo had begun to question it. If they wanted to rely on the daimyo to rebuild the daimyo's government, they would need a pledge of loyalty. Their previous duplicity was no longer acceptable. The daimyo wasn't stupid. He wouldn't use his wealth and resources to raise a bunch of ingrates. As a result, everyone in the fire temple had no choice but to side with the daimyo and completely stand on the daimyo's side. The daimyo's government even benefited from this misfortune, completely gaining control of such an important force as the fire temple. Let Asuma return first, and at the same time, have the root members lie low for now, Hiruzen Sarutobi said hoarsely after analyzing the pros and cons. Orochimaru nodded in agreement. Indeed, the signs of discord among the 12 shinobi have affected many, but they've also given themselves away. The daimyo is now dissatisfied with Konoha, so we really can't go down now. They knew about Denzo's root's plan against the daimyo's residents, and even quite agreed with it. After all, when it comes to stirring up trouble, they could only play a supporting role. But these are turbulent times, and they're already overwhelmed. However, just then, after an Anbu member brought back some intelligence, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent, as if he had experienced too much and his ability to accept things had greatly increased. The 12 guardian ninjas of the daimyo's prefecture have split into two factions due to internal conflicts. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Midikado Hamura frowned, then shook his head, saying, recall Asuma, cut off all roots connections, and send them into hiding. Don't provoke the daimyo's prefecture now. Good. Stabilize the border situation first, and wait until the village is completely stable before we make our move. Uchiha Yoru agreed, and Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement, though his expression was somewhat grim. Looking up at the two, he hoarsely uttered the words that had been weighing on his mind. Is Shinosuke's matter truly unrelated to Root? These words immediately caused Uchiha Yoru and Midikado Hamura's expressions to change. They had deliberately avoided discussing this matter, but unexpectedly, it had still been brought to the forefront. At this moment, the two fell silent. The four of them had endured countless hardships since childhood. And it was precisely this tacit trust that had allowed Konoha to develop to its current state. But now, a major crisis of trust had arisen. Danzo has never given up on the Hokage position. He has that motive. Shinosuke's, after all, his own son. Even though Hiruzen Sarutobi is a tyrannical ninja, he's still a man of principle. How could he not love his son? Hiruzen even made this objective statement: Danzo has this motive. This is something Kaoru Uchiha and Hamura Midikado are both aware of. Sarutobi, Kaoru's throat was dry when she spoke of this, but she suppressed her inner turmoil, not wanting their relationship to break down. However, before Kaoru could say anything, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head, sighed, and waved his hand, saying, "No need to say anything. Shinosuke is gone. The village needs stability now." A true ninja hero, for the sake of the village and for his will of fire, he could temporarily suppress any factors that might affect the village's stability, even if it involved his own son. But the seed had already been planted. Please support. Chapter 212 The Open Clash. The Hokage's office building was brightly lit under the night sky. All combat members of the Anbu en route were prepared for the worst, and all the Jonin of Konoha had also received orders to be redeployed. The Konoha leadership was prepared for the worst. However, as long as there was room for maneuver, no one wanted to stand idly by and watch a terrible event unfold, neither the Konoha leadership nor the Uchiha clan. Warlike elements who would destroy their homeland were always a minority. Inside the Hokage's office, Hirozen Sarutobi, Hamura Mitagato, and Kaharu Utatane, having weathered many storms, waited patiently. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Danzo was presiding over the meeting, with only the heads of the Ino Shikachu clans present. Itachi Uchiha's team members leaked information, as did Nida Uchiha. Although it was all for their own selfish reasons of maintaining village peace, the information was transmitted through the village's intelligence department. Shimura Danzo had no regrets about what he had done. If he regretted anything, it was that he had underestimated Uchiha Yoru, that brat. He hadn't expected the kid to have the potential to awaken a Mangekyou Sharingan. If he had known, he would have taken care of them both, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble. At this moment, Shimura Danzo's single eye coldly stared at the Ino Shika clan leaders. The Uchiha, as the most prestigious clan in Konoha and even the ninja world, absolutely cannot tolerate such humiliation. And this leaked information is the source of their anger. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoue, and Akimichi Choza exchanged grim glances. Shimura Danzo slowly stood up, left a single sentence, and walked out the door without looking back. "I'll be waiting for your reply in the Hokage's office." As the meeting room door closed, the Ino Shikachu trio could no longer maintain their composure. Yamanaka Inoue, looking utterly frustrated, slammed his fist on the floor and said angrily, "Damn it, it was clearly Root that used the intelligence department's channels, but now we're the ones taking the blame." Akimichi Choza, a man with a lot of fat, also looked worried. This was the first time in many years that their three clans had encountered such a thorny problem. "Shikaku, do you have any solutions?" Nara Shikaku, known as the Hokage's strategist and advisor, looked at the two with a worried expression, shaking his head dejectedly. Once the Uchiha seized the opportunity, there was no turning back. The new clan leader, Uchiha Yoru, has just taken office. This action not only united the Uchiha clan but also gave them hope under his leadership. Therefore, the Uchiha will not give up. Nara Shikaku rubbed his temples, quite troubled by the Uchiha's methods. After being isolated, the Uchiha have been internally divided. Some want a peaceful resolution, while others want to use their power to negotiate with the village's higher-ups. But Fugaku's death has provided an opportunity, a chance to unify the entire clan's thinking against external forces. If successful, the Uchiha will see hope for a counterattack. Internal conflicts will shift entirely to external forces. Uchiha Yoru's leadership, combined with his Mangekyou Sharingan, will be impeccable. More importantly, timing. Now is the best time for the Uchiha clan. Nara Shikaku shook his head at this point. The Uchiha had everything going for them. The border unrest has already caused widespread anxiety. The daimyo's 12 guardian shinobi incident and the fire temple incident all happened at the same time. If this had happened a month earlier, the Uchiha wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. In short, the Uchiha seized the opportunity. You don't want the village to be more unstable, and neither do I. But you've been oppressing the Uchiha clan. Now that we've got our chance to retaliate, you have to give us an explanation." Finally, Yamanaka Inoue gave a disappointed, forced smile as he looked at the two. "As the head of the intelligence department, I will take full responsibility for everything. I won't let our three clans get involved." "Inoue, you?" Akimichi Choza said with unconcealed worry, but Nara Shikaku remained unusually silent. The three were indeed sworn brothers, but they also bore the weight of their family's fates. The pressure on them was immense, so much so that in matters involving their family's survival, none of them could act on their own impulses. As if thinking of something, Yamanaka Inoue took a deep breath, concealing all his emotions, and instead gave the two a carefree smile, his golden ponytail fluttering. "I'm leaving. I'm going home first. Don't worry about the rest." As the head of the intelligence department, Yamanaka Inoue was the primary person in charge. While their bond was undeniable, they might have been impulsive and willing to sacrifice their lives for each other in their youth. This was clearly an unnecessary sacrifice. More importantly, they not only had their own families but also their own relatives. Nara Shikoku had a young son, and so did Akimachi Choza. Even people have their own selfish considerations in the end. Inside the Hokage's office building, 4 pairs of eyes watched through the windows as the golden-haired figure left, looking lost and dejected. The 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. They knew the Ino Shikacho clan had made their choice. Would the Ino Shikacho clan blame them? They had never considered this. Political alliances are essentially alliances of interests. If the Ino Shikacho clans were truly so naive, there was another option. The 3 clans could bleed profusely to appease the Uchiha clan, but the price would be enormous. Doing so would mean losing the trust of their superiors. Furthermore, facing such immense losses, the Ino Shikacho clans, having worked so hard to catch up over the years, were now being asked to give up? Impossible. Clan interests versus personal interests. As clan leaders, they resolutely shouldered their responsibilities. Uchiha clan territory. This was a turbulent night. Driven to the outskirts of Konoha, the Uchiha, who had endured for so many years, revealed their true colors, causing sleepless nights for the entire village. Previously, the Uchiha clan, led by Fugaku, was plagued by internal discord and external oppression, revealing an aura of suppressed innocence, while simultaneously diminishing the fear many held towards the Uchiha. Uchiha Yoru, upon assuming office, immediately revealed his true colors, seizing every opportunity and relentlessly pursuing it. He displayed fearless audacity and the powerful confidence of his main decay Sharingan, instantly instilling fear in everyone. This is the difference between the two, not a vast difference in leadership ability, but rather a difference in their understanding of the information gap and the opportune moment. If Uchiha Fugaku had known from the beginning that destruction was inevitable, his methods certainly wouldn't have been so gentle. Since death was inevitable anyway, a less drastic approach would have been unthinkable. Moreover, Fugaku's timing was also unfavorable. In contrast, Konoha was extremely weak at that time, with turmoil on the borders and in the Land of Fire, leading to this outcome. Uchiha Yoru possessed all the advantages of timing, location, and popular support, while Uchiha Fugaku had none of these. Clan leader, the Aburaian clan has moved here overnight, and the Hyuga branch family has also joined the security force. The Uchiha clan elites in the room had never been so excited. They had been suppressed for too long, and today's sudden release filled them with fervor for their shrewd young new clan leader. However, Uchiha Yoru, seated at the head of the table, held a red book in one hand and sipped his tea calmly in the other, nodding slightly at his subordinate's report. Continue to strengthen security, and inform the entire village. Don't let your Uchiha clan's affairs affect the entire village. These casual words caused all the Uchiha Jonin in the room to exchange strange glances. Would anyone believe this? Some were completely baffled. Elder Setsuna, sitting calmly to the side, flashed a sharp light in his cloudy eyes, coughed hoarsely, and glanced lightly at the crowd. The clan leader has spoken. Why isn't anyone carrying it out yet? At this, someone scratched the back of their head, confused, and went to carry out the orders. The others, however, wore relaxed smiles. Having witnessed Uchiha Yoru's methods, Elder Setsuna was now at ease and had even begun to decide to transfer all power. Just as Uchiha Yoru had said, special circumstances call for special treatment. The Uchiha clan couldn't afford any more turmoil, and this incident had also shown him the terrifying power a united clan could unleash. Even Konoha would have to think twice. Clan leader, the third Hokage has arrived. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out, and shadows flickered within the Uchiha clan compound. A gloomy drizzle had begun to fall, adding to the oppressive atmosphere of the village. Within the Uchiha clan compound, the short, thin figure of the third Hokage, Hirozen Sarutobi, stepped to the front. His Hokage hat was pulled low, obscuring his expression, but his imposing aura commanded respect from all. Following behind were a small group of Jonin from the Ino Shikacho clans, only a dozen or so. Among them was a stretcher covered with a white cloth, the outline of a figure vaguely visible on it. A strand of golden hair peeked out, and the fact that one of the Ino Shikacho clan leaders was missing caused even the Uchiha clan ninja to show shock at the sight. The cold winter had just passed, and the light drizzle added to the chill. The figure stopped in the courtyard of the mansion. Uchiha Yoru and the third Hokage, Hirozen Sarutobi, had reunited in the courtyard of Fugaku's mansion. This time, Under the light rain, the two calmly gazed at each other. The intelligence department leaked secrets and was even used by the enemy. I am deeply saddened by Fugaku Uchiha's fate, but this is not just the Uchiha's pain. I also lost my eldest son, Shinosuke, and I am equally heartbroken. This is also Konoha's pain. The head of the intelligence department, Yamanaka Inoue, committed seppuku and shame at home. Hiruzen Sarutobi's calm tone made it impossible to discern the old man's emotions or thoughts. As his words slowly echoed around, everyone's gaze instantly turned to the white stretcher. Even the Uchiha Jonin who had initially been shouting were now stunned, a chill running down their spines. Forcing the head of a major clan to commit suicide made them realize that things had spiraled out of control. If this got out, the Uchiha's reputation would be further tarnished. Uchiha Yoru's expression remained calm, but his heart was in turmoil. What a third Hokage! With such ruthless retaliation, the Uchiha clan would bear a terrible name from this day forward. This child is Aburame Torun, and currently the only ninja in the Aburame clan who controls nano-poisonous insects. A 7 or 8-year-old boy stepped forward, wearing close-fitting leather goggles. At that moment, the Ino Shikachu clans glared angrily at Uchiha Yoru, while the other Uchiha members blushed with embarrassment. A child this age? If word got out, wouldn't it make it seem like the Uchiha clan had forced a Yamanaka clan chief to his death and then bullied a child? As for the leaked information, who in the ninja world could claim their intelligence was foolproof? Even the intelligence of the 5 great ninja villages was constantly being stolen from each other. Just because the Uchiha are powerful? You insist on pursuing this to the end? Hiruzen Sarutobi's counterattack directly shook Uchiha Yoru's newly established prestige, making him appear as if he were an evil person. Looking at the thin old man before him, Uchiha Yoru took a deep breath and coldly stared at the Ino Shikachu clans with a disdainful expression. Admit your mistakes, correct them, stand up straight when you're punished, and be responsible for your actions. If everyone disregards the rules and regulations of Konoha, then what's the point of these ninja rules and regulations? The so-called 6 divisions of Konoha might as well be disbanded. Things had reached this point, whoever backed down would lose. Uchiha Yoru refused to yield an inch, coldly staring at everyone before finally fixing his gaze on the third Hokage. His words carried a veiled warning that reached everyone. Third Hokage, don't you agree? Wasn't White Fang's contribution great enough? Wasn't Orochimaru's contribution great enough? Wasn't Madara Uchiha's contribution in founding Konoha great enough? With 3 consecutive soul-searching questions, Uchiha Yoru's expression grew even colder, causing the Jonin of the Ino Shikachu clans to look him in the eye with awe. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave the young man a deep look. He had truly misjudged him. Orochimaru had actually nurtured such a scourge for the village, truly causing immense harm. That's right, the Uchiha clan head is right. Mistakes must be admitted and corrected. No one can violate Konoha's rules, not even Uchiha Madara, the founder of Konoha. The confrontation between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Yoru Uchiha was blatant and open in front of everyone. At this point, Madara's past would inevitably be exposed sooner or later, so it was better to let Yoru use it to reveal it, thus gaining the moral high ground. Yoru's 3 soul-searching questions made the death of a mere Yamanaka clan head seem insignificant. If anyone still wanted to argue, could the entire Yamanaka clan compare to the top 3? Hiruzen Sarutobi's stern shout also warned everyone that in Konoha, rules must be followed, and anyone who broke them would be severely punished. At this moment, the Uchiha's previously wavering morale instantly stabilized, and even the surrounding Uchiha clan members showed resolute eyes after hearing this. Yes, did they force him to his death? To be honest, what can you say about White Fang and Orochimaru? You've even dragged out their ancestors to be mocked. What right do you Ino Shikachu clans have to complain? If you dare glare at me again, I'll kill you all. We're all operating within the rules, so who's afraid of whom? As for infamy? Let's talk about White Fang first. Frankly, this is a clash between Uchiha Yoru and the third Hokage. If you continue to smear the Uchiha's reputation on this issue, then the Uchiha aren't going to take it lying down. We're evenly matched, so neither of us should laugh at the other. The White Fang and Orochimaru incident hasn't been that long ago. Please support. Chapter 213 The Uchiha straightens his back. Under a light drizzle, in a courtyard of the Uchiha clan compound, dim streetlights illuminated the night as the two sides faced off. Facing Hiruzen Sarutobi's counterattack, Uchiha Yoru took a deep breath. His opponent was formidable, and he, too, was giving it his all. The third Hokage is right, but with the turmoil in the ninja world, Too many enemies are too audacious, thinking Konoha is weak and easy to bully. They not only cause trouble recklessly within the Land of Fire, but have even infiltrated a village and are secretly monitoring the Uchiha clan. Disgrace. Utter disgrace. Uchiha Yoru, his face contorted with rage, glared at his clansmen and roared, "The Uchiha clan, responsible for Konoha's security as the police department, has been monitored by enemy ninjas. This is a slap in the face. This is an utter disgrace to the Uchiha clan, as a powerful clan that protects Konoha's peace and stability, and the family that controls the police department. From this day forward, you must shoulder the responsibility of protecting the village, especially the other clans of Konoha." It was the Uchiha and Senju clans that joined forces, offering stability and security to attract the other clans to join. Therefore, from this moment on, the police department must ensure the safety of all the major clans in Konoha. Be on high alert at all times. However, you should also be careful to remain on guard around the perimeter and not interfere in the internal affairs of the clans. Uchiha Yoru seized the opportunity to shout and reprimand all the Uchiha members under the gloomy rain, his angry eyes seemingly venting something. But Hirozen Sarutobi knew clearly that this Uchiha clan head, who had awakened the main Gekkai Sharingan, was no longer afraid of him in terms of strength. This tough approach was a counterattack against being monitored. After reprimanding all the clan members, Uchiha Yoru turned to look at the third Hokage, his angry expression instantly vanishing, replaced by a respectful one. "Third Hokage, do you have any further instructions for the police department?" Faced with the Uchiha clan head who changed his expression so quickly, the third Hokage, Hirozen Sarutobi, rarely showed a forced smile. "Indeed, Orochimaru will be pleased to see you. You truly surpass your master, you are even more outstanding than Orochimaru." The implication was that you were more dangerous than Orochimaru. Uchiha Yoru, however, feigned ignorance, turning to the bewildered Aburame Torun. "Guards. The Aburame clan are close allies of the Uchiha clan. Quickly take this child away. From today onward, this child will be paired with Itachi and become my disciple." Shameless. This was the sentiment of everyone from the Ino Shikacho clans. It was incredibly difficult to deal with such a child. No matter what the Uchiha did, they would bear the stigma of bullying a young child. But Uchiha Yoru was utterly shameless. He directly took him as a disciple and placed him beside Itachi, essentially declaring in front of everyone that he believed the child wasn't responsible, while simultaneously dragging the Aburame clan into the mess. "Then, Uchiha clan head, you must take good care of this child." Tone. Hirozen Sarutobi gazed deeply at the boy. From this moment on, he no longer treated him as a mere boy, but as someone who deserved equal treatment. Behind him, Nara Shikako and Akimachi Choza, carrying the stretcher, wore expressions of grief. At this moment, the heavy stretcher in their hands seemed insignificant. Yamanaka Inochi's death was completely ignored. Nothing they deserved had been achieved. Uchiha clan head, Yamanaka Inochi's wife also followed him in death. "Are you satisfied?" For the first time, Nara Shikaku acted impulsively, abandoning his calm mind and questioning from the depths of his anger. Facing Nara Shikaku's question, Uchiha Yoru slowly walked past the third Hokage, approached the stretcher, and calmly lifted the white sheet, revealing the lifeless face of Yamanaka Inoichi. At this moment, Uchiha Yoru, his face filled with sorrow, looked up at the sky and sighed in front of everyone. Yamano Inoichi wasn't killed by the Uchiha, but he died because of the Uchiha, so similar to Tsukumo Hatake back then. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku instantly regained his composure, his cold gaze fixed on the other man, a chill rising in his heart. The Uchiha clan was determined to fight the Konoha High Command. Otherwise, they wouldn't have repeatedly brought up the Tsukumo Hatake incident, clearly hurling insults at them. They had killed their own people through their own methods, yet they tried to slander others. Previously, the Uchiha clan had tried to ease tensions, but now it was obvious they'd seen that soft tactics weren't working and were preparing to use force. "You won't listen to reason, so we'll fight hard and fight for all our rights." However, facing the hateful gazes of the Ino Shikacho trio, Uchiha Yoru inwardly sneered. Although he didn't turn to look at the third Hokage, he clearly understood the third Hokage's thoughts. Those three little Karyomi dare to act so arrogantly, just because they've latched onto the Hokage's faction. And the third Hokage's blatant indulgence clearly intends to make the Uchiha offend people. Are the Uchiha afraid of offending people? Their previous plan was to cultivate good relations with other clans, but those clans either didn't dare or remained indifferent, simply because the Uchiha lack power. Therefore, are the Uchiha afraid of offending people? Thinking this, Uchiha Yoru completely ignored the Nara and Akimachi clans, looked at the leading ninja of the Yamanaka clan, walked over, and sighed with melancholy. Are you the new head of the Yamanaka clan? Although it was a question, it clearly conveyed a tone of confirmation. This Jonin of the Yamanaka clan had never experienced such a scene before, and he couldn't help but feel secretly nervous. However, he still suppressed his panic and lowered his head, saying in a deep voice, I am Yamanaka Inoichi's cousin, so that's how it is. The elder brother dies, and the younger brother takes over everything. The elder brother died, but the powerful younger brother took over everything. He had a sorrowful expression, but he said such sarcastic words, yet no one dared to say anything. Even many members of the Uchiha clan secretly wondered if the head of the clan was going too far. However, what happened next was even more outrageous, leaving everyone astonished. Uchiha Yoru calmly patted the new Yamanaka clan leader's shoulder and said softly, I've heard that Yamanaka Inoichi-senpai only had one daughter, whose parents died because of the Uchiha clan. From today onwards, the Uchiha clan is willing to raise Inoichi-senpai's daughter to sue their guilt. Nara Shikako and Akimachi Choza, standing nearby, were about to object when they looked up to see Uchiha Yoru's cold Mangekyou Sharingan staring intently at them. A threat. This wasn't a discussion, it was a threat. Faced with such a threat, the new Yamanaka clan leader felt more resentment than fear. The Uchiha clan were all madmen. Madmen. Ahem, Inoichi's daughter seems to be only just reaching the age to begin refining her chakra. At this moment, the third Hokage turned around, speaking calmly despite Uchiha Yoru's Mangekyou Sharingan intimidation. His implication was that the Ino Shikachu clan was telling the Yamanaka Inoichi clan that his daughter wasn't of much value and wouldn't be a threat to revealing the clan's secret techniques. This was also a mockery of the Uchiha clan for bullying a child. However, Uchiha Yoru retorted with a shake of his head and a sigh, the fraternal succession in large clans is something ordinary people can't understand. I just wanted to protect an innocent child, he was essentially telling the Sarutobi clan. What kind of clan are you? The Ino Shikacho trio are at least a clan specializing in secret techniques. In terms of clan hierarchy, bloodline clans are at the top, secret technique clans are in the middle, and the lowest tier is your clan with neither bloodline nor secret techniques. This was a dramatic incident within a large clan. The child was the heir of the former clan head, a threat to the current head. These words also reflected his current state. If someone else had said them, it might have been different, but coming from him, it was a veiled message that he would never harm the son of his clan head, that he was upright and honorable. However, the third Hokage inwardly sneered, of course you're not afraid. With your Mangekyou Sharingan, how could you be afraid of two young children? The Yamanaka clan thanks Clan Chief Yoru for his concern. Although the new clan chief was timid, he still forced himself to speak. If he backed down, he would likely be replaced. However, because of what happened today, he had to protect the former clan chief's child, otherwise, it would be an opportunity for someone with ulterior motives. At this moment, he hadn't considered dealing with the child. This confrontation was merely between the third Hokage and the Uchiha clan, and the Ino Shikacho trio were also the third Hokage's people. After the clash, both sides were evenly matched, neither gaining an advantage, but Uchiha Yoru got everything he wanted, dignity and the status he deserved. The Uchiha had always been marginalized, choosing to endure. But after taking power, he chose to show his fangs. The Uchiha clan, no longer enduring, naturally saw different treatment. For example, no one is allowed to monitor them, and no one is allowed to act recklessly towards the Uchiha clan. Anyone who dares to do so must be prepared to face the counterattack of the strongest clan. All past forbearance and concessions are now meaningless. It can be said that the Uchiha clan has once again straightened its spine. Although they haven't regained all their former power, such as the power they held before the Nine Tails attack, Uchiha Yoru has made the clan hold their heads high and return to their previous mindset. We Uchiha are not wrong, and whoever dares to act recklessly will be dealt with. Konoha cannot be in turmoil. Tomorrow, I want to see the police department operating as usual. Before leaving, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, issued a commanding ultimatum. Uchiha Yoru had achieved his goal, and naturally, he wouldn't give anyone a handle to use against him for doing anything within the rules. Third Hokage, rest assured, from now on, Konoha will welcome a brand new and stronger police department. Uchiha Yoru was equally fearless, speaking solemnly and directly. A Uchiha clan that stands tall will naturally become stronger and more powerful. Only by making the village increasingly wary will they refrain from taking action easily. After a brief period of overcast skies and rain, everything that happened yesterday seemed like a dream. The Konoha villagers, waking up in the morning, stared blankly at the police department patrolling the streets again, as if none of this had occurred. However, a notice posted in the Hokage's office stated that the police department felt its strength was insufficient and needed to recruit more powerful ninjas to protect the village's stability and prevent a recurrence of the incidents involving Shinnosuke, the Fire Temple, and Uchiha Fugaku. All of this made it clear to everyone that everything that happened yesterday was real. Those who had previously harbored resentment towards the Uchiha on the streets no longer dared to show it openly, only able to curse them secretly in private. No one dared to show their displeasure to their faces. The Uchiha clan now was suddenly different from before. Inside the Hokage's office building, bright sunlight streamed in through the windows. Hirozen Sarutobi had regained his composure, wisely reviewing various intelligence reports. Order Nara Shikoku to the front lines to replace Kakashi, and recall Kakashi to Konoha? Yes, sir. Reinforce the border, and respond firmly to all provocations, even those from Kumagakure? Yes, sir. Order the Anbu to take over the investigation of the Fire Temple, and thoroughly investigate any group of hired ninjas exceeding 17 men found within the Land of Fire. With each order issued by the Third Hokage, Hirozen Sarutobi, Konoha's war machine continued to operate. Now he needed to recall Kakashi to continue infiltrating Uchiha Yoru's inner circle. He needed more information. Uchiha Yoru was now out of control, and so was the Uchiha clan. Yesterday's funeral for Uchiha Fugaku seemed like nothing had happened, but the situation in Konoha had changed. The new Uchiha clan leader had awakened the main decay Sharingan and, with his strong leadership, had united the entire clan. He had also forged a complete alliance with the Hyuga, branch family, and Aburane clans. Following this, the police department, citing its inadequacy in protecting Konoha's safety, began a legitimate expansion. Meanwhile, the Third Hokage's side, having probed the Uchiha clan's full strength, achieved a relatively stable situation. Konoha's most pressing needs now were to stabilize the border unrest and resolve the daimyo's affairs. At the police headquarters, in the state building, Uchiha Yoru, exuding confidence, surveyed his new post, issuing his decrees. Continue recruiting elite ninjas from the village. Don't be afraid of spies sent by any side. In short, once they come to the police department, they must work. That's enough. The salary we pay is for the time they spend on missions, not for selling themselves. Uchiha Yoru's meaning was clear. Regardless of what they do after get off work, the salary is for the tasks performed during their shifts. As long as they are punctual and don't leave early, completing their work diligently is sufficient. Yes. Since the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th squads are recruiting heavily, it's not just a superficial effort. Kakashi needs to return soon. Kakashi will be the captain of the 9th squad, Hyuga Hisashi the captain of the 8th squad, Uchiha Shisui the captain of the 7th squad, and Aburame Shimi as the vice captain. The 6th squad will temporarily be led by its current captain, but this time I hope to select a captain fairly and impartially from among the subordinates. Yes, don't worry about the previous captains of the 6th, 7th, and 8th squads. Order them to headquarters to form a new squad. This squad will be responsible for protecting the clan elders, and the clan head's safety when they travel. It will be the elite of the elite. Uchiha Yoru solemnly issued orders, practically giving the entire police department a second review. However, none of the captains present in the office showed dissatisfaction. Instead, they all appeared excited and eager. Request for support. Chapter 214 Turmoil in the Ninja World. The Land of Water. In the hazy mist, a figure slowly appeared in the valley. Lady Yakira of the Scorching Release, I've come to greet you. Just then, a mist ninja figure slowly emerged from behind the rocks in the thick fog. When his face was revealed, Yakira noticed the relief on his forehead. Thank you for your trouble, but it's just crossing a valley. There's no way I'd get lost. You're right, please. The mist ninja scratched his head, revealing a shy smile, quite deceptive. Yakira, the Scorching Release user, looked at the mist ninja with a forced smile, but after Konoha's Uchiha Yoru's warning some time ago, she was still wary. Observing secretly, she found no traps around, and for a moment, she laughed self-deprecatingly. How foolish of her to have trusted a Konoha ninja. The Sand Ninja and the Mist Ninja were so far apart, and had no conflict of interest. An alliance was the best option. Just as Yekon relaxed her guard and exchanged a glance with a mist ninja before walking forward, she failed to see the cold glint in the eyes of the shyly smiling mist ninja, who had her head bowed. Thud. In an instant, a figure flashed past, blood splattering everywhere. Yekon's face showed disbelief. A kunai was still embedded in her back. Had she not reacted quickly enough, the kunai would have severed her heart. "You, what are you doing?" Yekon remembered Uchiha Yoru's pitying gaze and warning, and glared angrily at the mist ninja. Experience the pain. The mist ninja laughed maniacally. His earlier shyness was all a facade. The figure vanished into the thick fog, but the whooshing sounds from all directions shocked Yekon. Kunai and shuriken were everywhere. Beneath the thick fog, behind a giant rock, Yekira felt cold sweat trickle down her temples. Her back was now covered in blood. Damn it, Uchiha Yoru had actually been right. Such a beautiful back, it would be such a waste to poke it with kunai. Recalling those words, Yekira couldn't help but shudder. Was everything really as Uchiha Yoru had said, or was it all just a Konoha conspiracy? Her eyes calmly scanned her surroundings before Yekira's figure slowly disappeared without a trace. But throughout the valley, Mist Ninja revealed bloodthirsty smiles, like cats hunting mice. Inside a cave, Yekira knew she couldn't escape for the time being. Despite being on guard, she had still fallen into a trap. The moment the glass tube shattered, the black snake inside seemed to awaken from hibernation. Then, in the darkness, the black snake opened its mouth, emitting nauseating gurgling sounds. First, a hand slowly reached out, and then, supported by the ground, a figure emerged from the black snake. The figure's wet, sticky substance dried quickly upon contact with the air, revealing a face that was none other than Uchiha Yoru. "How, it seems you still haven't listened." Seeing Uchiha Yoru's mockery, Yekira sneered. "Isn't this exactly what you wanted?" She didn't believe he would be so kind as to save her. No one would believe he had no ulterior motives. How, every village has corrupt high-ranking officials who cling to power and refuse to relinquish it, while people like you and me, once powerful, are ostracized. Facing Yekira's sneer, Uchiha Yoru made no attempt to conceal his intentions. "The rotten roots have begun greedily stealing the tree's nutrients, so you need my help, and I need yours as well." Facing this somewhat unfathomable man, Yekira's eyes revealed a hint of apprehension. She wasn't naive or a simple ninja. Someone feared by the fourth Kazekage must possess their own faction and power, otherwise, a simple ninja would merely be a tool for power. "You want to cause chaos in Sunagakure?" Yekira's extremely certain words echoed in the cave. Uchiha Yoru, however, shook his head with a disappointed expression, saying, "Too superficial. If your vision is limited to this, then you've disappointed me greatly. When you return to Sunagakure and calm down, I think you have the potential to understand." Slowly walking behind Yekira, looking at her bloodied back, Uchiha Yoru immediately shook his head and sighed. "I told you, such a beautiful back, what a pity." "Shut up," Yekira coldly snorted at Uchiha's teasing. Anyway, she was already trapped. If the other party had the ability to save her, that would be best. If not, she wouldn't lose anything. "I said, this gift will save your life when you're on the verge of death, but it may also make you face death sooner." Faced with a threat of death, Yekira only had a cold expression. At this point, simple death no longer frightened them. Uchiha Yoru first gently treated the bleeding from the other's beautiful back with both hands. Fortunately, the wounds weren't deep. Then, he slowly lowered his head and leaned against the other's neck. A strange smile appeared on Uchiha Yoru's face as he slowly opened his mouth and bit down on the skin of the neck. Blood flowed instantly, and the mysterious power of the cursed seal within his teeth quickly seeped into the other's body through the wound, causing Yekira to groan in pain. "This is the gift. Whether you survive or not depends on yourself. This shadow clone of mine contains chakra sealed within the summoning beast. As time passes, the chakra also dissipates. This is only enough to heal and keep your body from collapsing. The chakra will only last for 2 hours." The pain of the cursed seal was unimaginable. Yekira gritted his teeth, clutching his neck, the intense pain turning into muffled groans. Uchiha Yoru then slowly retrieved various bladed weapons from the other's weapon pouch, including explosive tags, wire, and kunai. He then set up traps in the surrounding passageways, and finally, Uchiha Yoru formed a hand seal to create a barrier. "This barrier can prevent sensory ninjas from detecting you, but I still need to stabilize your body. Your chakra can only last for an hour and a half, the rest is up to your fate." Looking at Yekira, who was gritting her teeth in pain and unable to utter a sound, Uchiha Yoru shook his head. then stepped forward and used medical ninjutsu to stabilize her cells, helping her adapt to the power of the cursed seal as quickly as possible. Within the valley, shadowy figures flickered like fleas. Continue searching. The sand ninja must be hiding. They couldn't have escaped. Yes, dozens of mist ninja angrily searched the entire valley but found nothing. Finally, in a fit of rage, they began a thorough search. At dawn, a pair of eyes slowly opened in a cave. The bloodshot eyes slowly opened, and Yakira felt a surge of power within her body. The wounds on her back had healed. The power of a high-level medical ninja was undeniable. More importantly, when she touched the cursed seal on her neck, she sneered, "Although I don't know what your scheme is, I have indeed survived." An explosive tag was still attached to her chest, connected by a life seal. Once she lost her life force, the tag would detonate, burying her in the cave. Tearing off the explosive tag, Yukang gritted her teeth. She had suffered terribly last night, but she wasn't completely oblivious. Uchiha Yoru, she muttered things like, "What a beautiful back. What a waste of her figure," and then stuck the explosive tag to her chest. Fueled by anger, the power of the cursed seal began to spread. In a short time, half of Yukang's body was covered in black cursed seal patterns, and her body was strengthened. Boom! A rumbling sound echoed in the valley, and Yukang, using her blaze release technique, appeared. This time, she used her immense power to fight her way through and then disappeared into the land of water. The upheavals in Konoha's Uchiha clan spread throughout the ninja world. Fugaku Uchiha was assassinated, and the new clan leader was none other than the 18-year-old genius ninja, Yoru Uchiha. However, news then spread that Yoru Uchiha had awakened the main decay Sharingan under pressure from his clan, causing an uproar throughout the ninja world. Those unfamiliar with the main decay Sharingan, after researching, were filled with dread. Awakening the main decay Sharingan instantly elevated Yoru Uchiha from the ranks of geniuses to powerful ninja with cage-level strength and an S-rank danger rating, as listed by various ninja villages. Meanwhile, Konoha's turmoil continued to explode in the ninja world, causing various villages to grin with excitement. Konoha, once known as the strongest village in the ninja world, seemed to have begun its decline after the Third Shinobi World War. The death of the Fire Temple, the Third Hokage's eldest son, the assassination of the Uchiha clan leader, the split of the daimyo's 12 guardian ninja, and border unrest, each event gave everyone a glimmer of hope. Even now, there's a sense in the ninja world that Konoha isn't as powerful as it seems, and could be dethroned at any moment. Many ninja villages have already begun secretly plotting. However, it's not just Konoha that's experiencing this. Kirigakure and Tsunagakure also erupted in unprecedented turmoil. First, in Kirigakure, the so-called genius rogue ninja Madarumi, possessing 2 bloodline limits, openly formed a rebellion under the banner of the 4th Mizukage's massacre, attempting to eliminate all bloodline limit ninjas within the land of water. This was known as the Rebel Army. Madarumi, a powerful ninja never before heard of, proved her strength when she drew her great sword Samehoda. Sujetsu Hazuki was also frustrated and could only accept being defeated and having his sword taken by her. After all, being defeated by one of Kirigakure's own people is better than being defeated by an outsider. The immense power, coupled with the political climate of the land of water's hatred forcing bloodline limit ninjas to join Madarumi's ranks, resulted in a large number of bloodline limit ninjas gathering around her. Madarumi even garnered considerable support by raising the banner of overthrowing the blood mist policy, with many former ninja who had defected because of it returning to the land of water to join the rebels. Madarumi's rebel forces grew stronger day by day. In Tsunagakure, Pakura, a hero of the village known for her blaze release technique, returned from a mission and led her bloodline limit ninja force to confront the 4th Kazakage, publicly claiming that the 4th Kazakage and higher-ups had framed her. This caused an uproar in Tsunagakure. The 4th Kazakage, his prestige damaged, couldn't directly retaliate against Pakura, thus creating 2 factions within the village. Of the 5 great ninja villages, 3 experienced turmoil in the same year, all due to internal conflicts. The situation was most intense in Kirigakure, escalating into a civil war. Tsunagakure and Konoha remained relatively peaceful, their struggles limited to political maneuvering and not yet reaching the point of armed conflict. Such changes caused an uproar throughout the ninja world. Some powerful smaller ninja villages seemed to see a chance to take their place, and ambitious newcomers began to emerge. The Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Stone Village were worried. It seemed as if a mastermind was behind it all, but who could possibly have the power to destabilize the 3 great ninja villages? Although it seemed impossible, the two villages secretly began investigating their own. Even a powerful village like Konoha was experiencing turmoil, and the Hidden Mist village and the Hidden Sands village were not far behind. They couldn't afford to follow suit, so they hurriedly began dealing with the destabilizing factors within their own villages. Konoha Hokage's office. Pakura from the Hidden Sand village, Madarumi from the Hidden Mist village, looking at the intelligence from the ninja world, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose hair was already gray, showed a rare hint of relief amidst his weariness. Taking a deep drag on his pipe, Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned and said, "I've ordered Narashikoku at the front lines to prepare for negotiations with Kirigakure. At the same time, I've instructed Narashikoku to secretly contact the rebel forces in Kirigakure and establish diplomatic relations. Konoha can sell or even exchange various strategic resources." Having seized the opportunity, Hiruzen Sarutobi certainly wouldn't let it slip by. Establishing diplomacy with the rebels, frankly speaking, meant trading, even if it meant selling some resources at a loss, as this was a way of indirectly weakening Kirigakure. Also, I'll send people to secretly gather intelligence on Sunagakure. We must find out everything about this blazing release user, Pakura. Perhaps we can also establish some friendship. Konoha welcomes all friends who yearn for peace. Hamura Mutakato and Kaharu Utatame smiled as they watched their friend regain his former prowess. Sarutobi, Sunagakure and Kirigakure have finally shown a weakness, so we naturally need to seize the opportunity. Previously, Konoha was the only one among the 5 great shinobi villages with many problems, but now it's clear the second in command is laughing at the eldest. Everyone's in a similar situation. In fact, the more a major power is weakened, the less likely a shinobi world war will break out. Sarutobi, the Uchiha's affairs have also been exposed. Now, people from Iwagakure, Kumagakure, Kirigakure, and even Sunagakure have begun investigating secretly, probably with the same intentions, Mitakato Hamura said with a slight frown. They wanted to support the weaker forces of other shinobi villages to incite internal strife, and the other shinobi villages thought the same thing. The conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha's leadership has been blatantly exposed. Other shinobi villages would be fools to just stand by and watch. Everyone knows that supporting the weaker side allows them to watch the show with almost no effort. That's the most profitable business. Hiruzen Sarutobi had naturally considered this as well. The best solution would be to annihilate this force with overwhelming force, nipping the thread in the bud. But the Uchiha clan wasn't just a sprout, it was a thriving tree. Taking a deep drag of his cigarette, Hiruzen said in a low voice, "For now, stabilize the Uchiha clan. The situation cannot deteriorate further. Even if it has eased somewhat, we must first resolve the unrest on the border and in the daimyo's capital." Hamura Mutakato and Kaharu Utatane nodded in agreement with Hiruzen's policy of seeking stability. Konoha couldn't withstand any more storms, especially now that the Uchiha clan possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan, which made them feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Chapter 215 Kakashi and Shisui. The year began amidst turmoil in the ninja world. 3 of the 5 great ninja villages were embroiled in significant disturbances, leading smaller villages across the ninja world to believe an opportunity had arrived, resulting in a period of chaos. This ultimately led to border clashes between the various ninja villages, increasing the difficulty of missions, especially those requiring cross-border crossings. Konoha. The Uchiha clan compound, bathed in the spring breeze, exuded the vibrant atmosphere of spring, more than twice as bustling as the previous year. Countless unfamiliar faces hawked their wares in the streets, and the number of elderly women buying groceries had doubled. Most notably, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan had joined the Uchiha compound, adding new faces to this unique place. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yoruchi's rise to the position of police chief and Uchiha clan had once again echoed throughout the village streets as a disciple of Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Amidst the lively atmosphere, many who had once been considered Orochimaru's direct descendants flocked to join, especially the police department's massive recruitment drive, with countless ninjas signing up. Along with these ninjas came their families, and with families coming together, the Uchiha clan would reap substantial benefits. After all, the Uchiha clan had never lacked money. A brand new 3-story building stood out within the Uchiha clan's territory. This was the new residence of the clan head. The police headquarters office building. Shisui, Kakashi, you 2 are finally back. Seeing the 2 finally returned from the front lines, Uchiha Yoru smiled and personally poured tea for them. Yoru ni Yoru, the 2 seemed a little reserved. Kakashi was alright, But Uchiha Shisui is clearly embarrassed, unsure how to address him. Holding the kettle, under their somewhat reserved expressions, Uchiha Yoru personally filled their teacups. There's too much going on these days. It's good that you're back, it gives me some peace of mind. He wasn't lying at all. After all, expanding the Uchiha clan's influence and recruiting for the police department were crucial, especially since his current status was highly sought after. Some opportunists and others who had been sidelined had chosen new paths. Yoru. Brother Yoru, Shisui had intended to address him as the clan head, but under Yoru's gaze, he could only manage a wry smile and revert to his original form of address, though his heart was warmed. Brother Yoru, what about the clan head's matter? Before Shisui could finish speaking, Yoru's smile froze, and he raised his hand to stop Shisui from finishing. Shisui, some things are in the past, and the village can't withstand any more turmoil right now. Yoru's eyes darted around as he spoke insincerely. This scene made Shisui's expression stiffen, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on his teacup. The more this happened, the more suspicious he became, especially with Brother Yoru's attitude. He already had a suspicion in his mind. In the suddenly oppressive atmosphere, Uchiha Yoru rubbed his temples, looking apologetically at the two. Let's put aside the matter of Clan Chief Fugaku for now. After all, Konoha needs unity right now, and we can't let outsiders find an opportunity. You should know the current situation in the ninja world. The rebellion in Kirigakure seems to have given some people an opportunity. And countless people would love for Konoha to experience something similar. With such frankness, Uchiha Yoru presented a righteous and awe-inspiring image. Shisui took a deep breath. He deeply loved his village and naturally knew the priorities. He said solemnly, Brother Yoru, don't worry, I won't act recklessly. However, if I have the chance, I will definitely investigate Clan Chief Fugaku's matter thoroughly. The clan chief had been assassinated, and the hidden circumstances he now suspected only fueled his anger. Hatake Kakashi, standing to the side, calmly looked at his teacup. He couldn't speak about these matters. After all, he was an outsider in the matter of Clan Chief Fugaku. What would others think if an outsider offered advice? It wasn't like your clan chief was dead. Therefore, he could only remain silent. Fortunately, Yoru wasn't blinded by anger. Instead, the pressure of becoming the new clan leader increased, making him more thoughtful in his actions. Kakashi, almost all the ninjas who joined this time are direct descendants of Orochimaru. They've all suffered prejudice because of this, so your task is heavy. You must set a good example. After all, Yoru's status was no longer simple, he had the power to rally support. In the past, these ninjas would silently endure any losses or ostracism, even if it was undeserved. But things were different now. With Yoru's rise, they could openly move to a place where they wouldn't be ostracized. Why not go? With this mindset, and also considering Yoru's age and potential, almost all the direct descendants of Orochimaru joined him. Although Orochimaru failed, Uchiha Yoru might still have a chance. He has the power of the entire Uchiha clan, the prestige of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, and is also a grand disciple of the Third Hokage. Add to that the Hyuga branch family and the Aburim clan he's now involved with, and a completely new political system has been formed. If the competition for the fifth Hokage is a matter of choosing from the new generation, then Uchiha Yoru currently holds an absolute advantage. Facing his former classmate, Hatake Kakashi, who has suddenly become the Uchiha clan head and controls the important police department, a position vastly different from his former classmate, Yoru's gaze was sincere and resolute. Yoru, you've finally taken this step. I thought, what did you think? Yoru always showed trust in Kakashi, and the two rarely disagreed. After all, Kakashi was an extremely calm ninja, especially during the Anbu period. His calm personality also led him to have different political views. I thought it would take at least 10 years to take this step. Kakashi Hatake rarely showed a relaxed smile. Although he wore a mask, the expression in his one open eye was clear. Yes, if things proceed step by step, it will take at least 10 years. Uchiha Yoru didn't refute Kakashi's assessment. Instead, he sighed deeply. To outsiders, Fugaku Uchiha's assassination seemed like destiny. It could be said that Fugaku's death shaped everything he had. In the eyes of outsiders, Fugaku's death, the immense pressure from the clan, and the anger over the clan head's death all led him to awaken a Mangekyou Sharingan. Then, he became the Uchiha clan head and the head of the police department, reaching the pinnacle of his life. Originally, he planned to persuade Fugaku, and the two of them would work together seamlessly. But in the end, He ended up doing all the work himself. It was tiring, and the pressure that two people shared became his alone, but the advantage was that he was the one making the decisions. I'm afraid many people have been gossiping behind my back. Uchiha Yoru could already imagine the gossip, but he didn't care. Yes, at only 18 years old, you became the head of Konoha's crucial police department and the head of the strongest clan. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh at how circumstances make heroes. Sometimes, luck really is a part of strength, and it often accounts for the majority. Even Minato-sensei didn't have your foundation back then. Hatake Kakashi wasn't a pure ninja. His background predetermined his inability, especially given everything he had experienced. Uchiha Yoru naturally understood what Kakashi meant. Although Namake's Minato was the fourth Hokage, he really didn't have much foundation. No wonder he rose too quickly. He hadn't had time to cultivate his own direct disciples before becoming Hokage. After becoming the fourth Hokage, he was left with no one to rely on. The so-called Ino Shikacho trio was essentially the successor to the third Hokage's team, and they were only in a semi-successionary state. Before the third Hokage fully relinquished power, the Ino Shikacho clans weren't entirely Minato Namake's own force. As for the other major clans, he hadn't even had a chance to win them over. Only the Uchiha clan showed goodwill, and the two hit it off, but it ended before it even began. Uchiha Yoru was different. He already had his own direct lineage, and his strongest and most trusted direct lineage was naturally his clan. The entire Uchiha clan was his direct lineage. Then there were the direct lineage ninja forces that succeeded Orochimaru, the Hyuga branch family and the Aburame clan. In short, once Uchiha Yoru became Hokage, he wouldn't be a lone commander. He would have enough power at his disposal to not need the third Hokage's help. However, Kakashi's tone shifted, his expression turning serious as he said in a deep voice, "Yoru, you've also become the target of everyone's attention. Your every move is under everyone's watchful eye, and the third Hokage's leadership won't allow you to compete for the fifth Hokage." Indeed, in Kakashi's eyes, Yoru's methods since becoming clan leader were somewhat hasty and opportunistic, resulting in a complete clash with the village's leadership. For example, their conflict was now out in the open, and many forces in the ninja world were secretly plotting to incite further conflict. But Kakashi understood, because all of Yoru's hasty methods were for the sake of competing for the fifth Hokage. It was all for Konoha, for changing the corrupt Konoha as soon as possible. Kakashi, why can't brother Yoru compete for the fifth Hokage? Upon hearing this, Shisui Uchiha immediately showed anxiety. He was confused and furious. Their Uchiha clan had already sacrificed a clan leader, didn't they deserve it? With the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru's influence, and even his support from outside at crucial moments, plus the Hyuga, Aburame, and the police department, who in the village can compare to Yoruni? At this point, Uchiha Shisui, knowing Kakashi wouldn't speak without reason, slammed his fist on the table in anger. The only capable one, Sarutobi Shinosuke, is already dead. Who else in the village can he have? Does the Sarutobi clan intend for Sarutobi Asuma to take his place? Seeing the somewhat agitated Uchiha Shisui, Kakashi remained silent, while Uchiha Yoru smiled and waved his hand to appease Shisui. Shisui, the third Hokage is already in his 60s, and the village certainly needs to elect a new Hokage, but I am indeed the best candidate? Shisui was completely oblivious to politics, while Kakashi saw it all clearly. Uchiha Yoru smiled without saying a word, his eyes narrowed. He hadn't originally planned to do this, he'd been too busy lately. Kakashi's words had reminded him. Kakashi looked at Shisui beside him and said solemnly, the first tier of candidates remains the Sannin. Apart from Orochimaru, whose reputation has been tarnished, Jiraiya and Tsunade are the undisputed first choices. Upon hearing the names of Jiraiya and Tsunade, Uchiha Shisui was stunned. After recovering, he sat down in silence. Although he also thought the two were suitable, the Uchiha clan had finally had the opportunity to produce a Hokage. Once a Hokage was chosen, the conflict between the clan and the village would be completely eliminated. Facing Kakashi and Shisui, Uchiha Yoru smiled without hesitation and nodded, saying, Kakashi, I need to trouble you to pass on a message regarding Jiraiya-sama. I'll take care of Tsunade-sama, regardless of which of them returns to become the fifth Hokage. The Uchiha clan and the police department will fully support them. This time, Uchiha Yoru was truly sincere. In this world, what's most important? Strength or influence? He believed that below the sixth path level, strength and influence were closely intertwined and indispensable. Only at the sixth path level, The level where one could sweep across the ninja world. Could only the cage level be considered worthy of attention? Other forces were like ants. But right now, he hadn't even reached the strength of the first Hokage or Madara, let alone the sixth path level. Therefore, he needed the support of influence. The biggest benefit of Jiraiya or Tsunade returning as Hokage would be the easing of conflict. If that were the case, he wouldn't mind focusing on improving his strength. Yoru, Kakashi stared intently at Uchiha Yoru, his gaze seemingly trying to see through his comrade's true thoughts. After all, Yoru was the Hokage, representing supreme power. However, Yoru revealed a hint of worry. Kakashi, what I'm worried about isn't who can become the fifth Hokage, but there won't be a fifth Hokage. What? Shisui, standing nearby, was visibly taken aback. He didn't understand. How could there not be a fifth Hokage? The third Hokage of Iwagakure, Inoki, wasn't unwilling to find a successor, he simply didn't have a suitable one. Konoha clearly had successors, thankfully not just one. Why wouldn't a fifth Hokage appear? The third Hokage was already in his 60s and had just lost his son. Kakashi was also slightly stunned upon hearing this, then, as if thinking of something, his expression gradually became serious. Yoru gazed at the tender green branches on the treetops outside the window, slowly lowering his head and hiding his gaze in the darkness. Human desires are the hardest thing to control. The feeling of having lost something and then regaining it, the psychological transformation with age, plus the desire of family, relatives, and companions not to lose their current position, these are all the unseen forces driving people's hearts and desires in the shadows. People always change, just like me. Kakashi, you and Shisui. Aren't you also trying to change me, constantly pushing me from behind? If one day, your family, loved ones, and companions lose some of their benefits with my abdication, they will be the ones pushing, and you will be too. So what will you do? Uchiha Yoru's calm voice echoed in the room. Hatake Kakashi fell silent. He had witnessed the changes in human nature. The human heart was the hardest thing to control in this world. Brother Yoru, are you saying the third Hokage will be greedy for power and won't choose the five great Hokage? Uchiha Shisui exclaimed in shock, voicing his thoughts. Please support. Chapter 216 Giving the village one last chance. How is this possible? Uchiha Shisui exclaimed in disbelief. Even if the third Hokage was something else, he couldn't possibly be this greedy. A 60-year-old man clinging to the Hokage position, refusing to give younger generations a chance. What kind of logic is that? Has this once great ninja become so corrupt, so greedy for power? Although he was already aware of the corruption within Konoha's upper echelons, Uchiha Shisui had never imagined it would reach this level. Did the third Hokage intend to remain in power until his death? Seeing Shisui's shock, Uchiha Yoru suddenly chuckled, breaking the atmosphere. He waved his hand at the two and said with a laugh, "Look how scared you are. It's just a guess. Perhaps it's because I'm so close to this position now, and my ambition wants to take another step forward, that's why I have this guess." Uchiha Yoru made no attempt to hide his ambition. There's no point in hiding it from his own people. Once you reach this position, it would be a lie to say you don't have ambitions. We need to prepare for the worst. What if your guess is true? Kakashi Hatake harbors the deepest darkness regarding the third Hokage, seeing him as the ultimate schemer. However, Shisui argues that even the most corrupt and ambitious schemes are ultimately limited. In the ninja world, living to 60 is considered a long life, let alone wielding such power at that age. Why not prepare for the future? Find a young, new leader for Konoha, and let the third Hokage's faction continue their schemes from behind the scenes. In Shisui's view, the current Hokage leadership at least has some love for the village. Their power after stepping down won't affect their schemes. Besides, no plan is perfect. If things fail, there's always a new Hokage. The older generation takes the blame, and the new generation continues to work to minimize the damage to the village. This is Shisui's understanding. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yoru, seeing that Kakashi's words were true, revealed a complex look in his eyes. Perhaps we can give it a try. Shinosuke's death has completely dismantled Konoha's original plans, leaving them with only Jiraiya and Tsunade to choose from, and these two are not useless like Shinosuke. They need someone to pave the way for them. So, if the third Hokage truly intends to do this, the fifth Hokage will likely be elected soon. As he said this, Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curved into a smile as he looked at the two men. Regardless of who it is, with the prestige of the Sannin, the fifth Hokage's succession will not only stabilize morale, but also create a deterrent effect both internally and externally. Externally? No need to elaborate. Internally. Uchiha Yoru was referring to himself. That's right, Yoru, you're right. Selecting a new Hokage is indeed the fastest way to stabilize morale. Kakashi nodded solemnly. Wasn't it the fourth Hokage's appointment that quickly stabilized morale after the Third Shinobi World War? This wasn't just about having a Hokage, it was about having someone with sufficient prestige to serve as Hokage. Uchiha Yoru couldn't do that, not because of strength, but because of the prestige accumulated over the years. 6 months. 6 months is enough time for the village to start considering the new Hokage. Uchiha Yoru sighed softly, a statement echoed by Shisui and Kakashi. If the village was considering it, they would definitely let the news through. When the decision would be made was irrelevant. At most, it could drag on for a year or two. The mere mention of it was enough. What if, after 6 months, the village hasn't even hinted at considering the fifth Hokage? Hatake Kakashi looked up, his expression grave, while Uchiha Yoru calmly and openly gazed at Kakashi. If there's still no result after 6 months, I'm willing to give the village's corrupt leadership one last chance. Kakashi, you will personally spread the news that the village is selecting a fifth Hokage. Uchiha Yoru's calm tone caused Kakashi Hatake to fall silent. Yoru, are you saying you're forcing the village to make a decision, if the village still remains unmoved? At this point, a sinister smile appeared on Uchiha Yoru's calm face, and his eyes gleamed with undisguised ambition. If it really comes to that, it will prove that the village's corrupt leadership is rotten to the core. Rotten to the point of no return. From then on, I will no longer harbor any illusions. I will use any means necessary to reclaim the village founded by the Uchiha and rebuild the true will of fire. Uchiha Yoru stared at Kakashi with naked ambition and unwavering determination. Shisui, standing beside him, seemed to sense something and couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. What do you need me to do? Kakashi understood that this wasn't just the other party's last hope for the village, but also his own, and a warning from his comrade. At that point, anyone who dared to obstruct him would be an enemy. I want White Fang's reputation. Boom. Kakashi's pupils constricted at that moment, naturally understanding the meaning of those words. Back then, the village had chosen Minato Namikaze as his mentor not only because he was a genius, but also because of his background. Therefore, there was a conflict of interest between him and Minato. Even so, Kakashi had always acted personally, never in his father's name. The Third Shinobi World War. White Fang was at his peak, his influence so great that most of the ninja in Konoha had already tacitly agreed that he would become the next Hokage. This showed how many connections White Fang had built, and his suicide after his reputation was tarnished was a great loss. White Fang was the same age as the legendary Sannin, meaning that the ninjas of that era were now the backbone of Konoha. Uchiha Yoru's meaning was simple: if he were to launch an attack, he would leverage White Fang's reputation to his advantage. As for the methods, Hatake Kakashi already had a plan in mind. He lowered his head and said coldly, "My father didn't regret his choice back then. I don't want anyone to disturb him. White Fang was in the past, let him fade into history with time." Regret? The victor is king, the loser is villain. Of course, there's no regret, but things are different now. Uchiha Yoru made no attempt to hide his intentions. He not only wanted Kakashi as an assistant, but also the entire Hatake clan on his side, and he wanted to utilize White Fang's remaining reputation. Although it was less than a tenth of its former glory, to him, even a small amount was still valuable. Moreover, it was a weapon. White Fang was a sharp blade when he was alive, and he remained so even in death. Konoha had gone through so much, the major clans had their own supporters, and there were also neutral parties, but these were generally small clans, naturally remaining silently neutral. They didn't participate in the ninja power struggles, but quietly developed themselves. Although there's no such thing as a direct correlation between risk and reward, they are still the most stable. Alright, the silent Kakashi thought that if the village's higher-ups were truly corrupt to this extent, he would be willing to gamble everything, not for profit, but simply to ignite the true will of fire. Instead of the corrupt and aged higher-ups greedily enjoying everything while children bleed on the battlefield. Haha, this is youth. No matter how great the difficulties ahead, we must strive to overcome them, even at the cost of our lives, at least leaving behind evidence that we lived as men. Just then, the guards outside pushed open the door. Leading the group was Might Guy in his green uniform, giving a thumbs up and flashing his signature white teeth. This scene made Uchiha Yoru somewhat embarrassed, but he smiled as he watched the crowd enter. Might Guy, Genma Shirinu, Redo Namishi, Devashi, Hisashi Hyuga, Kyorna Iyuhi, Yugeo Yuzuki, and Anko Materashi appeared. Adding Kakashi, Shisui, and himself already in the house, only Itachi Uchiha remained as a trusted confidant. Thinking of Itachi, Yoru Uchiha glanced subtly at Shisui, secretly relieved. With Shisui there, he wasn't worried about the message not being conveyed effectively. No one said anything, but the unwavering determination in their eyes spoke volumes. Even Kyorna Iyuhi and Yugeo Yuzuki had made their decisions. This was their last chance against the village's leadership. As Yoru had just said, if things had come to this point and the aging leaders still greedily clung to power, indifferent and unmoved, then they were truly beyond redemption. They wouldn't feel any guilt, nor would they hesitate. All of this was for the village. For the true will of fire. Lord Yoru, a childish voice rang out, and a girl with beautiful long black hair, a beauty mark under her right eye, and dressed in a purple coat respectfully entered. The headband on her forehead proved she was already a ninja. She entered respectfully and began tidying the room with practiced ease. Izumi, remember to allocate more time to training, Uchiha Yoru said with a friendly smile. The girl nodded respectfully. Don't worry, Lord Yoru, Izumi won't neglect her training. The clan crest visible on her back confirmed her identity, Uchiha Izumi. The privileges of being in charge followed, especially for a bloodline-conscious clan. Although only 9 years old, Uchiha Izumi had already graduated from the Ninja Academy and awakened her Sharingan. When the Fugaku clan leader was assassinated, one of her guards sacrificed his life, Izumi's only relative, and she awakened her Sharingan upon hearing the news. This proved that Uchiha Izumi's talent was among the best of the female ninjas in the clan, especially since she awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan at the age of 13 on the night of the clan massacre in the original story. Uchiha Yoru, at 18, was the only, exposed, main decay Sharingan bloodline holder in the clan, naturally receiving even more attention. For bloodline ninjas, the stronger the awakened bloodline, the greater the potential of their offspring. This has been an undeniable fact among ninjas for many years. To ensure the smooth continuation of the clan's only awakened main decay bloodline, the clan's only elder, Uchiha Setsuna, went to great lengths to arrange a child bride for him. This was almost commonplace in large clans. Almost unpacking, let's go back. Yes, although Uchiha Izumi's disguise was excellent, a trace of fervor remained in her eyes, which Uchiha Yoru naturally mistook for admiration. He was also troubled, a 9-year-old girl, in this evil feudal society. Although he liked her, she was too young. He'd better raise her. Walking towards the Uchiha clan compound, he greeted acquaintances with smiles along the way. Hidden guards were also present, and Uchiha Izumi, as his personal assistant, naturally followed closely behind. Gazing at the figure ahead, a burning determination flashed deep within Uchiha Izumi's eyes. Lord Yoru's status was the highest, his bloodline supreme, and moreover, only Lord Yoru could avenge her father. The hatred for her father, the responsibility to her clan, and the life-saving grace of that figure under the Nine-Tails shadow in her childhood, all these things solidified Uchiha Izumi's will. A ninja's strength is inextricably linked to chakra, and chakra is a product of both body and spirit. This is why the ninja world often speaks of a steadfast ninja way. A steadfast ninja way, simply put, is mental will. The stronger the mental will, the more solid, resilient, and abundant the chakra, and consequently, the greater the strength. This is why the demigod Hanzo's fighting power plummeted after losing his fighting spirit, and why many other ninjas' fighting strength declined later on due to loss of their ninja way. The strongest ninjas all share one thing in common, a steadfast will, a will that lasts a lifetime. Returning to the newly built, imposing 3-story building in the Uchiha clan compound, Uchiha Yoru felt a little embarrassed, but he still forced himself to go inside. Lord Yoru, Brother Yoru, as Yoru entered, he encountered 2 awkward figures, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Mikado. Shisui had just come to see Itachi and, upon seeing him return, immediately bowed respectfully. After all, in front of outsiders, he had to be respectful to the clan head. Uchiha Mikado knelt on the ground, bowing respectfully, while only Uchiha Itachi seemed somewhat embarrassed. Yoru naturally noticed Itachi's embarrassment and, feigning nonchalance, nodded to Shisui with a casual smile, saying, "Shisui, Itachi's chakra has improved recently. Train Itachi well." "Yes, I won't let you down, Brother Yoru." Shisui seemed to sense something as well, and with the embarrassed Itachi, the two left the house. Lord Yoru, Lady Mikado, I'll take Sasuke to play in the courtyard for a while, as his personal assistant, and arranged by Elder Setsuna, Uchiha Izumi naturally moved in as well. She obediently led the now somewhat sensible Sasuke to the courtyard. Sasuke, who now understood many things, stared blankly at his mother and the new clan leader inside the house. He seemed to know that his father was dead, and that the person who resembled him was the new clan leader. The precocious Sasuke of the ninja world had heard rumors, some even saying he was the new clan leader's illegitimate son. Inside the house, Uchiha Yoru and Uchiha Mikado ate their meal in silence, heads bowed. Elder Setsuna was shrewd, to prevent the clan from experiencing the upheaval of a power struggle between the old and new factions, and to protect the former clan leader's offspring, the new clan leader inheriting everything from the former, including all the concubines' property, wasn't considered outrageous in this era. After all, the powerful and noble families were something commoners envied yet also aspired to. Some things were already tacitly understood. The clan leader was like a local tyrant. Another reason Uchiha Yoru kept his head down and remained silent was that he understood Elder Setsuna's intentions. From the moment Uchiha Mikado entered the house, she had ensured the safety of Sasuke and Itachi. Humans and animals are alike. When becoming king, the offspring of the previous king are a threat and must be eliminated. However, there are also benefits to being magnanimous and tolerant, such as directly winning over and stabilizing the people's hearts, which is extremely beneficial to one's rule. Please support. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Breakup Gift. Konoha Police Department Headquarters. With the arrival of spring, the police department was no longer the despised institution it once was. Now it radiated a vibrant energy. After all, the police department used to represent the Uchiha clan, but now it represented much more than just the Uchiha. It was a system encompassing multiple factions and even a large number of civilians. Power monopolized by one clan breeds jealousy, but when multiple factions unite, while jealousy still exists, the number of forces bearing the brunt of that jealousy is vast, leading to a different outcome. Previously, even with strength, there was no opportunity. Now, you have the chance. As long as you pledge allegiance, you have every opportunity to join the police department, and even a chance to climb the ranks. In the bright and tidy semi-interior, Yuzuki Yugeo entered somewhat hesitantly. Although reviewing documents, Uchiha Yoru, as a ninja, remained vigilant. After secretly giving a hand gesture, the hidden guards around them silently withdrew. After all, while those below might not know that Yuzuki Yugeo was their clan leader's lover, those above were well aware. If you're powerful and belong to a large family, it's considered abnormal if you don't secretly keep a few women. But if you do keep them and still achieve good results, people will secretly admire you. That's what makes a good clan leader. They don't care about your enjoyment. What they care about is how many beneficial things you, as the minister or clan leader, have done for them. That's what matters most. Yugeo, is there something you need? Uchiha Yoru looked up with a gentle smile, while Yuzuki Yugeo's eyes darted away. After hesitating for a moment, she nervously opened her mouth. Lord Yoru, our promise. Seeing Yuzuki Yugeo's lowered head, avoiding his gaze, Uchiha Yoru suddenly realized something and said with shame, I'm sorry, I've been neglecting your feelings. No. Yuzuki Yugeo shook her head, finally hesitating. Lord Yoru, I really can't bear this identity, but you have to believe me. At this point, Yuzuki Yugeo hurriedly explained, I've always stood firmly behind you, Lord Yoru. I firmly believe in your will and ideals, but I really don't want to do this secretly. Before Yuzuki Yugeo could finish, Uchiha Yoru waved his hand to stop her with a reassuring smile. I understand your feelings. After all, you wasted the best 3 years of your life with me. No, Lord Yoru, you taught me ninjutsu and gave me a chakra sword. I haven't forgotten any of that, but now there's the gossip behind my back, and my former classmates. Yuzuki Yugeo's weary eyes reflected the increased scrutiny she received after Uchiha Yoru's meteoric rise to clan leader and police chief. She, once a minor figure, was now the subject of gossip. Jealousy, envy, and even contempt fueled countless glances and criticisms, especially given her responsibilities as the Third Hokage. She had been living in constant torment. Now, she was reaching her breaking point. Lord Yoru, I'm returning all of this to you. Yuzuki Yugao had come today with a determined resolve, willing to relinquish everything she had gained over the years. However, Uchiha Yoru simply smiled and gestured towards the documents in his hand. How was the rooftop this afternoon? I still have some official business to tend to. I'm sorry to bother you, Lord Yoru. Yuzuki Yugao bowed deeply and hurriedly left the office. A scene that Uchiha Yoru could only shake his head at? He understood the pressure on Yuzuki Yugao. After all, she was in her prime, previously an insignificant figure unnoticed, but now many in the police department were keeping an eye on her. Given his current status, everything he did, even his interactions with certain people, would be the subject of gossip. Not to mention the identity of a lover, it would be incredibly stressful for any woman. The Third Hokage's Anbu. Thinking of this identity, Uchiha Yoru's lips slowly curled into a contemptuous smile. Third Hokage, it seems I've won this round. When Yuzuki Yugao decided to give up this identity, she had already relinquished her mission. Don't be fooled by Yuzuki Yugao's apparent desire to be her lover. From another perspective, wasn't she abandoning her mission to the Third Hokage's higher-ranking officials? He had already won. However, Yuzuki Yugao was oversimplifying things. Uchiha Yoru shook his head. Her ninja talent was impressive, but the past could never be erased. For example, he disliked using framing tactics the most. Open schemes were the only foolproof ones. Midday, police department rooftop. Lord Yoru, you've been so good to me, thank you. But I really can't take it anymore. This is my resignation letter. After handing over my work, I won't be coming to the police department anymore. On the rooftop, the 1.7-meter-tall Yuzuki Yugao exuded youthful charm, but at this moment, she was bowing at a 90-degree angle with a look of shame. Uchiha Yoru simply nodded slightly and accepted the resignation letter. Lord Yoru, these things, just as Yuzuki Yugao was returning some of the valuable items he had given her, Uchiha Yoru chuckled and shook his head, saying, Yugao, you should know that although I'm greedy, I never intend to take back what I've given away. He hadn't considered Yuzuki Yugao clinging to him or using any means necessary. It was better to part amicably. After all, he already had quite a few women around him. What are your plans for the future? Seeing Uchiha Yoru change the subject, Yuzuki Yugao's heart trembled. Greed. Only they knew where Lord Yoru had spent all the money he had embezzled. Lord Yoru, I want to go to the orphanage. Hearing Yuzuki Yugao's plan, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded. Not bad. So many years of fighting and killing have kept your mind constantly on edge. After all, you're still young, you should relax, but have you thought it through? You won't get such good treatment after leaving the police department. Facing Uchiha Yoru, Yuzuki Yugao shook her head with a wry smile. Lord Yoru, I'm afraid if I don't leave soon, I'll eventually succumb to your temptations. She didn't know how to describe the man before her. It wasn't just his appearance, but his unique charm, like a deadly poison, that was addictive. She wasn't afraid he would approach her again, but afraid she wouldn't be able to control herself. This man's ideals and will were so great, compared to him, she was just a shell. Moreover, over the years, his gentleness, thoughtfulness, and material support, aside from some issues in their relationship, made it almost impossible for Yuzuki Yugao to find another man as outstanding as him. Seeing the resolute look on Yuzuki Yugao's face, Uchiha Yoru gestured, then smiled and put the resignation letter in his pocket. I'll give you a leave of absence for now, to gradually diminish your influence, let everyone slowly forget about you, and minimize the impact on you. This final act of gentle consideration brought tears to Yuzuki Yugao's eyes as she lowered her head. Was she willing to let go? Did she love him? Oh, by the way, after get off work tonight, I'll give you a farewell gift. Uchiha Yoru slowly walked downstairs, his light laughter echoing in her ears. Upon hearing this, Yuzuki Yugao suddenly looked up, only to find him already gone. At that moment, Yuzuki Yugao seemed to have lost all her strength, collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, I really can't take it anymore. Why is it so hard to just live a simple life? The pressure of being a spy for the Third Hokage, the gossip behind her back. After all the pressure, she was just an ordinary civilian ninja, now only 17 years old and already a special jonin. Even ordinary geniuses in bloodline families reach this level at this age, so what merit does she possess? Naturally, she received a lot of criticism. Oh, it's Yugao. My treat today, in a dumpling shop, Yuzuki Yugao had just composed herself and wanted to find a quiet place to calm down when she unexpectedly ran into Anko and Yuhi, who were drinking tea and eating dumplings. Mitarashi Anko waved her hand familiarly, showing a sincere smile as she greeted her friend. Yuzuki Yugao gave a forced smile. The three of them knew the relationship between them, but they all kept it to themselves. In the quiet and elegant private room, the observant Yuhi seemed to notice Yugao's low mood and subtly gestured to Anko with her eyes, but she didn't pry. After all, everyone has their little secrets. Anko, seeing this, buried her head in her dumplings. She was straightforward and playful, but not stupid. I've resigned. For the two, Yuzuki Yugao felt there was no point in hiding it. The three of them had gone through so much together on the battlefield, and were comrades who trusted each other implicitly. Resign. Yuhi and Mitarashi Anko stared in astonishment at one of their former teammates. The observant Yuhi noticed something amiss in Yugao's downcast face, and coupled with the recent rumors, she naturally guessed what was going on. Yugao, why are you resigning? Is our trio going to break up? Mitarashi Anko's face showed anxiety upon hearing this. At this moment, she simply didn't want her teammates to leave. After all, their bond over the years was genuine. Unlike Anko's straightforwardness, Kurenai clearly already guessed the inside story and shook her head at Anko, saying, Anko, don't worry. Yugao must have her reasons for doing this. Besides, she's been on missions for years, and the police department is quite busy. It's only right that she relaxes. Watching Kurenai explain, Anko looked completely bewildered, utterly unable to grasp the concept. After all, she had experienced darkness, and given her personality, no one else believed her. As for what they said or their opinions, she didn't care. I've explained everything to Lord Yoru. I can't take it anymore. Facing the two, Kurenai showed a hint of envy and even jealousy. Finally, she lowered her head dejectedly and directly stated everything. Anko, needless to say, was single-mindedly devoted to Uchiha Yoru. Kurenai's family background was also superior to his, a commoner, and coupled with her own methods, she exuded a strong, independent aura within the police department, naturally attracting less criticism. She was the weakest of the three, not in terms of strength, but in terms of her background and her own shortcomings. An excellent ninja, but not a competent leader. Lacking the trust of others, and given her commoner origins, she naturally became the first target, as people tend to bully the weak and fear the strong. Have you explained it clearly? Kurenai was taken aback at first, then shook her head and sighed. Her heart was filled with complex emotions. With Uchiha Yoru's current status and position, these things were indispensable. Compared to them, she even felt a little reluctant to part with Yugao, at least they were good friends. As for the others, she could only laugh it off for now. Looking at Kurenai and Anko, Yuzuki Yugao shook her head with a wry smile, saying, I'm going to return everything to Lord Yoru today. Return it? Anko stared at Yugao with wide eyes, shaking her head without hesitation. You've been with Yoru for 3 years, and besides, these things were all given to you by Yoru. Why are you returning them? Looking at the innocent Anko, Kurenai couldn't help but smile. Anko, you? In Anko's mind, what Yoru gave her was hers. If Yoru needed it, she could ask for it, and she would give it without hesitation. But why should she return it? Aren't these all her things? Under the setting sun, on a street in the village, two figures walked one after the other, stopping in front of a flower shop. Turning his head, he saw Yuzuki Yugao looking absent-minded, and Uchiha Yoru shook his head slightly. This is my last gift to you. I hope you can live freely from now on. Suddenly looking at the flower shop in front of him, and hearing Uchiha Yoru's words, Yuzuki Yugao immediately shook her head repeatedly. Lord Yoru, I don't need it. You've already given me so many things. I've heard you say before that your favorite thing is to own your own flower shop, where you can have afternoon tea in your own shop in your spare time, enjoying the sunshine and quietly reading. Looking at Yuzuki Yugao's delicate face, Uchiha Yoru smiled gently and gently tucked a strand of her purple hair behind her ear. I originally planned to give it to you on your birthday, but since I'm quite busy with work, I was afraid I would forget, so I bought this shop in advance. Lord Yoru, He gently placed his finger on his lips. Uchiha Yoru smiled and shook his head, as if to say don't refuse. After all, she was his woman, and he wouldn't be stingy. Lord Yoru, this is too precious. This was a gift from someone who'd even bought the entire shop for her, so Yuzuki Yugao quickly shook her head. Do you like it? Looking at Uchiha Yoru's gentle yet domineering smile, Yuzuki Yugao was slightly taken aback. This time, she smiled and nodded. I like it. If you're ever in trouble or anything goes wrong, remember to come back to me. But don't send me the invitation to open the shop. After all, my presence is just a nuisance to you. With a gentle hug, Yuzuki Yugao stared blankly as the man's figure slowly disappeared into the sunset. In her hands, she now held a purple longsword and a banked book. The purple longsword was a reforged version of the 8 ninja swords Uchiha Yoru had taken from Killer Bee. It was undoubtedly a masterpiece, made of material capable of going toe-to-toe with a Kusanagi sword. Opening the red bank book, seeing the string of numbers, tears welled in her dark eyes under the setting sun. Please support. Chapter 218 Uchiha Sasuke Understands. Under a sky full of stars, the Uchiha clan compound still exuded a lively atmosphere, and smiles graced the faces of the Uchiha members. Since relocating to the outskirts of the village, it had felt like living in a prison. Now, with countless people settling there, the compound had regained its vitality. Ninjas typically bring families, and with more people came more demand. The emergence of shops selling snacks, street food, and night markets encouraged interaction among the newcomers. The Uchiha seemed less aloof, having experienced loneliness and exclusion. They cherished this atmosphere even more. Similarly, these newly arrived ninja families, initially filled with unfamiliarity and fear, after all, this was the compound of the strongest bloodline, began to accept each other over time, enjoying an unprecedented sense of security. The strongest Uchiha clan, with a police force, would they lack a sense of security? In the clan leader's courtyard, young Sasuke excitedly brandished his kunai under the starlight. Master Yoru, how is my taijutsu? Panting, Sasuke's face lit up with praise. Sitting on the wooden floor under the eaves, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded. It seems you've learned a lot at the Ninja Academy, Sasuke. Young Sasuke beamed with excitement at the praise. After all, he was just a kid, practically wagging his tail. I got first place in the entrance exam, Sasuke declared proudly, a sight that made Uchiha Yoru laugh heartily. Good, Sasuke. Since you got first place, I'll give you a reward. I'll personally teach you shuriken techniques. Great, Sasuke laughed excitedly, and Uchiha Yoru nodded gently. Inwardly, however, he thought to himself, one of the twins of destiny is right in front of me. It would be foolish not to seize this opportunity to bring him into my camp. Across the courtyard, in the large house that once belonged to the clan leader, the second floor now gleamed with light. Itachi Uchiha, having just completed his mission, sat at the table, his eyes burning with fervor as he gazed at the red-covered book, My Struggle. Just as Itachi diligently took notes, each reading revealing something new, a familiar, hearty laugh suddenly rang out. Through the window, he saw Sasuke and his teacher. Seeing this, Itachi felt a pang of guilt. Teacher, you sacrificed so much for the Uchiha, for the will of fire. In Itachi's eyes, his teacher, for the sake of the clan, for the true will of fire, had even had his grandfather send his daughter away, partly to protect him and his brother, but also for the sake of the clan. Despite all this sacrifice, his teacher showed no discrimination, and was even so kind to Sasuke. Furthermore, his teacher, as the clan leader, was still unmarried. Although he had many women in private, in his teacher's words, his future was fraught with hardship and danger for his ideals and ambitions. Therefore, before he succeeded, he didn't want his child to be born and bear the dangers he brought, nor the child's mother. His teacher's exact words were, if he fails, please abandon him without hesitation, never look back, one person's sacrifice is enough. Therefore, Itachi Uchiha felt even more guilty, and comparing him to the current Hokage, his eyes flashed with anger. My teacher sacrificed so much, yet the Sarutobi clan was an unknown little clan at the beginning of Konoha, but after the First, Second, and Third World Wars, they leaped to become a great clan. In contrast, the once great Senju clan declined and was on the verge of collapse. The Uchiha were isolated, and the Hyuga split. Only my teacher deserves to be Hokage, none of you deserve it. At this moment, Itachi Uchiha's eyes grew even more resolute. The old and new clan heads' families were separated only by a courtyard. As Itachi read intently, time flew by. Sasuke, look how late it is. Hurry back and find your brother to help you wash up and get some rest. Yes, mother. Amidst the warm conversation, Sasuke excitedly stuck out his tongue at his mother and then happily leaped over the courtyard wall to find his brother. Mikado Uchiha respectfully walked slowly to Yoru Uchiha. Over time, The two had almost grown accustomed to each other's presence. "Sasuke, you've really worked hard." She had witnessed Yoru's concern for Sasuke in every way, and her initial fear and worries had vanished. Facing Mikado, Yoru shook his head and sighed bluntly. "Mikado Nichan, you should know how dangerous what I'm about to do is, so please don't worry or be afraid. Please focus all your efforts on nurturing Itachi and Sasuke." Mikado's expression was complex as she looked at the young man before her. Compared to Fugaku, the two were practically incomparable, the difference being immense, not in strength, but in mindset, vision, and courage. She naturally knew what the young man was about to do, and his current achievements represented a significant leap forward after so many years of stagnation for the Uchiha clan. "Yoru, I believe in you." Looking at Mikado's resolute gaze, Uchiha Yoru smiled and shook his head, casually muttering, "But don't worry, if I fail, Itachi and Sasuke have the potential to become the new clan leaders, just like our ancestor Madara. I will warn Shisui and the others." The Uchiha clan remembered to sever ties. If Uchiha Yoru's plan fails, he will bear all the blame, while the Uchiha clan will play the role of a righteous betrayer, abandoning the former clan leader upon taking power. Just like when they co-founded Konoha, and Madara wanted to leave, resulting in the entire clan abandoning him. "Yoru," at the gentle call, Uchiha Mikado's eyes trembled. A man full of ambition and fighting spirit is the most charming, especially with this kind of courage, the first of its kind in this world. He would rather go to hell alone than let anyone who supports him be harmed. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi, who was just outside the wall receiving his younger brother, also heard these words, and his shoulders trembled. "Itachi-ni, what's wrong?" Looking down at Sasuke's innocent and confused gaze, Itachi smiled, his eyes filled with an unprecedented determination. "Sasuke, you must believe in Yoru-sensei. Yoru-sensei is the greatest person in the world, perhaps even the only one who comes close to godhood." He had seen his teacher's great ideals in the book, and he was prepared to carry them out with unwavering courage. In Itachi's heart, calling his teacher a god among men was no exaggeration. Sasuke, following his brother into the house, hesitated for a moment, then asked tentatively, "Itachi-ni, I heard someone say that Yoru-sensei is actually my biological father." Shock. Looking at Sasuke's innocent, naive, and anxious eyes, Itachi's face hardened. "Sasuke, you must consider Yoru-sensei your father, even more than a father." Sasuke was certainly not Yoru-sensei's biological son, but in Itachi's eyes, such a great person was more than just a father figure. Sasuke had to be even greater. Young Sasuke, seeing that his brother wasn't angry but instead said those words, was momentarily stunned, then a realization dawned on him. So it was true. No wonder I look so much like Yoru-sensei, no wonder Yoru-sensei is so kind to me, that explains it all. Sasuke even understood why he and his brother lived in this courtyard, while his mother went to Yoru-sensei's house at night. Meanwhile, in the large house next door, Izumi Uchiha, her face flushed, was tidying up. In the firelight, behind a white paper door, she could clearly see two figures doing what they were doing. Especially through the crack in the door, she could clearly see that his clothes were removed. Mikado's curvaceous figure was revealed. "Yoru, I'll give you some noodles." "Mikado nay, slow down, be careful not to choke." "Tisk-tisk, these are my new stockings and high heels, look how pretty they are." Perhaps because of the door, the voices, though clear, had a somewhat indistinct tone. Outside the door, Uchiha Izumi sat respectfully, perfectly embodying the role of a maidservant from a large clan. Her task was to go inside later to wipe the clan head's body and tidy up the messy room. Clearly, this wasn't the first time for Uchiha Izumi, but each time she kept her legs tightly pressed together, her eyes fixed intently on the crack in the wall, even activating her Sharingan each time. It seemed she was afraid of overlooking something. These were things she needed to learn, things she would use in the future. Under the night sky of Konoha, with the aftermath of the Fourth Shinobi World War subsiding, Konoha, the most prosperous village in the Land of Fire, was rapidly recovering economically. Shops under the night sky were bustling with activity as more ninja returned to the village. Inside a barbecue restaurant, in a large private room, a group of young ninja excitedly clinked glasses. Clearly, this was a rare reunion of classmates. "Zion, you're the class beauty, and now you're the village's most beautiful girl." "Yeah, everyone says your batch produced a cold beauty, and that's Zion. Among our classmates, it seems Zion is the first to become a special Jonin. Congratulations." Once a class of nearly 100 students, now less than 10 are sitting in this private room, even though half are away on missions. This shows the brutal elimination rate of ninjas. Faced with the praise from her classmates, some were jealous, some envied, and some fawned over her. Amidst the myriad aspects of life, a rare forced smile appeared on Xian's face. She raised her glass high to her classmates and said, "Don't laugh at me, at least here, no one knew about her past." After all, the gossip was only whispered within the police department, basically just for her to hear. Once she returned home, no one dared to mention it. Who dared? Leaving aside the charges of criticizing the police chief and the Uchiha clan head, no one wanted to lose their job. Moreover, while workplaces naturally involve internal power struggles, home is a haven where all worries are left behind, and naturally, no one talks about troubles. Therefore, any gossip or criticism is confined to a small circle, unless something sensational like Orochimaru or White Fang happens. Haha, Yu-Gi-Oh, the class beauty, you're a special Jonin now. Remember to bring your boyfriend to the next class reunion. Let's see which year senior or junior he is. Faced with a teasing from her classmates, Yuzuki Yu-Gi-Oh seemed to remember something, but she quickly suppressed the bitterness in her heart and forced a smile. What boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense. Wow, after all these years, Yu-Gi-Oh, you're still single? Tell us what your requirements are. A female classmate showed curiosity. She was genuinely curious about what kind of choice this seemingly ordinary genius in her class would make. Even the seated Gecko Height showed interest, and the other men, though knowing it was a pipe dream, still pricked up their ears. Faced with everyone's curiosity, Yuzuki Yu-Gi-Oh shook her head with a wry smile inside. Perhaps it's because I've experienced too much on the front lines. I want to rest for a while now, open a flower shop, and take care of the children at the orphanage. As for my requirements, as she spoke, Yuzuki Yu-Gi-Oh's eyes became somewhat unfocused, and her mind unconsciously recalled the figure who had been with her for 3 years. But she murmured to herself, her words contradicting her true feelings. That person doesn't need to be handsome, strong, or rich. Just someone who can read books with me in the flower shop and take care of the children at the orphanage together is enough. Though she clearly remembered that person, Yuzuki Yu-Gi-Oh shook her head, secretly determined to forget everything. From the moment she made that decision, she knew they were from completely different worlds. No matter how he tried to hide, he couldn't escape the sunlight. He was a figure born to live under everyone's gaze. And she herself was just an ordinary civilian, at most possessing a little talent. However, Yuzuki Yu-Gi-Oh was unaware of the impact her words had on everyone's ears. Everyone was stunned. Some even secretly murmured that perhaps Yuzuki Yu-Gi-Oh, having experienced the cruelty of the battlefield for so many years, now longed for a peaceful life. Similarly, after experiencing so much, hadn't they all discovered that a simple life was what they yearned for most? However, despite this, the idea of having a beautiful woman by one's side and a peaceful life is a universal human trait, and many people immediately showed excited eyes. Gecko Height, in particular, was so excited that a blush appeared on his pale and weak face, and he looked at Yuzuki Yu-Gi-Oh with a determined expression. Since learning that Yuzuki Yu-Gi-Oh had become a special Jonin, he had felt somewhat lost. After all, he was only a Chunin, and he no longer had the same ease he once had when facing Yu-Gi-Oh. This was a sense of loss, but now it seemed his fighting spirit had been rekindled. However, Gecko Height also saw the burning desire in many people's eyes, and he secretly made a decision. He couldn't wait any longer. Although he had now perfectly mastered his transparent release and was even confident of becoming a special Jonin within a year, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. Come on, let's celebrate for Konoha, cheers! Amidst the laughter and cheers, Yuzuki Yu-Gi-Oh seemed somewhat dazed, the image of that person occasionally flashing through her mind. She had once desperately tried to escape the torment she endured, but now she seemed to realize that she had lost the most important thing. It's only when you lose something that you realize how important it was. Please support. Chapter 219 Gale. Listen to your mother, you can't handle it. Konoha. As time passed, the revitalized police department gradually gained acceptance among the villagers, especially those responsible for maintaining village security, which underwent a dramatic transformation. The 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th brigades of the police department absorbed countless civilian ninjas, and with the addition of ninjas from the Uchiha Hyuga branch family, and Abure and bloodline limit ninjas, the previous situation of being ostracized was no longer present. The first 5 brigades of the police department also recruited from outside, but with higher requirements because these 5 brigades were responsible for the prison and the security of the village's perimeter, a more dangerous task. Previously, when Fugaku Uchiha led the police department, in an effort to ease tensions between the clan and the village, Fugaku chose a tolerant attitude, only to be met with further demands, even from ordinary people. This is human nature. For example, in cases of drunken brawls, do you arrest or educate the offender? There's no fixed limit. The clan had instructed for tolerance, but if you tolerated one person this time, you might not tolerate another, or 2 teams might have different outcomes, leading to criticism and distrust. However, Uchiha Yoru's current stance is clear: to implement a hierarchical system based on ninja supremacy. Ninjas are divided into several classes. Bloodline limit ninjas are supreme, followed by secret technique ninjas, then clan ninjas, and finally commoner ninjas. The underlying ideology is that ninjas, who wield power, are the pillars of the future, protecting civilians and ensuring their peaceful lives. As for offenses, ninjas and civilians are punished under different laws. For ninjas, consideration is given to factors such as recent combat experience, the intensity of their missions, and other physical and mental changes. Unless a crime results in death, ninja offenses are treated leniently, but require a period of emotional stability within the Uchiha clan compound. To further alleviate the ninja stress, the streets surrounding the village, adjacent to the police headquarters, have become bustling. Casinos, taverns, geisha houses, food streets, amusement parks, performance venues, and more have created an entertainment district, allowing ninjas who have just completed exhausting missions to quickly relax. Under the Uchiha Police Department's clearly defined hierarchical management system, although controversial, it was a source of comfort for the ninjas. It's so nice, this street is great. It's right next to the police headquarters, yet no one's causing trouble. We have this pressure on our heads, but at the same time, we can slowly relax, a middle-aged ninja who had just finished a mission said wistfully in the tavern. His companion beside him nodded in rare agreement. You agree. Before, if something bad happened on a mission, we could only stay home and recover slowly. During wartime, nobody cared. It's so much better now. We can all relax here first, then go home to sleep tonight. Go home tonight? Haha, you'll probably sneak back, won't you? Hearing his companion's teasing, the 2 exchanged knowing smiles. A bustling street with regulations and right next to the police headquarters, where everyone behaved themselves, was like a seemingly unnecessary pressure on the heads of these ninjas. If you didn't cause trouble, there was no pressure. If you did, there was pressure. But they're all here to relax. What's the point of all this commotion? Sir Ninja, here's your drink. The once desolate street had transformed in just a few months into a bustling area, no less vibrant than Konoha's main district. Ordinary people doing business here, or the families of ninjas, all showed envy. The police department's hierarchical system had shown them a path, the path of promotion. Commoners lived peacefully, but if you wanted something better, you had to become a ninja, and becoming a ninja meant enjoying another level of privilege. The ninja hierarchy, with its bloodline limits and secret techniques, was essentially a division of power. A commoner ninja who could become a jonin would receive the same treatment as other bloodline limit ninjas. While the Third Hokage's political direction wasn't necessarily bad, it was far too vague, offering empty promises without any real substance. What about for Konoha? The idea that everyone was Konoha's people and should be treated equally. These ninjas risked their lives to protect their homeland. Shouldn't they receive some special treatment? Look at what the police department does. Anyone under their jurisdiction receives a discount on medical treatment, and ninja tools enjoy different discounts based on their ninja rank. Important supplies like explosive tags are prioritized for sale to police department members, then to ninjas from their own village, and only then to those from other villages. These simple yet effective measures have earned the police department considerable praise. Ninjas want to join, and civilians want to become ninjas and join the police force. The Uchiha clan, despite the supposed benefits, hasn't actually lost anything. In fact, they've profited significantly from the rapid flow of resources. On a bustling summer street, in a refreshment shop, Heiei Gecko sits with 3 friends. Ebisu, across the street is the flower shop Yugeo is opening. She's currently preparing. Directly opposite, Yugeo, with her purple hair tied back, is clearly focused on tidying up. Heiei Gecko looks determined. He's made up his mind and doesn't want to miss out. Ebisu, Katetsu, and Izumo also showed curiosity. With their ninja eyesight and the fact that she was right across from them, The clear glass made Yuzuki Yugeo's face even more clearly visible. Seeing this, Kotetsu couldn't help but say enviously, "Truly worthy of being the prettiest girl in your batch." Hey, Kotetsu and Izumo were originally Asuma's main supporters, but after Asuma went to the daimyo's residence, they ended up getting involved with Ebisu. After all, although Ebisu was also a commoner, he had a powerful father who served the Third Hokage. Therefore, all three had one thing in common: they were from the Sarutobi clan. Heiei and Ebisu were relatively familiar with each other, while the other two had only come together. "Heiei, are you really determined to pursue this Yuzuki Yugeo?" Ebisu frowned slightly upon seeing the female ninja opposite him. Despite his commoner background, he had been practically the Sarutobi clan's personal butler for generations, making him arguably the most knowledgeable of the four. Heiei Gecko didn't notice Ebisu's strange expression. Instead, he nodded firmly and said, "Brother Ebisu, I don't want to miss this opportunity. Besides, I've known Yugeo since the Ninja Academy." Seeing Heiei's determined look, Ebisu understood. Female ninjas were rare, let alone those with talent, and Yugeo's appearance was exceptionally outstanding. "So, how much do you know about this Yugeo?" Looking at his good friend, Ebisu hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking. Kotetsu and Izumo, standing nearby, seemed to sense the hidden meaning in his words and immediately narrowed their eyes, becoming mere observers. Only Heiei, excited and oblivious to the three's expressions, continued to recount everything about Yugeo as if she were a treasure. However, the more Heiei listened, the stranger Ebisu's expression became. Finally, he took a deep breath. "Heiei, not to discourage you, but are you sure you can handle this?" "Handle it?" This question startled Heiei, his face filled with doubt. Seeing Heiei Gecko still caught up in his own thoughts and oblivious to the problem, along with the curious glances from the two straight men, Ebisu shook his head, speechless. "Heiei, I think the girl you're pursuing, Yugeo Yuzuki, is quite wealthy. That purple ninja sword is probably a chakra weapon, and so are the jewelry." Ebisu had been extremely subtle in his words to save face for his companion, and Heiei Gecko wasn't stupid. Hearing this, a forced smile appeared on his face. "Well, Yugeo is already a special Jonin, her mission rewards aren't low, and she's on the front lines, so perhaps it's spoils of war." The more Heiei Gecko spoke, the more guilty he seemed, his face growing paler. He wasn't stupid. Could a newly promoted special Jonin possess a chakra metal weapon? Such weapons were extremely rare among Jonin. A commoner ninja who had only recently become a special Jonin, so young and beautiful, and more importantly, did an ordinary ninja with no background even deserve to choose such precious spoils of war on the battlefield? I have to go home first." Heiei Gecko's face grew increasingly pale, as if he had already thought of something, though he seemed unsure. Ebisu sighed understandingly, shaking his head to comfort him. "You can ask your aunt when you get back, after all, she's in charge of logistics at the Hokage's office." Heiei Gecko waved goodbye to the three with a forced expression, unaware of the pity in their eyes. It was over before it even began, and so cruelly at that. Sigh, I really envy those powerful and influential people in these big clans, with no outsiders around. Kotetsu and Izumo Kamizuki sighed bitterly. Asuma had instructed them to gather information on Uchiha Yoru in their spare time when they went to the daimyo's residence, and they had already heard some rumors about Yuzuki Yugeo. Looking at the two, Ebisu pushed up his sunglasses, shook his head, and sighed. "We're just small fry. We just want to live comfortably, so we don't dare to ask for more." The three men's attitudes reflected the mindset of ordinary ninjas. They envied and were jealous of ninjas with bloodlines, powerful families, and authority, but at the same time, they also wanted to be like them. However, having matured, they were no longer so naive. Knowing they couldn't catch up even if they tried their best, they resigned themselves to their fate, only able to grumble and complain in private, feeling only envy for such beings. They had also developed a mature mindset, acceptance, and simply hoping to live a peaceful life. For example, whether it was Asuma or the Sarutobi clan, it was merely a survival instinct for the three of them. Only by attaching themselves to the strong could they live a peaceful life. Although Heiei Gecko possessed a bloodline limit, he wasn't from a large clan, but rather a traditional ninja family, a family composed almost entirely of ninjas for generations. Therefore, influenced by his family, Heiei Gecko wanted to find a partner who was also a ninja. Heiei Gecko's father died in the Third Shinobi World War, leaving only his mother, a chunin, who worked as a clerk in the logistics and data department of the Hokage's office. Night fell over the Hayate residence. Mother, have you found anything about the information I asked you to gather? Looking at her son, Hayate's mother gave a cold snort, sitting down and saying coldly, Hayate, I'm giving you face now. Yuzuki Yugeo isn't right for you, you can't handle her. Why? It would be fine if others didn't support him, but Hayate still felt resentful towards his mother. Mother, Yugeo clearly wants to retire. It's obvious she's encountered something. I don't care about what happened before, but now she's alone. Why can't I? Hayate wasn't stupid. Yuzuki Yugeo was so beautiful, and with that chakra metal ninja sword, he seemed to have guessed something. Yugeo might have had a boyfriend before, but they must have broken up, otherwise, things wouldn't be like this. Looking at her confused son, his mother couldn't help but take a deep breath. If it were anyone else, she would have already started yelling and throwing a tantrum, but this was her son. I found out more about that purple chakra metal ninja sword. It's not an ordinary ninja sword. She seemed reluctant to tell her son this stark reality, but she was afraid he would act recklessly if she didn't. Moonlight Hayate also showed a strange expression, nervously asking, isn't it just an ordinary chakra metal ninja sword? Chakra metal weapons are also divided into different grades. The most common ones are just mixed with a little bit of chakra, and most jonin use this type of weapon. Although expensive, they aren't prohibitively pricey. A common chakra metal weapon costs around 1 million ryo. Special jonin are already participating in A-rank missions, and the reward for an A-rank mission is between 150,000 and 1 million ryo. After splitting the rewards among the team and deducting various expenses, the missions on the battlefield are not up to the player, and there are many high-level missions. Being able to accumulate enough ryo is barely acceptable. Seeing her son's stubborn refusal to admit his feelings, Jifen's mother sighed deeply. Instead of making a scene, she took out a file from her pocket. This is a copy of the file. It's not classified, so you don't need to worry about violating regulations. Working in the logistics and data management department, she naturally had much easier access to non-classified records within the village. Son, do you know why I said you couldn't handle this? This weapon was crafted by a master craftsman in the spring, and he even provided the materials himself. The craftsmanship alone cost 1.3 million. This isn't just any ordinary chakra weapon, it's on par with the famous sword, and these pieces of jewelry, they all have traceable origins. The necklace is worth 300,000, the bracelet 200,000. A commoner female ninja, who just recently became a special jonin, do you think she could afford this? Even our Hayate clan, with generations of accumulated wealth, only has one ancestral ninja sword. And it's still not as valuable as a gift someone casually gives away. What commoner female ninja could possess such precious hand gestures that only large clans have? What ex-boyfriend could give her these things? She's clearly a kept woman, a mistress. Now that she's older, she's looking for someone to take her place. Hayate Gecko was no longer listening to his mother's sarcastic words, staring blankly at the documents in his hands. He could barely accept a commoner ninja spending so much effort on a weapon, but what about the jewelry? For ninjas, only wealthy and noble families could afford to put so much effort into their attire. A single piece of jewelry could be worth more than the reward for a B-rank mission, and that's without even dividing the reward equally. Please support. Chapter 220 Finding Myself. A few days later, in the afternoon, inside the flower shop that Yuzuki Yugeo had cleaned up, looking at the newly transformed, cozy, and fragrant little shop she had imagined, she smiled. She decided to go see the Third Hokage the next day to explain everything. She was exhausted, and all she wanted was to live a simple life. Hayate, what brings you here, today? Her old classmate, with whom she had once been close, came to visit. Yuzuki Yugeo smiled sweetly, as if she had forgotten the past and dispelled all the pressure in her heart. The two sat at a table by the window, enjoying the fragrant tea. Hayate's haggard face slowly lifted as he looked at the girl before him, the most perfect and innocent girl in his heart. At this moment, only irony remained. Yugeo, why have you become like this? A while ago you said you wanted to find an ordinary person. I thought I had a chance. Not wanting to miss it, I mustered my courage, and then, Hayate's words instantly startled Yuzuki Yugeo, but in an instant, she realized something, and her smile froze. Hayate, you investigated me. Faced with Yuzuki Yugeo's unpleasant expression, Gecko Hayate gave a wry smile and nodded, admitting it directly. You know, we're ninjas. Before settling down, It's an instinctive habit to investigate each other's information. He had thought she could bury that past, but it turned out it was all wishful thinking on his part. Yuzuki Yugeo, emerging from her own world, smiled. As expected, I was too naive. Being a ninja isn't that simple, especially for a female ninja. The first thing ninjas do before settling down is investigate each other. I thought I could bury my past, but I was too naive. After nakedly revealing her complicated past, Yuzuki Yugeo thought she would run away, afraid to face it, but at this moment, she instead showed a relaxed smile. A chakra metal weapon, a legendary sword at that, and any piece of your jewelry worth hundreds of thousands, plus this shop on the most bustling street, Yugeo. If you truly want to forget the past, how do you explain all this? At this moment, Gecko Heiei, having made up his mind to find Yuzuki Yugeo, still harbored a sliver of hope. If Yugeo was willing to give up everything, he was also willing to abandon all of this to pursue his goddess. Gecko Heiei's expression was undisguised, while Yuzuki Yugeo slowly leaned back in her chair, her eyes gradually becoming hazy. You're right. If I truly wanted to bury everything from the past, I shouldn't have these things, much less enjoy them so readily. On the contrary, I'm saying I'm burying the past, yet on the other hand, I'm openly enjoying all of this. As she said this, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Yuzuki Yugeo's face. Perhaps I'm still facing my true self. As a classmate, Heiei, are you willing to listen to me? Heiei, still clinging to a sliver of hope, nodded and said, if you want to talk, I'll listen. It must have been 3 years ago, when we both joined the 7th Police Division at the same time. Do you remember when I was burdened with a huge debt? Heiei nodded silently. He naturally knew about that incident from 3 years ago. Yugeo had said it was resolved, and he hadn't thought much of it then. Do you know the pressure of $1 million debt? Back then, I went to every relative, neighbor, teacher, teammate, and classmate I considered good. At this point, Yugeo's face showed reminiscence. A sarcastic smile playing on her lips. She had concealed that she was on a mission for the Dark Division, but that wasn't important. What mattered was that she had personally experienced the coldness of human nature. Initially, she held firm to her mission in secret, but the avoidant and disdainful looks from her former friends, relatives, and neighbors made her realize that this was perhaps the true face of humanity. Then, there were even disgusting acts of taking advantage of her misfortune. Her former teacher even revealed a greedy look, wanting to pay her several thousand taels of silver for sex, knowing she wouldn't fare well if she couldn't repay such a huge sum. Others gloated, and she saw through human nature then, even feeling a bit relieved and coldly laughing at their true colors. Later, under pressure, since so many people wanted to take advantage of me, and I was so valuable, why not sell myself for a high price? Find someone I wouldn't object to, and get even more people. So I approached the most prestigious 7th squad leader of the police department at the time. She concealed everything about the Anbu mission, because it was a ninja code of conduct, something she had to keep secret for life. As Yuzuki Yugeo recounted her story, Gecko Heiei revealed a look of regret. Back then, when Yugeo was at her lowest point, he hadn't thought that far ahead. He had been so foolish. He's wonderful, gentle, considerate, and strong. I'm the one who doesn't deserve him. I was the one who came to him in the first place. For 3 years, though it was a clandestine affair, I had everything I deserved, the warmth of a romantic relationship, the gifts on holidays, precious jewelry only the wealthy could afford, bladed weapons even ordinary ninjas couldn't possess, and even advanced ninjutsu. I accepted it all without question, believing it was what I deserved. At this point, Yuzuki Yugeo shook her head with a self-deprecating smile. I thought I got all of this by sacrificing myself. Looking back now, it seems so ridiculous. He's never lacked people like me. Talent and beauty weren't indispensable to him, but he never said anything. It was as if he felt guilty about this clandestine relationship, and he always tried to make amends. The advanced ninjutsu and bladed weapons were to help me survive. The precious jewelry was perhaps his way of expressing his guilt, while I took it all for granted. Now I understand, he's a great man. For his ideals, he was afraid of burdening those around him. He had his own feelings, but he was also afraid of involving everyone else, so he always gave silently. Heiei Gecko listened silently as Yuzuki Yugeo recounted her experiences over the past 3 years with a light-hearted and humorous tone, without any hint of resentment. I arrogantly thought I was under pressure and criticism, so I chose to withdraw. Only now do I realize that I've only ever thought of myself, never of others. Tell me, If I had given up this precious sword, these jewels, even all the ninjutsu they taught me when we parted, if I had given up everything, could I have buried the past and started anew? Yuzuki Yugeo's question, tinged with curiosity, seemed to be a serious inquiry, something she desperately wanted to know. Heiei Gecko silently shook his head. One cannot truly abandon the past, it can only be temporarily buried deep within. Indeed, just as I've grown accustomed to my current high position, at this moment. Yuzuki Yugeo's face gradually regained the charisma she possessed in the Ninja Academy, like a proud swan slowly raising her head. I'm a 17-year-old special Jonin, possessing advanced ninjutsu that countless people envy and are jealous of. I'm at a level that many ordinary ninjas can't reach even in their entire lives. I enjoy the looks from those relatives, neighbors, and friends who used to look down on me but now regret it, and all of this I earned in 3 years, and he never minded. When she said this, Yuzuki Yugeo directly magnified her selfishness, but she was also open and honest without any concealment. Even if I give up everything, these past experiences won't be forgotten, just like you said, Heiei. A self-deprecating smile appeared on her face as Yuzuki Yugeo shook her head with a light laugh. I thought I was pursuing a peaceful life, but what about others? Will they forget my past? And those around me? They won't. From the moment I became a ninja, I was destined for greatness. Even if I went to an orphanage, they would investigate my information and personality, and even ordinary colleagues, out of ninja habit, would investigate. So tell me, why should I give all of this up? What I possess is the haven he gave me. When I lose everything, these are my last reserves. At this moment, Yuzuki Yugeo revealed a genuine smile. Now she seemed to finally understand herself. She never wanted to give up everything she had gained in these 3 years. Perhaps it was vanity, or perhaps selfishness, but that's human nature. Anyway, even if she gave up everything, others wouldn't let her past go, so what reason did she have to give up what was hers? I understand now. Perhaps from that moment 3 years ago, we were from two different worlds. This time, Gecko Heiei gave a bitter smile. He knew that the two of them hadn't been in the same world for 3 years. The last vestige of illusion in his heart vanished completely. He could accept it, but what about his family? His friends? The constant reminders made it clear that he was only deceiving himself. Yuzuki Yugeo, on the other hand, rediscovered her true self. Gecko Heiei left, decisively this time. They were no longer in the same world, and neither of them would abandon everything. For example, Gecko Heiei couldn't abandon his family, companions, and everything closely connected to him. And Yuzuki Yugeo couldn't abandon her power and everything else. As the flower shop returned to tranquility, Yuzuki Yugeo stood alone in the sunlight, quietly observing the shop's surroundings. So this is the little house I wanted to escape to, not a place to forget everything and start anew, a soft voice echoed in the room. Just then, a small figure timidly opened the door and walked in. Sister Yugeo, I've come to help you tidy up the flower shop today. A girl with long blonde hair smiled immediately upon seeing Yuzuki Yugeo. Oh, it's Ino. You've come at the right time. I just prepared afternoon tea, so we can rest today. Yamanaka Ino, this shop used to be her mother's flower shop. After her parents passed away, the shop closed and was sold by the Yamanaka family. Ino had always hoped that the new owner would continue to run the flower shop. That way, she could find her mother's presence here. Ino sat obediently on the stool, the two of them, one big and one small, smiling and sipping tea like sisters. Ino, I'm so sorry about your parents. Seeing someone lose their parents at such a young age, and being the daughter of the clan head, reduced to this state, although her treatment was better than average, compared to before, the new clan head certainly wouldn't treat her the same way. After all, the new clan head represented new interests. Although young, the children of this ninja world were precocious, and Ino smiled like a little adult. Sister Zion, mother did this to protect Ino, so Ino should smile every day so that mother and father won't be disappointed. Ino, at a young age, understood the intrigues and power struggles of the large clan. After her father's death, relying on her mother was the most dangerous thing. Her mother's death was to protect her daughter. The couple gave up everything, leaving behind a young daughter. The new successor would also refrain from harming Ino to avoid gossip. After all, a child without parents doesn't need much targeting. Simply refraining from teaching advanced ninjutsu would naturally cause Ino to fade into obscurity. On the other hand, if her mother were alive, as Ino grew, she would learn advanced ninjutsu, and perhaps even reclaim the clan head's position. That was the potential threat. Moreover, with her mother around, wouldn't the clan head's resources be reserved for this widow and orphan? Without her mother, Ino lost everything, but she also lost the threat. Ino, are you doing well in the clan? Faced with Yu-Gi-Oh's question, Ino gave a sweet, innocent smile. I'm fine. Anyway, nobody cares anymore. The casual remark about nobody caring sent a shiver down Yu-Gi-Oh's spine. She understood this perfectly well. The former daughter of the Yamanaka clan chief, now an ordinary, unremarkable girl from the Yamanaka clan, long forgotten and ignored. So, Ino, what are your dreams, whether wanting to make amends or to test the hatred in Ino's heart? Yu-Gi-Oh asked casually, secretly releasing a simple hypnotic ninjutsu technique to lower her guard. The Yamanaka clan allowed Ino to come here, not without the possibility of using her to completely annihilate this almost harmless Ino. Unconsciously, Ino's eyes, which had become somewhat hazy, slowly revealed a hint of hatred. I will become the strongest female Junin, and then ask the leaders of the Ino Shikacho clans. Why did they abandon my father when they were supposed to be working together for the three clans, and the third Hokage, who said he would protect everyone? Why did he just stand by and watch all of this happen? Young Ino, having grown up quickly after losing her parents, had already understood something. Who was the real culprit who killed her parents? Inside the flower shop, Yamanaka Ino leaned against a soft chair like a kitten, lost in a dream, as if her home and her parents were there. Yuzuki Yu-Gi-Oh sighed softly. Poor little girl, everything your parents went through is a result of the current politics. They dared not take responsibility, shifting it to their subordinates, and those subordinates, driven by self-interest, pushed your parents out. This may be politics, but it shouldn't be so cold and ruthless. The third Hokage's regime. Now Yuzuki Yu-Gi-Oh truly understood the extent of its decay, like the third Hokage's age, already in its final sunset. He is like the rising sun, and she hopes that this sun will never set. Ugh, the editing assignments I've been working on lately are giving me a headache. I can't seem to finish them. Chapter 221 Kakashi completely gives up. In Konoha, during the sweltering summer, cicadas chirped incessantly in the treetops. Hokage-sama, this is the latest intelligence report from the police department. Inside the Hokage's office, Kakashi Hatake, head bowed, calmly reported everything he had gathered. He was absolutely certain of the facts. The third Hokage, seated upright, had increasingly prominent age spots on his face. His hair and beard were completely white, making him look every bit the elderly man. Kakashi, thank you for your hard work. Looking at the intelligence report Kakashi had compiled, Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, then frowned, his expression grave. In just under 6 months, the police department had developed far faster than he had imagined, attracting many new ninja and increasing its overall strength by nearly half. Simultaneously, the Uchiha clan had also withdrawn almost half of their personnel from the police department, dedicating these elites to maintaining and developing their clan's businesses, resulting in the Uchiha name becoming increasingly renowned throughout the Land of Fire. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned as he looked at the shocking report, while Kakashi Hatake, head bowed below, remained silent, a chill running down his spine. The once mighty third Hokage, now an elderly man, still held the position of Hokage. The matter of the fire temple remained unresolved, causing a rift in the relationship between the daimyo and Konoha, but at least the matter was temporarily resolved. The chaotic situation in the border region of Uzushiagakure was gradually stabilizing. With the rise of the bloodline rebellion led by Madarumi of the Mist village had now established a stronghold in Uzushiagakure. Konoha was playing a passive, insidious role, secretly supporting the Mist village rebellion. The Mist village was now in disarray, with no time to fight Konoha. Meanwhile, the Hidden Cloud village and the Hidden Stone village were not to be underestimated. Seeing the internal strife in the Mist village, they feared its swift suppression and secretly supported the rebellion. Therefore, the repeated suppressions of the rebellion by Karegakure not only failed to eradicate this force, but also allowed Madarumi's rebel army to stabilize its momentum. They are now simply consolidating their strength, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack the village. The turmoil in the ninja world represents the resolution of the biggest friction on Konoha's borders. Therefore, although there are still minor skirmishes along Konoha's borders, things have become relatively stable. In the past 6 months, Konoha has gradually stabilized. However, what chills Kakashi is that there is absolutely no signal within the village to elect the 5th Hokage. Third Hokage, clinging to his last shred of hope, Kakashi calmly looked up at the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi also looked up at Kakashi with a puzzled expression. Kakashi, is there anything else to report? Third Hokage, recently, with the village stabilizing, there seems to be talk in the tavern about electing the fifth Hokage. Kakashi's expression was well concealed, as if he were testing whether this was the third Hokage's doing. However, the third Hokage was stunned upon hearing this. The fifth Hokage. For a moment, his eyes glazed over. Yes, it was time for the village to elect a fifth Hokage, but who was the right person? Who could inherit his will of fire to stabilize the village? Jiraiya was unruly, and Tsunade was willful and irritable. If Tsunade became the fifth Hokage, she would inherit the domineering nature of the Senju clan, and her first act would be to consolidate power, inevitably leading to conflicts with the Anbu, Root, and other departments. The village had just stabilized, and he absolutely did not want to see any turmoil. Kakashi, I understand. In the end, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed with melancholy, realizing that there was simply no one who could inherit his will of fire, and he felt somewhat dejected. However, Kakashi's last glimmer of hope was shattered. He now saw it clearly, the so-called will of fire had long become the third Hokage's personal political ideology. The will of fire. The third Hokage often spoke of as a great sacrifice, yet he could not accept even the slightest dissenting opinion. To put it bluntly, he was a dictator of will, and the older he got, the more dictatorial he became. Third Hokage, I'll take my leave now. Looking at Kakashi, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded with a relieved expression. Kakashi, be careful. The village is gradually stabilizing now, you don't need to rush things at the police department. Yes. As Kakashi walked out of the Hokage's office building, one eye looked up at the bright sunlight, but his heart was icy cold. The third Hokage has become trapped in his own woven will of fire, intolerant of even the slightest imperfection. Kakashi's calm mind possessed unique political insight. He clearly understood that Konoha wasn't lacking candidates for the fifth Hokage, but rather that the third Hokage wouldn't allow anyone to cross his bottom line. The so-called will of fire, everyone has their own unique interpretation, yet the third Hokage wanted the next Hokage to completely inherit his will. Wasn't that too domineering? Slightly different from your will of fire, and you're considered an unstable factor, bringing turmoil to the village? Why are you so sure? Couldn't it bring a better tomorrow? Dictator. Kakashi sighed, reflecting on his dictatorial political ideology, and gradually headed towards the police department, disappearing into the street. However, Kakashi's probing today alerted the third Hokage to conspiracy, prompting him to summon the village's higher-ranking officials for a meeting. In the Hokage's office conference room, Kaoru Uchiha, Hamura Mitsukato, and Danzo Shimura arrived. All three calmly stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi, wondering what major event had brought him to this meeting. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, looked at his three friends, lowered his Hokage hat, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said hoarsely, according to intelligence, the police department is preparing to nominate the fifth Hokage. What? The most vehement reaction came from Danzo Shimura, his single, sinister eye blazing with fury. Damn it! They're wolves in sheep's clothing. Slamming his fist on the table in anger, Shimura Danzo roared, the Uchiha's ambition is too great. Not only has the police department expanded, increasing the Uchiha clan's strength, but now their ambition has reached the point where they've set their sights on the Hokage position. Arrogance. In Shimura Danzo's eyes, the Uchiha clan's blind confidence stemmed from their main Decay Sharingan, which emboldened them to covet the Hokage's position. Uchiha Kaoru frowned, her voice low and serious. The Uchiha clan has produced a terrifying main Decay Sharingan user. And with Uchiha Yoru's current abilities and even his reputation, especially among the younger generation, he certainly has the qualifications to talk about the fifth Hokage. Uchiha Kaoru was speaking the truth. The village was now facing a generational gap. Going back, it was the era of the legendary Sannin. Now only Jiraiya and Tsunade had the ability to participate in the Hokage selection. Down the line, only the 18-year-old Uchiha Yoru possessed cage-level strength, especially with his unknown main Decay Sharingan abilities, which were a formidable weapon. There was a significant gap in power. Not a single ninja around 30 years old possessed cage-level strength, a complete talent gap. The Uchiha clan is ambitious, we can't let them succeed. Besides, what the village needs right now is stability. Mitsukato Hamura uttered these words after a long silence, immediately silencing the other three. A few years ago, they had personally witnessed the rise of a new Hokage, and the power and prestige as an aging leadership group were completely shaken. The fourth Hokage took office and began cultivating his own power. The third Hokage still existed, and the Hokage's power was limited. With two Hokage alive and the third Hokage still holding power, where would the new Hokage's power come from? Wouldn't it be a share of the power held by everyone else? After all, the pie was only so big. If the third Hokage relinquished a larger share, they would have to relinquish some as well. Watching their power and prestige gradually erode was disheartening. It's human nature. Looking up at his three old friends, Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke and said hoarsely, "The fourth Hokage is gone. Now that the village is gradually stabilizing, we really need a young new Hokage." No way. Hearing that Hiruzen Sarutobi was considering stepping down again, Danzo Shimura slammed his fist on the table in anger. Whoever took over would be younger than the third Hokage. How could he possibly outlive him? The third Hokage was already quite old. He had finally given Danzo a chance to outlive him. How could he let that opportunity slip by? The other three looked at him, as if to say, Danzo's objection is a bit too strong. Danzo Shimura snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "A new Hokage represents a transfer of power, which will bring turmoil, especially giving the Uchiha clan an opportunity to take advantage. If the Uchiha rises to power, Konoha will face unprecedented upheaval. Even if the Uchiha fail to take power, they won't be unwilling to stir up trouble. Sarutobi, now is not the time to reselect a fifth Hokage. The village needs stability." Danzo spoke righteously, but the three shook their heads at his words. They all knew Danzo's true intentions. He was afraid the new Hokage would affect Root. After all, not everyone is like the third Hokage, and they couldn't let him get away with it. Root's power was already comparable to the Anbu, and they were aware of some of their evil research, but they pretended not to see it. After all, Danzo's starting point was also for Konoha's sake. They knew this, which was why they pretended not to see it. Kaharu Uchiha nodded solemnly in agreement with Danzo's point of view. Sarutobi, once the fifth Hokage is chosen, only Jiraiya and Tsunade have the ability to overpower the Uchiha. Jiraiya and Tsunade. These two names made everyone frown. Tsunade was the last person they wanted to accept. For no other reason than that. Nominally, once Tsunade took over, they really couldn't do anything about her. Her grandfather was the first Hokage, her great-grandfather was the second Hokage, she had the blood of the Senju clan flowing through her veins, and she herself was the princess of the Land of Fire. With these identities, could they possibly control her? Moreover, Tsunade had a fiery temper. Any criticism they might receive would only result in a rebuke. They might think it was a bit much if others were to be rebuked, but if she were to scold them, others couldn't gossip. Whose background was as powerful as hers? To put it bluntly, in their minds, Tsunade was just a powerful figure, someone they couldn't afford to offend. If she criticized them, they could only accept their bad luck. Therefore, one candidate was Jiraiya. At this moment, Kaharu Uchiha and Hamura Medikato exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. However, Jiraiya was their last choice. Regardless of who took power, their interests and rights would be harmed. More importantly, having held power for years, they, like the third Hokage, possessed a dictatorial mindset. Only by following their direction could the village remain stable. Chaos would only cause turmoil. Hiruzen, Inoki of Iwakage hasn't shown any intention of stepping down. I don't think the so-called fifth Hokage is necessary yet. That's right, what the village needs right now is stability, and we can't leave the Uchiha's instability to the next generation. If we don't handle it well, it will all be our fault. Kaharu Uchiha's last words immediately made Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression harden, and even Danzo Shimura snorted coldly. They all had their pride. In their generation, the Uchiha had become such a great threat, and yet they were incapable of handling it, handing it over to the next generation? Wasn't this a veiled criticism of their incompetence? This was also what Hiruzen Sarutobi found most unacceptable. He couldn't tolerate having left such a huge cancerous threat to the village during his political career, a threat passed down to the next generation. The village may face turmoil soon. Hiruzen Sarutobi's firm tone immediately conveyed his meaning. Danzo Shimura sneered. Root will react. No, looking at Danzo, even a fool could tell what he was up to. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face revealed a confident expression. Danzo, send someone to the Uchiha clan and ask the new clan head how the investigation into the Nine-Tails attack and the fourth Hokage's death is going. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was the first to speak, preemptively stating that the Uchiha clan was a suspect in the Nine-Tails attack years ago. He pointed out that the previous clan head, Fugaku, had investigated for so long, and now that there was a change, what had they found? While issuing a warning, It also cautioned the ambitious new head of the Uchiha clan, want to compete for Hokage with a Mangekyo Sharingan? Then first clean up the Nine-Tails mess. Hiruzen, the Uchiha clan having this idea is dangerous. After the matter was resolved, Kahoru Utatane showed a look of apprehension. The Uchiha clan had already been a thorn in their side, and now their counterattack and ambition made them even more uneasy. Shimura Danzo, who considered the Uchiha clan the greatest threat, revealed a sinister glint in his eyes. That's right, the Uchiha clan itself is an extremely dangerous existence. Now, with a Mangekyo Sharingan, their arrogance and conceit will continue to put the Uchiha clan in danger until the influence of the Mangekyo Sharingan is resolved, the Mangekyo Sharingan. This was the real reason for their fear. It wasn't just the terrifying individual power, but also the enormous impact it brought. Especially since the Uchiha clan itself was a radical family. In the eyes of the Uchiha, the Mangekyo Sharingan meant invincibility. After all, wood release had become extinct. Please support. Chapter 222 Shisui's Kodomatsukami. Police Department. Inside the office, Uchiha Yoru is still holding the scroll sent by Root, his face clearly showing a chill. Kakashi, what do you want to do? The three men in the office were Uchiha Shisui, Hatake Kakashi, and Hyuga Hisashi. However, Shisui is currently questioning Kakashi angrily, while Kakashi remained silent. Only Hyuga Hisashi was the calmest, saying in a deep voice, Lord Yoru, the Hokage is sending Root to bring up the Nine-Tails attack again is clearly a warning. Uchiha Yoru was well aware of this. He truly hadn't expected the Hokage to react so quickly, and to strike at the heart of the matter. The Uchiha clan bears the suspicion of the Nine-Tails attack and the death of the fourth Hokage, so is this a warning? Telling the Uchiha not to dream until they clear their names, Uchiha Yoru said with a cold laugh, his gaze involuntarily turning to Kakashi. Kakashi, I want to know your thoughts. Hatake Kakashi calmly nodded and said in a deep voice, Yoru, our strength is not enough to overthrow the corrupt leadership, and do you really think that Jiraiya or Tsunade won't continue with the old ways the current leadership has? Whether Jiraiya or Tsunade becomes the fifth Hokage, there will be at least 10 or 20 years without any turmoil, but will they sit idly by and watch the Uchiha clan's current power grow? Kakashi's two sentences immediately calmed Shisui down as well. Yes, all of this would bring turmoil to the village. Overthrowing the corrupt leadership, although they were prepared to sacrifice some turmoil, in terms of overall strength, the Konoha leadership far surpassed them. While the Uchiha clan is currently in a favorable position, how many ninjas does it actually have? The Uchiha, Aburame, and Hyuga branch families, along with Orochimaru's core group and some recently recruited civilian ninjas, add up to a maximum of about 2,000. And these aren't even loyal to the clan. In contrast, the third Hokage's lineage, the Sarutobi, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clans, are staunchly loyal, and they also control the Anbu and Root militias. Furthermore, the village has at least several thousand standing ninjas. With the third Hokage's command, tens of thousands of ninjas could easily be mobilized to quell a rebellion within the Land of Fire. While the third Hokage's prestige isn't at its peak, his years in politics haven't caused him to lose popular support. In terms of high-level combat power, their side boasts cage-level fighters like Uchiha Yoru, Kakashi, and Uchiha Shisui, both with Mangekyo Sharingan, and they still have much room for growth. Konoha's cage-level combat power includes the third Hokage and Denzo Shimura, plus Jiraiya and Tsunade in case of trouble. These four are all veteran cage-level fighters, not to mention the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As for not having reached his full potential, when that time comes, what does that matter? Use him first, and if things go wrong, just find another Jinchuriki later. Konoha's upper echelons have 4 cage-level fighters plus the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a total of 5 cage-level fighters. Their side has 3 cage-level fighters. In a high-level cage-level combat power comparison, they are completely at a disadvantage. In terms of power, it's a crushing defeat. So, Kakashi, what are your thoughts? At this moment, looking at Kakashi, Uchiha Yoru not only didn't show anger, but instead had a smile on his face. If Kakashi said this now, then he was truly completely devoted to giving him advice. Kakashi calmly stated in a deep voice, currently, there is still a neutral force within the village. Among the major clans are the Inuzuka and Hyuga main families, and countless smaller clans. These are all entities we can strive to win over. We need to accumulate strength. The fourth Hokage has been dead for so long, yet no fifth Hokage has been elected. Instead, the third Hokage, who resigned to take responsibility, has come to power and clings to it. Over time, people will naturally feel disappointed and discontent, as the village is not without strong individuals. Furthermore, the Third Hokage is now old and has no successor. The entire Sarutobi clan has revealed their greedy nature. Driven by popular sentiment, they want to frantically extract profits from the village before the Third Hokage abdicates, which has already affected the interests of countless ninjas. Kakashi Hatake, worthy of becoming the sixth Hokage, analyzed the situation and immediately foresaw the Third Hokage's gradual loss of popular support. After all, the Third Hokage wasn't alone, he had the Sarutobi clan behind him. More importantly, the Nine Tails conspiracy. Kakashi Hatake, his expression calm, glanced at Hisashi Hyuga before speaking in a deep voice. Danzo Shimura is a prime suspect. He struck at the most crucial moment, delivering the final blow to topple the decaying tree. Furthermore, Root's involvement in splitting the Hyuga clan might be a way to win over the main Hyuga clan. Hearing Kakashi's analysis, Yoru Uchiha couldn't help but clap his hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Kakashi, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Your analysis is very reasonable. After Root split the Hyuga clan, the main Hyuga clan would never side with Sarutobi. They appear neutral now, but aren't they secretly licking their wounds? The branch family merely joined the police force, and their alliance with the Uchiha was only due to circumstances. Therefore, the Uchiha and the main Hyuga clan have never harbored any hatred. At this point, Yoru Uchiha looked at Hisashi Hyuga, a hint of apology on his face. Hisashi-senpai, I still need to trouble you with this matter. Whether it's the main family or the branch family, I believe the older generation all want to resolve their grudges in this generation. After all, the caged bird seal is a thing of the past, and we share a common enemy, the Konoha higher-ups who recklessly interfere in the corruption of the major clans. Hisashi, rarely showing such bitterness, sighed softly at the hatred between the Hyuga main and branch families. The branch and main families may have hatred, but they are still connected by blood. I will personally visit the Hyuga main family, now that he was on this ship, especially with the entire branch family behind him. Hisashi could only move forward resolutely. This was also an opportunity to shift the hatred, a chance to transfer the internal conflict between the Hyuga main and branch families to the outside. A united front against a common enemy, the main family's hatred stemmed from the Konoha higher-ups' interference in splitting the Hyuga clan. The branch family's motivation came from boarding the Uchiha's pirate ship. Seeing the stern Hyuga Hisashi not in agreement, Uchiha Yoru immediately smiled. If the main family joined forces, then Konoha would have to think twice before making any moves against them. Given the combined power of Konoha's two great bloodline clans. Then I'll leave it to you, Hisashi-senpai. If Hisashi-senpai agrees, I'm willing to take on a disciple from the main family. Of course, Hisashi-senpai's Niji is also quite talented. Uchiha Yoru directly offered his bait, also to reassure both the main and branch families. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hisashi nodded solemnly. I understand. Having his son Niji taken as a disciple by Uchiha Yoru meant a closer relationship between the branch and Uchiha families. As for the main family, Hyuga Hisashi couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Niji's talent among the younger generation was undeniable, and the main family lineage, just thinking about it made him smile. After Hyuga Hisashi and Shisui left, only the two remained in the office. Uchiha Yoru smiled and tossed the warning scroll sent by Root into the trash can. Yoru, are you really that confident? Kakashi stared intently at his comrade. He didn't know how to describe it. Others hid their ambitions, but Uchiha Yoru made no attempt to conceal them, especially his emphasis on talent. He dared to delegate authority and wasn't afraid of betrayal. Uchiha Yoru looked at Kakashi and shook his head, saying, the stronger a person is, the more resolute their will. So I believe what I'm doing is right. If you all betray me, then it proves my will and principles are wrong. Only the strong have a voice, the weak never have one. It's cruel, but it's the truth, and there's something you haven't understood yet. Power that inspires fear in everyone is the foundation of everything, and a firm will and principles are the direction. As he spoke, Uchiha Yoru resembled a charlatan with grand ideals. Was Madara Uchiha wrong? He possessed immense power, but his will and ideals would have brought war back then. People in that era had experienced too much war, and they desperately cherished the hard-won peace they had now, so no one followed him. But what about now? The first Hokage's will proves that he didn't end the war, he merely transformed the past chaos among clans into the current ninja village war. The ninja world is suffering greatly from war, while my ideals and will were born in this world. Kakashi, do you think if Madara Uchiha had one back then, would there only be one Konoha now? Uchiha Yoru suddenly thought of something and showed a curious and questioning expression. Kakashi's expression became serious at this question. Kakashi recalled the cruelty of war, then looked at his comrade with lofty ideals, and shook his head, saying, I don't know, but I can recall something you said that's true. The strong make the rules, the weak obey. When the first Hokage was alive, the ninja world dared not wage war, so I agree with your philosophy. Absolute strength can suppress everything. The ninja world is too distant now. What matters now is the village. You and I both deeply love this village and don't want it to be harmed. Therefore, I hope that you, Yoru, can suppress everything with absolute power, overthrowing the rotten tree with minimal cost. At this point, Kakashi paused suddenly, unconsciously reaching out to touch his covered left eye, and chuckled, I will strive to become stronger. If that day truly comes, I think my Sharingan might be able to help you defeat the third Hokage. Good heavens! Hearing Kakashi say this, Yoru was startled. Kakashi's methods are a bit unconventional, but he largely agreed. If that day truly came, a single strike of the main Gekkai Sharingan could directly defeat the third Hokage, thus reducing countless losses for the village. Killing one to save 1,000, that's a calm choice. How, Kakashi, focus on your training. In the ninja world, strength still reigns supreme. Just like Shinosuke, without enough strength, even the strongest force won't suffice. Now that the Uchiha clan and the police department are gradually getting back on track, forming a new interest group, he's ready to focus on his training. Yoru, I believe in you. Kakashi, with unwavering faith in the future, nodded solemnly and turned to leave the office. Brother Yoru, just after Kakashi's figure disappeared, Uchiha Shisui instantly appeared in the office. Shisui, your body flicker technique has improved again. Shisui looked up with a serious expression. Brother Yoru, the third Hokage has no chance to approach alone, and his will is too strong, the success rate is too low. Shimura Danzo can't find an opportunity, and he possesses Sharingan and would release cells, so we're not confident either. Uchiha Shisui spoke in a way that was incomprehensible to most, but Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and nodded. I expected this. Shisui, while your Kitomatsukami is the strongest Jinjutsu, the essence of Jinjutsu is willpower. The stronger one's mental strength and willpower, the greater the chance of breaking a Jinjutsu. Then what about those two old guys, Uchiha Kaoru and Midakato Hamura? It turned out that Uchiha Shisui had already found out about the terrifying power of Kitomatsukami main Gekkai Sharingan from his brother Yoru, secretly planning to use it on the third Hokage, but after testing it for so long, he found the success rate to be too low. It would be very dangerous to reveal the involvement of a village's cage. It would be foolish not to use Kitomatsukami, but it wasn't as invincible as imagined. This made Uchiha Yoru nod secretly, as this made sense, otherwise, the main Gekkai Sharingan would be invincible. One Kitomatsukami was enough to defeat the Otsutsuki clan, making Shisui's main Gekkai Sharingan the strongest. Uchiha Kaoru and Hamura Midakato are the two high-ranking members whose chakra is declining the fastest. I'm about 80% confident in dealing with their Kitomatsukami. Uchiha Shisui revealed a determined expression. He wasn't confident against the third Hokage and Danzo, but he had faith in these two old men. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded. The decline in chakra indicates physical weakness, along with a weakening of mental strength. Furthermore, both of them have served as advisors, and more importantly, they lack Danzo's ambition. Ambition represents unwavering will, making them the easiest targets. Shisui, you secretly seek an opportunity. If either of them succeeds, only one will be able to succeed. At this point, Uchiha Yoru's expression turned serious. With her eyes and ears, the village's leadership will no longer be so passive. In this way, every move of the third Hokage would be under his watchful eye, and with an inside man, he would be crucial in critical moments. Brother Yoru, I understand. Uchiha Shisui nodded resolutely. He knew the importance of this opportunity. Now, utterly disappointed with the village, he placed all his hopes on Uchiha Yoru. Moreover, this was also a way to minimize bloodshed for the village and preserve more of its strength. Shisui, remember to rest well after you're done, especially regarding the main Gekkai Sharingan's power. I'll ask Orochimaru-sensei for a solution. Shisui smiled at Uchiha Yoru's concern. For the village's future, he was willing to give everything, even his own life. Even if he were exposed, he would take full responsibility. Thanks to for the 100-point coin donation. Chapter 223 The Deal with Orochimaru. The Land of Rice Fields. In a vast, dimly lit underground arena, a group of boys could be vaguely seen wielding kunai and engaging in a sparring match. Below, countless children gleamed with fervor when they saw the figure on the platform. Long black hair, elongated golden pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to his nose, pale skin, and blue-green tomo-shaped earrings, he frequently stuck out his tongue in excitement. Yoru-kun, look, these are the children I'm preparing for the new ninja village. Orochimaru, with a rare smile beneath his uniquely hoarse laughter, seemed to be showcasing his masterpiece. A white figure appeared behind him, igniting the curiosity of the children below. Who was this person hidden in the shadows, whose face was obscured? How could he stand side by side with the great Orochimaru? Looks like our teacher's short on funds. Looking at the group of children below, Uchiha Yoru glanced meaningfully at Orochimaru, and the two burst into laughter. They both understood each other. Orochimaru preferred research to establishing ninja villages. The purpose of establishing ninja villages was actually for research. These children would become ninjas, able to carry out missions. Orochimaru would give them power, and in return, he would take a cut of the rewards for completing missions, essentially, the ninja village system. After all, without support, Orochimaru needed a long-term, stable source of resources, and establishing a ninja village in a small country was the best choice. Furthermore, the living samples he needed for research could be obtained entirely through his own village. Small countries represented chaos, a melting pot of mercenaries, rogue ninjas, and bandits, making them ideal places to obtain living samples. Especially the land of rice fields, geographically adjacent to the land of fire, surrounded by several smaller countries, and not far from the land of earth and the land of lightning, it was also a place rife with chaos. Orochimaru's purpose in creating ninja villages was solely for research. Since leaving Yoru-kun, the research progress has slowed down considerably, Orochimaru said with a hoarse smile. He wasn't lying. The happiest moments in his research in Konoha were when his disciple was his assistant. Those were wonderful. He could focus solely on his research and didn't have to worry about anything else. Unlike now, after leaving Konoha, no one supported him. Although he had considerable wealth, it was too much to just sit around doing nothing. That's why he had the idea of establishing a ninja village. Not to achieve some grand ambition of becoming a powerful ninja village, but purely to ensure a stable and continuous income for his research. Is that so? Facing his teacher, Uchiha Yoru shrugged and smiled, indicating, similarly, since leaving you, teacher, I've had one problem after another. Before, he had Orochimaru to back him up, he could cause trouble from behind. Now, that wasn't possible, he was the one on the front lines. I heard that Yoru-kun has awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru slowly turned his head, licking his lips, his eyes revealing excitement and a thirst for knowledge. Orochimaru's undisguised, lustful gaze made Uchiha Yoru shake his head helplessly. When a powerful person desires your body, you must display power equal to theirs, or you'll only become their plaything. Orochimaru-sensei, this is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Slowly raising his head from the shadows, a bewitching crimson gleam appeared in his eyes. The three black tomo spun, transforming into the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru nodded confidently. So this is the Mangekyo? What beautiful eyes! Upon seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru revealed a monstrous smile. However, the next moment, his body trembled, and a hint of fear flashed in his golden snake eyes. But the next moment, whoosh, a bead of cold sweat slid down his temple. Orochimaru glanced at his disciple who had instantly appeared behind him, his fear intensifying. First, a powerful genjutsu, and then this terrifying space-time ninjutsu. The terrifying power of the Mangekyo Sharingan completely awakened him, but it also ignited Orochimaru's even greater desire to explore. He excitedly licked his lips, letting out a grotesque, hoarse laugh. So this is the legendary eye technique? Space and genjutsu, interesting, truly fascinating. A morbid smile appeared on Orochimaru's face, his jealousy undisguised. So this is a bloodline limit. A normal ninja's decades of training can't match the awakening and evolution of a bloodline. Orochimaru was indeed a peerless genius, even praised by the Third Hokage, but compared to bloodline limit ninjas, Orochimaru knew better that his power was the result of step-by-step training, requiring countless hours of hard work. But what about bloodline limits? It's unfair. Jealousy. This is human nature. and Orochimaru's personality makes him unable to conceal his desires. Therefore, Orochimaru is the most direct person, he never hides his motives. For example, his desire for Sasuke's body was made clear from the beginning. Therefore, Orochimaru is a person of extreme purity. Not bad, this is the power of the main Decay Sharingan. Uchiha Yoru slowly put away the main Decay Sharingan, nodding casually under Orochimaru's greedy gaze. However, the next moment, Uchiha Yoru directly took 2 glass tubes from his robes and tossed them to Orochimaru. Orochimaru caught them, a look of confusion on his face. One tube contained 2 eyeballs, the other only 1 eye. These eyes belong to a traitor in the clan, the 3-tomo Sharingan. The other eye belongs to the Uchiha clan head, Fugaku, a main Decay Sharingan. As Orochimaru casually uttered the last sentence, his pupils suddenly contracted, a look of shock appearing on his face, followed by a sickly smile. Haha, interesting, very interesting. Is this the confidence the main Decay Sharingan gives you, Yoru-kun? Or is this arrogance ingrained in the bones of the Uchiha? He could accept the 3-tomo Sharingan, but for the other party to give him the main Decay Sharingan, what was this? Only absolute confidence could accomplish this. There should still be one main Decay Sharingan. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Losing one Sharingan meant losing more than just half its power. Hearing this, Uchiha Yoru shrugged and shook his head with a helpless expression. The other one must be in Danzo's hands, Shimura Danzo. Saying that name, Orochimaru was convinced. No one understood the mind of the darkest figure in the ninja world better than him. This main Decay Sharingan's power is almost depleted, so be careful when you study it, master. Seeing his disciple bring such a precious item, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Although they were master and disciple, their relationship was also based on mutual benefit. He never believed his disciple would be so kind. Even though it was a main Decay Sharingan being handed to him, Orochimaru wore a meaningful smile, as if he were stating a condition. As expected, Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, saying to the dark corridor in the distance, "Giran, come out." With crisp footsteps, a girl slowly emerged from the darkness. Upon seeing Uchiha Yoru, her eyes lit up with fervor. She walked directly to her master, secretly adopting a protective stance. The condition is this new ninja village of our master. Orochimaru was initially taken aback by Uchiha Yoru's words, then a wicked smile appeared on his face. How, Yoru-kun, your ambition is indeed unprecedented. You've already begun to act. Giran couldn't understand their conversation, but Orochimaru and Uchiha Yoru exchanged knowing smiles. All resources obtained from Ninja Village missions will go to our Master's Research Institute. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan and the police department will maintain close ties with our Master's Ninja Village. In the land of rice fields, the meaning was simple, the future Sound Village would be his, and Orochimaru was merely a hired hand, training ninja for him. His reward was that before he officially took over the Sound Village, all resources would be his to distribute, and the Uchiha clan and the police would secretly assist him in establishing the village. How, Knight-kun, your appetite is quite large, but it seems your temptations are a bit lacking. Aiming Decay Sharingan, and help in establishing the village. They think he can get away with this for free? Orochimaru, though focused on research, wasn't stupid, he could do the math. If he couldn't, he wouldn't have become a strong contender for Hokage. Seemingly understanding his teacher's meaning, Uchiha Knight calmly revealed a confident smile, raising his hands to form hand seals. The next moment, Orochimaru's smile froze. The hard soil beneath their feet stirred, and a tender green branch broke through the earth, visibly growing into a small tree. Wood release. Orochimaru's eyes burned with fervor as he stared at Uchiha Knight. The combination of Sharingan and wood release. His guess was right. Uchiha Yoru smiled and nodded, saying, Orochimaru-sensei, your guess was indeed correct. The Sharingan and wood release can not only suppress each other, but also coexist, and they may even be of the same origin. This is something I awakened during a dangerous attempt. I wonder if this temptation is enough. Another test tube was tossed over. Orochimaru's monstrous snake eyes were fixed on the test tube in his hand, which contained a small piece of fresh flesh from Uchiha Yoru. Orochimaru-sensei, this is the secret of the Senju and Uchiha powers. Don't you want to study it? With a tempting voice, Orochimaru swallowed all 3 test tubes. Amidst this extremely perverse scene, the two exchanged a smile. He, as expected, you, Night Lord, are someone who can bring miracles. Now that the agreement was reached, it was time to state the demands. Uchiha Knight smiled and nodded, saying, Orochimaru-sensei, I think Kabuto Yakashi is quite good, and I'll need to trouble you with Gyuren in the future." Clearly, he intended to entrust the management of this future Atogakure to Kabuto Yakushi and Gyuren together. Kabuto Yakushi was already one of his men, and he had a firm grasp on Gyuren's weaknesses. Gyuren was now a complete fanatic of his, and her talent and powerful bloodline limit were enough to make her the leader here. "Night Lord, it's a pleasure to cooperate." The two exchanged a glance and smiled. Orochimaru was also very satisfied. Not only did he obtain valuable research materials, but with this cooperation, he wouldn't need to worry about funding and could focus all his attention on research. Only Gyuren, though reluctant, remembered that Night Lord needed her strength, and she secretly resolved that she absolutely could not disappoint Night Lord and that she must become stronger here. Uchiha Yoru was satisfied with Orochimaru's teaching quality. It was absolutely excellent. Moreover, with such a powerful cage-level ninja as a cover, no one would suspect this was one of his forces operating outside. By the way, Orochimaru-sensei, the Uzumaki clan child I'm looking for, suddenly remembering the important matter of his trip, Uchiha Yoru showed curiosity. Orochimaru chuckled. "How, the Uchiha truly lives up to their reputation as the oldest and strongest clan in the ninja world. Their intelligence gathering is indeed impressive." Orochimaru led the way, speaking as he went, with Gyuren following closely behind. They were found in the Grass Country's ninja village. It was a mother and daughter, but the mother had already passed away a few days ago after being rescued. Fortunately, both mother and daughter awakened the Uzumaki bloodline, possessing sensory and healing talents that are extremely rare even within the Uzumaki clan. After winding through a passageway, they finally arrived at a room, or rather, a laboratory. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Yoru. Upon entering, Kabuto Yakushi respectfully bowed to the two, and Yoru Uchiha nodded with a smile. "Kabuto, remember to take care of the children here when you assist Orochimaru-sensei." Although Kabuto didn't know what had happened, his innate intelligence allowed him to immediately smile kindly and nod. "Yes, Lord Yoru." At this moment, the Uzumaki clan's bloodline was also seen. A small figure stepped off the experimental bed, her red hair covering her arm, clearly from a recent blood draw. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Yoru. Karin, despite being a little girl, was already quite mature, her expression restrained and even showing a hint of fear as she hurriedly bowed 90 degrees to the two. Although she didn't recognize the other person, she knew to use the same address as Kabuto. The moment she raised her head, a warm hand stroked the top of her red hair. Uchiha Yoru smiled gently and said, "You're Karin, aren't you? You are indeed a talented child." Beneath that gentle smile, Karin, who had been young in her past environment, felt somewhat bewildered and stunned. She stared blankly as these adults treated her like merchandise, as if she were being traded. Please support. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Snake Uncle Who Exploits the Death God Bug. In the land of rice fields, Orochimaru's underground base, which was then the site of his ninja village, was conducting research on a forbidden technique under the dim light of the laboratory. Meanwhile, Gyuren and Kabuto, along with Karin, were getting acquainted outside. In the original story, Gyuren and Kabuto disliked each other, but in this life, they both showed goodwill. Kabuto, skilled in medical ninjutsu, currently serves as Orochimaru's assistant, and also handles some management and logistics within the base. Gyuren, a crystal-release bloodline ninja, skilled in ninjutsu, is Lord Yoru's tool and will be another manager of this base in the future. Kabuto and Gyuren exchanged a glance, then nodded with friendly smiles. There was no conflict between them. In fact, they would need to cooperate in the future. Pleasure working together. I'm Karin, and I possess healing and sensory abilities. As the youngest and weakest, Karin stammered, realizing that the other two were clearly powerful ninjas, far inferior to her. Kabuto Yakushi gave Karin a friendly smile. Although he had only gleaned a little information, he could already see how much Lord Yoru valued the child. Karin, from now on, will all be Lord Yoru's tools. The newly arrived Gyuren, acting like a big sister, affectionately ruffled Karin's red hair, but the shrewdness in her eyes suggested she was more than she appeared. Gyuren was responsible for managing a base independently. Later in the original story, it would be a lie to say she lacked intelligence and skill. Kabuto Yakushi gently adjusted his glasses, revealing a wise look in his eyes. He clearly saw that Gyuren, this newcomer, had immediately revealed her intentions. She wanted to prove her worth, so she had begun to win people over. After all, she was an outsider. The first step was to unite and integrate into the group. A very clever and intelligent woman. Kabuto Yakashi pondered this silently, feeling no urgency, but rather a sense of ease. The more Lord Yoru valued them, the higher their worth became. He even had a vague idea of what was going on. Wasn't his current dream to return to Konoha and the orphanage with dignity? Moreover, he could sense Lord Yoru's methods and magnanimity. Like Orochimaru, he wasn't afraid of a lack of ambition, only a lack of strength. Therefore, his most important task now was to increase his own value. Now that someone was helping him share the burden of managing the base, wasn't this perfect? While the three outside were each calculating their own actions, Orochimaru and Lord Yoru inside the laboratory couldn't help but show expressions of disappointment. How, Night Lord, your ambition will surely bring a hurricane to the entire ninja world. Orochimaru looked thoughtful, while Uchiha Knight made no attempt to hide his ambition, nodding with a light laugh. Just dig up the rotten roots and plant strong saplings in the fertile soil, and they will thrive. Moreover, if I become Hokage of Konoha, then Orochimaru-sensei can return to Konoha openly. At this point, Uchiha Knight paused slightly, turning to his teacher and offering a huge temptation. Then, with the entire Konoha supporting you, the vast and stable funding will no longer be an obstacle, and there will be a large number of research assistants to assist you in your research. At this moment, Orochimaru was moved. Since leaving Konoha, he had severed his desire for power. He had only one goal: to achieve immortality, learn all ninjutsu, and study the true meaning of this world, the true meaning of ninjutsu. Beneath their smiling cooperation, Orochimaru, while somewhat anticipating the future when he wouldn't have to worry about funding or research materials, and would have countless assistants to help him, remained mostly calm. Therefore, I need Orochimaru-sensei to break through this barrier as soon as possible. I need Korin's power. Uchiha Yoru's true purpose in coming here was firstly to establish a mutually beneficial alliance with Orochimaru, and secondly, to secure Korin's support. Korin was his most valued trump card. Even in the future. Orochimaru frowned upon hearing this. When it came to his research, he never made hasty decisions. The Uzumaki clan's bloodline is indeed well suited for sealing tailed beasts. While sealing the nine tails with Korin's body might be difficult, with your Meijekaiao Sharingan, I think the Meijekaiao, known as one of the tailed beast's nemesis, won't disappoint me. The most crucial issue now is the forbidden technique, the Reaper Death Seal. Orochimaru's expression turned serious. Through the Shinigami mask found in the Uzumaki Shrine in the Land of Whirlpools, I've understood this ninjutsu. This is a product of the Onmyaji era before the ninja era. It's not a Shinigami from the underworld, or rather, it's a Shikigami cultivated and nurtured by generations of Onmyaji. Shikigami follow the most basic principle of equivalent exchange of power, and according to your Uchiha clan's records, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, sealed the nine tails using this technique, even taking half of the nine tails into the Shinigami's belly along with it. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely. Yoru, the price of summoning a Shinigami is a soul. So, what's the next step? In short, Orochimaru didn't have that kind of self-sacrificing spirit, offering his own soul to the Grim Reaper. Besides, this was an S-rank forbidden technique, not something anyone could just learn casually. Otherwise, how could the Uzumaki clan have fallen to such a state? Each of them possessed the Reaper Death Seal. Who would dare provoke them? An S-rank forbidden technique represents not only a heavy price but also an extremely demanding learning difficulty. Seeing Orochimaru's evil smile, Uchiha Yoru also smiled, as if he had been prepared all along. Orochimaru-sensei, I remember your reanimation jutsu is almost complete. The only difficulty was the damage to the reincarnated soul, but now I've discovered something very interesting that perfectly solves the soul damage problem. As he said this, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and smiled, raising his hand as a black snake slowly crawled out from his wrist, finally opening its mouth to spit out a corpse. Or rather, a sealed body. At this moment, Orochimaru showed a curious expression. This body was deathly pale, as if it weren't human, but there were too many strange creatures in the ninja world, so Orochimaru wasn't surprised. If I hadn't awakened the wood release ability, I probably wouldn't have discovered that this person was secretly monitoring the Uchiha clan. Although they ultimately escaped, they left behind several interesting clones. White Setsu, a bioengineered product cultivated by Kaguya using the divine tree. Later, Madara Uchiha's will created the current Akatsuki's White Zetsu, while Black Zetsu deceived Madara, making him believe that he created it. A very interesting body. More importantly, perhaps this can cleverly solve the physical difficulties that Master has always struggled to overcome. This time, Uchiha Yoru went all out, even willing to get Orochimaru on the right track sooner. The White Zetsu's physique can be described as an alternative form of immortality. As Uchiha Yoru explained, Orochimaru had already arrived in front of the sealed White Zetsu body. After a brief examination, a monstrous smile appeared on his face. A very interesting body. At this moment, Orochimaru looked up at Uchiha Yoru with a meaningful smile. It seems that this disciple is hiding many secrets. Your-kun, the Uchiha clan truly lives up to its reputation as the oldest bloodline clan. Orochimaru attributed all of this to the Uchiha clan's profound heritage. After all, there were countless secrets and intelligence that even he had never heard of. Uchiha was either fighting on the front lines or needed to improve her strength. These things couldn't be easily discovered. It required immense manpower and resources to achieve this, so attributing it all to the ancient clan's foundation was the best explanation. I need to research this, and at the same time prepare this ninjutsu. Karin also needs to maintain her mental and physical state at its peak. Orochimaru, now in a research state, revealed a fanatical expression, while Uchiha smiled and nodded. Then I'll be waiting for you, Orochimaru-sensei. The fact that tailed beasts and Jinchuriki are such powerful weapons, revered as the cornerstones of the ninja world, is no exaggeration. They're not as weak as portrayed in the original story. Before the Jinchuriki's rampage, their massive tailed beast-level chakra and absurd recovery rate made them practically limitless ninjutsu bombers. The power of the explosion was devastating. Few cage-level ninja in the ninja world possessed a ninjutsu as devastating as the tailed beast ball. A single blast could flatten a map. Therefore, even though Jinchuriki are so dangerous, they are still revered as deterrent weapons by the major ninja villages. Knowing the other half of the Nine Tails, the method of obtaining it, and possessing an excellent vessel, it would be foolish for Uchiha Yoru not to consider it. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes and smiled. It seems the future will be interesting. Perhaps the Nine Tails riding Susanoo will reappear in Konoha. As for why he didn't seal it within himself, Uchiha Yoru had considered it. After all, he now possessed Wood Release, Uchiha blood, and the Uzumaki bloodline, which he also obtained through Nagato's blood, an excellent choice for a Jinchuriki. However, he had a better plan. Uzumaki Naruto, with half a tailed beast, possessed almost limitless power, so Uzumaki Karin shouldn't be too far behind. In the ninja world, in a dark basement, Obito, the clone monitoring the Uchiha clan in Konoha, has disappeared. Wearing a mask, Obito glanced sideways, revealing a strange Sharingan, coldly staring at the half-emerged hermaphrodite from the ground, a disdainful sneer on his face. Yoru, who awakened the main Gekkai Sharingan, is somewhat surprised to find you, but not unexpected. Obito only showed a mocking expression towards Yoru, a fellow clansman who had also awakened the main Gekkai Sharingan and was now the clan head. Yoru, is this your dream? Too naive? Becoming Hokage? Utterly laughable. Only creating another world is the real world. Obito was clearly in a state of madness. They were classmates back then. After Kakashi graduated at 5, they were the only two Uchiha clansmen in the class, not to mention Yoru, with whom he had a good relationship. Zetsu, since my old classmate wants to become Hokage, perhaps we can give him a push. As for whether he ultimately becomes Hokage, that depends on his own abilities. Obito revealed a cruel smile. He had already decided what to do. Their current goal is to collect the tailed beasts, and they certainly won't let go of any opportunity to weaken the 5 great shinobi villages. The conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha is now open, but currently the Uchiha are weaker than Konoha, and both sides are wary of each other, making a full-blown conflict unlikely. Therefore, he needs to provide some assistance to the Uchiha side to create turmoil in Konoha. Zetsu, sell the information about the conflict between Konoha, the Uchiha, and the Third Hokage to other shinobi villages. I think we don't need to lift a finger. Someone will step in to help the Uchiha police department grow stronger. Obito paused here, then coldly added, and the rebellious forces in Kirigakure, add fuel to the fire. Sell the same information to other shinobi villages. I don't think anyone will let this opportunity pass. The infighting between shinobi villages, how could others possibly let such an opportunity pass? When a rebellion breaks out in another country, they naturally want to secretly support the weaker side and watch the two sides fight like madmen. This has always been the tactic of all shinobi villages. And also, I am Uchiha Madara. In the dark cave, Uchiha Obito revealed an extremely evil Sharingan, filled with madness. He wanted to create a world within. Land of rice fields, Orochimaru's underground base. Reaper Death Seal, Orochimaru, his hands clasped together, wearing a Shinigami mask, trembled and twisted, letting out screams. The price of an S-rank forbidden technique was extremely high. Instantly, his hair moved without wind, followed by a chilling aura of death. At the same time, a large amount of chakra was drained. Uchiha Yoru, directly in front, showed a solemn expression. His main Decay Sharingan activated, and only with a cursed seal within could a faint outline of a shadow be seen. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who had used this ninjutsu, was sweating profusely. Out of the corner of his eye, he could clearly see the Shinigami appearing behind him. The purple-skinned, emotionless Grim Reaper slowly extended its hand, grasping the Grim Reaper's blade it held in its mouth. Then, it slowly sliced open Orochimaru's abdomen, instantly inflicting a wound as well. Blood splattered from his abdomen, and Orochimaru groaned in pain, not only from the physical pain but also from the agony of summoning the Grim Reaper. In that instant, a wisp of soul emerged from the Grim Reaper's stomach, and immediately, Uchiha Yoru shouted, "Orochimaru-sensei!" The master-disciple coordination was impeccable. At Yoru's shout, Orochimaru, drenched in cold sweat, hastily removed his mask. Ugh! A chilling groan of nausea escaped his lips, revealing Orochimaru's pale face, that of a white Zetsu. The next moment, white Zetsu spat out a white-scaled serpent. Before Yoru stood a body, Orochimaru's original body. The white-scaled serpent suddenly slithered in, causing Orochimaru's body to tremble. Ugh! A giant white serpent collapsed to the ground. While Orochimaru's body slowly rose to his feet. The white Zetsu body opposite him, having lost its soul, slumped down. Panting, Orochimaru clearly watched as the Shinigami, having completed all this, instinctively tried to harvest souls through the white Zetsu's body, but after grasping nothing, vanished without a trace of emotion. Summoning the Shinigami, sealing the enemy, and then absorbing the caster's soul, there's a rule involved, and even he himself has no mind. Orochimaru-sensei, Uchiha Yoru, watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. Orochimaru truly was the only one who could exploit the Shinigami's weaknesses. First, he reincarnated into a white Zetsu, then summoned the Shinigami, used him, and then used a clever escape technique to return to his own body. Even the Shinigami could be exploited. One wonders what the fourth Hokage would think if he knew. Orochimaru-sensei, it seems your reanimation jutsu is a bit different, and also, Uchiha Yoru didn't finish his sentence, but Orochimaru let out a hoarse, evil laugh. Yoru-kun, just as you said, this world has too many secrets, and the white Zetsu's body can still be used, right? Good heavens! Uchiha Yoru's eyes widened upon hearing this, looking at the limp white Zetsu in the distance. It made perfect sense. An empty shell, Orochimaru couldn't just reincarnate anytime, anywhere. Besides, Yoru-kun, you're right, there are too many secrets about the soul. Beneath Orochimaru's evil smile, it was clear that the reanimation jutsu was different, or rather, he hadn't gambled everything on this ninjutsu. In the original story, Orochimaru's soul almost transformed into a white snake, but in this life, under his guidance, Orochimaru maintained a calm and restrained demeanor. The white snake was merely a temporary vessel for his soul, a vessel for performing ninjutsu, not as outrageous as some other mutation. Perhaps because of this ninjutsu is no longer limited to once every 3 years. Uchiha Yoru narrowed his eyes, pondering silently, could this be the reason, just as Uchiha Yoru thought, without completely transforming his soul into the form of a white snake, but using it as a vessel, it is indeed possible to use the reanimation jutsu at any time. However, the drawback is that the soul's protection is more fragile. Therefore, the body Orochimaru reborn into can only be a weak existence, otherwise it will suffer severe backlash. The white Zetsu's body, however, is perfect, it's practically tailor-made for Orochimaru. Please support. Chapter 225 The Corruption of Konoha. Inside the Akatsuki's shadowy base. Nagato, this is the latest intelligence. Sitting atop a strange puppet, the gaunt Nagato slowly opened his eyes. His perpetually somber demeanor had completely transformed since finding his purpose in life. Taking the intelligence, Nagato couldn't help but exclaim, the Fire Temple Sage Mode, though not yet fully mastered, truly lives up to its name. Konan, standing nearby, showed a rare softening of her usually cold expression. Nagato, your legs, Seeing Konan's worry, Nagato smiled confidently. Although not yet fully mastered, Sage Chakra does indeed have a miraculous ability to nourish the body. At least my legs won't worsen. No one wants to be crippled, especially a ninja with world-destroying power. His once exhausted body seemed to find a sense of stability under the influence of Sage Mode. Upon opening the intelligence scroll, Nagato narrowed his eyes, a serious expression on his face. Mr. Yoru has begun to pursue his own ninja way. The intelligence clearly recorded the recent changes in Konoha, especially the fact that the police department led by Uchiha Yoru had directly formed a new political force, and its friction with the older generation of Konoha's political system was already open. In Nagato's eyes, Uchiha Yoru was his guiding light, the person he admired most in the ninja world. Nagato, Mr. Yoru doesn't know our true identities, but recently the police department has contacted our Akatsuki organization. Konan slowly took out a mission scroll. Since the Uchiha clan's industries and trade outside the Land of Fire became public knowledge due to friction with the Third Hokage's faction, they have faced considerable suppression. However, the current situation is very strange. Then a group of ninja squads protecting Uchiha Industries appeared. According to intelligence, these people should be from Iwagakure and Kumagakure. It seems Mr. Yoru is somewhat uneasy and has even ordered the hiring of elite ninja squads to intercept and kill these ninjas. Even Konan understood that the other ninja villages had finally waited for Konoha to experience turmoil, so how could they let Konoha have an easy time? Are the Uchiha evil? Are the Uchiha trying to split the village? If the Third Hokage is secretly trying to weaken the Uchiha Industries, then they will secretly help. In short, if the Uchiha has any difficulties, they will step in without even being asked. It would be best if they could cause internal strife and a coup in Konoha. Alright, Akatsuki accepts the Uchiha clan's mission, money and free help, only a fool wouldn't take it. Also, this is Uchiha Yoru's private letter. The address is the one we left last time. After finishing the business, Konan took an envelope from her pocket. Nagato's expression turned serious upon seeing it, even more so than when he was handling the intelligence. Opening the envelope, he read the contents, including a medical formula for a remedy. A smile spread across Nagato's face. Mr. Yoru, truly a man of integrity, he hadn't expected Uchiha Yoru to remember his body, and now, after some research, even concoct a suitable medicine. Seeing Nagato so obsessed, Konan frowned with worry. Nagato, this Mr. Yoru will likely be our greatest enemy in the future. In this situation, other ninja villages would clearly be secretly helping the Uchiha, their goal being to weaken Konoha. But as long as the Third Hokage couldn't quell the rebellion decisively, Uchiha Yoru would only grow stronger. Seeing Konan's worry, Nagato smiled confidently. Our goals are the same, only the processes are different. But who will succeed? Hell, I believe my eyes can see further. I'll let Mr. Yoru see it then. His thinking is too one-sided. Setting rules for the ninja world, just as Mr. Yoru wrote in his book, the human heart is the most unpredictable thing. Both of their ultimate goals were for peace. Nagato wanted to create powerful weapons from the tailed beasts, just as the Senju and Uchiha clans once dominated the ninja world, deterring anyone from starting a war. But Uchiha Yoru. Thinking of this, Nagato shook his head. Perhaps it's a matter of perspective. If Mr. Yoru knew this method, perhaps he would change his mind. At this moment, he could only attribute it all to Uchiha Yoru not knowing that the nine-tailed beasts could create the strongest weapons. Iwakage village. Inside Itachi's office, Inoki looked at the Konoha intelligence report and a cold smile crept across his face. Sarutobi, you've been so proud your whole life. It seems you'll ruin your reputation in the latter half. Pass down the order, prioritize goods from the Land of Fire that bear the Uchiha name. Yes, sir. Also, keep a close eye on them. Anyone who disrupts trade with the Uchiha, regardless of their identity, is to be silenced. Yes, sir. Tsuchikage-sama, is this appropriate? An assistant in the office looked puzzled. Inoki didn't need to look to know the expressions on everyone's faces. He sneered, a golden opportunity. Konoha was almost completely depleted during the Third Shinobi World War, but then the Fourth Hokage appeared. Konoha has so many geniuses, it's a pity that Hirozen Sarutobi didn't know how to use them. As he said this, a strong sense of bitterness appeared on Inoki's face. He cursed inwardly. Forget about a genius like the Fourth Hokage. Even if you gave me someone a level below that, I'd worship them. Konoha suffered huge losses in the Third Shinobi World War, even experiencing the Nine Tails attack, but it's only been a few years. Leaving aside the geniuses that have emerged in Konoha, their military recovery alone far surpasses ours. Inoki's envy intensified. Konoha has an abundance of geniuses, occupies the most fertile land, and with its powerful economic recovery, Konoha is recovering at an incredible speed. This is a rare opportunity. Uchiha Yoru has awakened his main decay Sharingan. All we need to do is give him time. Inoki's face revealed a smug, sinister smile as he said this. Haha, this old man must seize the opportunity this time, taking advantage of Konoha's internal strife to fully develop its military strength. Although Inoki was old, his eyes shone with intense ambition. The Mist Village was already fighting amongst themselves, and even the Sand Village, considered the weakest, was showing signs of internal discord. And Konoha, needless to say, was under the watchful eyes of so many in the ninja world. Inoki couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate he was to have such an opportunity to rise in his lifetime. Of the 5 great ninja villages, only Kumagakure and his own Iwakage remained. Taking advantage of Konoha's internal strife, he would fully develop its military strength, and in the next Shinobi World War, he would tear a piece of the fertile land of the Land of Fire. The land of rice fields. A glug glug a scream followed, then the sound of drowning. Inside a huge container, a boy struggled in agony as countless liquids poured into his body, and he lost consciousness in a short time. At the same time, a faint orange-red chakra lingered in the air. Uchiha Yoru, watching this scene, chuckled and waved his hand mockingly. Looks like the daimyo's mansion has quite a few tricks up its sleeve. Hell, I'm more curious about Yoru-kun's methods. You've even infiltrated the fire temple. Orochimaru's sinister laugh was laced with an eerie undertone. Uchiha Yoru shrugged dismissively, scoffing. The Uchiha clan has been ostracized and isolated for so long. How could they possibly sit idly by and not look for allies? If they can't find any in the village, then naturally they can look in the Land of Fire. However, it's obvious that the daimyo's mansion is always timid, or rather cautious, afraid of provoking a backlash, and therefore has always ignored the Uchiha's goodwill. It's normal that the fire temple has some spies. Orochimaru chuckled hoarsely at Uchiha Yoru's explanation. It seemed plausible and reasonable. But what did it have to do with him? They were all just his experimental subjects. Orochimaru-sensei, this child is the son of Kazuma, one of the 12 guardian ninja of the daimyo's mansion. He received a portion of the Nine Tails chakra from a young age, and is now essentially a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I need this child to grow rapidly. Hearing this, Orochimaru frowned and said hoarsely, using nutrient solutions to accelerate growth is possible, but this child's future potential will also be damaged. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yoru's face immediately revealed a strange smile. The current situation doesn't allow me to have a merciful heart, and besides, at this point, Uchiha Yoru turned his head, watching Orochimaru's smile gradually fade. Right now, my power only allows me to protect my own people, and he's not one of our own. From the beginning, Uchiha Yoru had never seen the other party treat him as one of their own, but merely a weapon. The other party was originally just a weapon, only now with a different master. Knight-kun, you're becoming more and more perfect. With these seemingly irreverent words, Orochimaru and Uchiha Knight exchanged a glance and smiled. They both saw ambition in each other's eyes, but their ambitions could easily be mutually beneficial. Their ambitions never clashed. The information about the Fire Temple's imitation Nine Tails Jinchuriki, had long been sold to Orochimaru, who naturally took this weapon with him on his return from the Land of Water. I'm looking forward to Knight-kun's future. For the first time, Orochimaru showed a strong interest in someone, his golden snake eyes yearning to see their future. First, there was the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze's half of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails' terrifying power, if Karin were to truly master it, would be immeasurable. But that was the future. This pseudo-Nine Tails Jinchuriki was the present. The future needed nurturing and refinement, while the present was for immediate use. In other words, Ku had always been a weapon in their hands. When necessary, Uchiha Knight would unleash it directly. Uchiha Yoru made no attempt to hide his ambition and plans from Orochimaru, directly working himself to the bone to become a pseudo-Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Although he could only unleash 4 tails, he already possessed cage-level destructive power. Konoha, a tavern. Yo, things have finally gotten a bit easier lately, you tell me? The shadow of war has finally lifted, haha, a rebel army has appeared in Kirigakure. Kirigakure doesn't have the will to fight us anymore, their own Land of Water is in chaos. The ninjas gathered in the tavern, mostly there to relax after a long period of stress. Talking, joking, and even drinking were all ways to unwind. Why is the village so quiet about the 5th Hokage? The 3rd Hokage is already 60. Didn't he resign a few years ago? Why doesn't he want to step down now that he's in power? Stop complaining. What does this have to do with us? HMPH, do you remember when we signed up for the mission? Guess what? The Ninja Academy teachers accepted Hirozen Sarutobi. At a dinner table, 2 ninjas openly showed their displeasure. The other finally sighed helplessly. Save it. Go back and get a good night's sleep. Just pretend nothing happened. We're not cut out for that. HMPH, during the Third Shinobi World War, they said it was because of resource shortages that all supplies went up in price. And now? Peace has been restored, but look at all these monopolized resources. Shut up. If you think it's too expensive, go buy it from the Uchiha clan. You think I didn't go? The Uchiha clan itself has more supply than demand. They don't sell much to outsiders. In a private room, 2 figures listen quietly to the complaints of the various ninjas. Finally, both of them frowned. Kakashi, the Hokage's higher-ranking officials have monopolized the village's rations and some precious medical resources. Looking at Kakashi, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but frown and say in a deep voice, the land of fire is fertile, and even the Konoha ninjas are powerful, but almost half of the reward for each mission goes to medical expenses. I hadn't paid much attention before, but after Yoruni's reminder, and the fact that the police department's hospital can only operate internally and is not allowed to profit from external sources, I realized, even for a simple injury, the actual material consumption is less than 10,000, but the ninja has to pay 10 times the reward. Nearly half of the missions that the ninjas risk their lives to complete go to the medical department, and the rest has to be used to purchase various supplies. Listening to Shisui's investigation, Hatake Kakashi also sighed, which was rare for him. Shisui, the medical department was initially established at Tsunade's suggestion, but later, because the village provided a lot of financial and material resources, and because Tsunade has been gone for so long, the village also needs money. Shisui looked at Kakashi with a disdainful gaze, as if to say, don't take me for a fool. Orochi, injuries that could have been treated with medical ninjutsu and healed in half a month after returning home were instead hospitalized for a month in the medical department, using a bunch of high-profit drugs, which of course wouldn't have any adverse effects on the body. Shisui's face showed a mocking, self-deprecating smile as he said this. I almost forgot, the medical department is now run by Sarutobi, and after the Nine Tails attack, when the village was rebuilt, Shimura Danzo and the Ino Shikachu clans joined forces to divide and rebuild the village. The Uchiha were marginalized. And what about the countless ordinary ninja? They call it a replanning, but their clans occupy the best land, turning these so-called replanned areas into commercial districts. This drives up property prices. Now, property prices in the village center are ridiculously high. That's one thing, but what about the higher-ups now? What do they mean by drinking the blood of ninjas? Shisui's eyes showed weariness. After experiencing the use of Kido Matsukami, he knew more of the inside story. What happened to the Nine Tails property? Even the 4th Hokage's property was misappropriated under the pretext of rebuilding Konoha. And what about the property allocated by the daimyo's government? It's an absolute irony. Kakashi, do you know that the Sarutobi and Ino Shikachu clans are secretly using the pretext of leading teams to force Jinan to pay money to learn advanced techniques? These are basic skills that should be taught by the leading ninjas, but they've turned them into this mess, and there's more shamelessness. For example, 4 positions in various departments, like prison guards, clerical positions in certain departments, or patrol missions. Meeting ninja rank and mission standards isn't enough, you also need to make a deal. Since Shisui learned about the various clans' money-making methods from within the higher-ups, he almost collapsed. The village had become so corrupt, from top to bottom. I have family matters to attend to, so I can only update once today. I'll update twice tomorrow. There's also a bonus image showing the preservation of the military strength of the 5 great ninja villages before the 5 Shinobi Summit. Konoha had already fallen out of first place at that time. This is official data. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.